Morning, good morning, good morning. The the psychic damage continues until morale improves. I need to be shorter now. I need to be shorter, but I hope you guys enjoy the new angle. I've been told by multiple people that in order to be more accessible to the audience, I needed to lower my camera angle by about 6 inches. But it's literally, actually, metaphysically, physically installed on a arm that was bolted into the wall. So I actually had to reinstall this arm twice in order to get you approximately eye level with me. And apparently what this does is consciously, subconsciously, whatever, is it makes us peers. It makes us equals. It makes it so we feel more friendly to each other, because instead of you looking down on me or me looking down on you, which is an option, by the way, a lot of creators do pick the look down on your audience angle, but instead we're looking at each other like we're peers, like we're best friends. So I hope you enjoy it. So, yeah. Crap says, "Oh, cool, you're more accessible now." Apparently. Although I will say that the original angle was the original angle was in one in which the audience was superior to me, you know? So I don't know why that isn't subconsciously preferred by the audience, but once again, like 2 or 3 people with media training said that I needed to change it. True Zealot says, "Good morning. Failed VeggieTales character concept versus actual felt. Hand up the ass, Muppet puppet. Let's go." Okay. I have no idea what the fuck that's all about. The crossbow was a bit obscured. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me move that for you. Is that better? Is that better? Now, maybe we'll need to work on the background a bit too. I don't know if I'm gonna need to throw up like a green screen or like whatever. But the truth is, don't let perfect be the enemy of great. Don't let great be the enemy of good. Don't let good be the enemy of done. So, you gotta just roll with the punches a little bit. I have not sufficiently caffeinated, but can I just tell you guys a little bit about the shenanigans that I got over the weekend? Rodney Hobbs says, "F crossbows, they're for P words." Well, what are you? An English knight? What are you, an English knight from 400 years ago? Do you have plate metal armor that you're upset the crossbow pierces? Is that what's happening right now? But what was the other thing? Oh, the feedback from over the weekend. So what was really funny is I'm happy that we did what we did over the weekend with the community night, because I felt like I exposed the wound, the rift, the schism that has been happening in the community, and I've been getting feedback in DMs and feedback in chat and feedback in this and that. So actually having having people have the opportunity to kind of like voice their disgruntlement to each other's faces, in my opinion, it was at least cathartic for me. I don't know if it was cathartic for you guys, but it was quite cathartic for me. And the truth is, I don't think we resolved it at all. I don't think it's resolved at all. I think all that's happened, though, is at least we've exposed the problem so people can make their own evaluations. But once again, I think the only option for me is just to trudge forward, is just to do what I do and let the chips fall where they may. And it's up to you guys what you guys choose to do. True Zealot says, Pisco equals VeggieTales looking character. North equals actually walking, talking Muppet. Oh. If North did the flail, if North did the puppet flail, I see exactly what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, I think we should encourage North to do the flail because I think that would liven up his show a little bit. That could be fun. Conservative Liberalism says, first like reporting in. Everyone remember to hit the like button. 07. Also, live chat is better than top chat. True, I did switch over to live chat on purpose. Grassroots says, what's up? What's up, man? What's up, man? Good to see you. True Lot says, Pope said crossbow was too evil to use against other Christians. Non-believers are fair game. Damn. Wow. Pope's kind of an asshole, huh? Conserve says, I miss community night. No spoilers, although I saw that Patriarch showed up just to have a moan. Can't make that shit up. Well, you know, I'm happy that he showed up to at least say, hey man, this isn't for me anymore. You know, it is what it is. We all have our tastes. He's got that Asmongo build. The flail would suit him nicely. You know, listen, we all have to embrace what we are. That's all you can do. All you can do is embrace what you are. Rodney Hobbs says, I have my kit on a display, war belt hanging, and various ARS? What? I like practical things on hand. Well, you know, the what would I say? If you do have the suit of a paladin, while I don't think chainmail plate armor, the whatever the undercloth armor is called, and the helm and all that crap looks awesome, looks sick. I don't think it's incredibly practical now, but I do have to say I think paladin knight armor, or at minimum chainmail, is probably going to be excellent during the zombie apocalypse. Like an entire, like the whatever they call the cloth armor. But imagine throwing on long sleeve cloth armor across your entire body, then having a full suit of chainmail. Plate mail is optional, and then having a sword. I think the main thing that you need is you need goggles, and so the blood doesn't get into your eyes or mouth, so you get infected through blood exposure through your eyes or mouth. But I think if you somehow incorporate goggles into medieval plate armor, I think medieval plate armor would actually be sick for a zombie apocalypse. So he's got that Asmongold build. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Amen, brother. And then do you guys feel it? Do you feel the interpersonal warmth? Do you feel like we're best friends now because we're more at the same angle? Instead of you guys looking slightly down at me, we're now on equal terms, you know? Maybe I need to put a little bit more gel in my hair. Maybe I need to work on my aesthetics a little bit more, so I'm a little bit more of a welcoming person. But do you feel it? Do you feel the connection? Cry spec for life. That's cool. That's cool. I think Cry is expensive as shit, right? Cry's pretty goddamn expensive, right? Morning nerds, eventful weekend. It was, Randy Chang. It was. I'm surprised conservative liberalism wasn't there for community night on Saturday, but that's okay. At least he has good memes to catch up on. No spoilers, conservative liberalism, but the title was Destiny is a see you next Tuesday, Food Shops is a P3DO, and Pisco is not a Nazi. And then we just did call-ins, and some of the call-ins were chill, but then some of the call-ins were Owlishness and Food Shops versus Doobie, with me half debating, half moderating, and it was absolutely like psychic cancer, but I'm happy that we got it out there. The Gambison Quaff. Interesting. My armor comes with a mags, with AR mags, a trauma kit, a knife, and pistol moffs. Okay, that's cool. Sounds like you invested. Randy Jenks is conserve. I miss community night as well, or I stopped listening during the early Food Shops bit. It was ruining my high. Yeah, that probably best to listen to that sober. Sun Patriarch says, it's like you're looking into my soul. I feel it, Mr. Krabs. Good. Good. I'm happy. You know, you and Grassroots have an intimate relationship. Now I've improved our intimacy as well. Excuse me. Conserve says, I was joking a bit. I expect you to talk about stuff. True. That Pisco versus North convo was kind of wild. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it. I think I saw Eden Undergrounds, who is a commentary YouTuber, but he has been throwing elbows in Twitch and YouTube politics, covering drama. He was covering food shops calling in on Saturday, but he also covered Pisco versus North. And I figured that would be an interesting one. By the way, does anybody have the link? So, all right. So here's a battle for, here's Prime Kai Reverie. We're going to be doing Prime Kai Reverie tonight. I guess I could just check it out, see if North posted it to his channel, or see if, do you guys know which day it was that North called in? I could at least scrub around. Damp. Why am I singing this? Why the fuck am I not just Googling North versus Pisco? Jesus. No, not this one. All right. North political streamer. No. Say what you want about Pisco's name being too close to piss, but, you know, he at least has something that's very easy to find in the search engine. It's going to be a call-in show, don't you think? Oh, no. Did he take it down? Well, that's not good. That was the content that I wanted to work on. Give me a second, kings and queens. I need to figure this out. Unless somebody has the link to it. I know Aiden does, but I don't think I have Aiden in DMs, and I don't even think he's awake this early because he stayed up so late. Pisco, do you have the link for your and North's debate about anti-Semitism and or your big debate you said was coming up, question mark? I might actually jump into his chat to see if I can get it going, because this is the content I want to cover. Should have done a little bit more prep, but you know me. You know me, I like to wing it. But if anybody has it in chat, please feel free to link it to me on Discord as well. Yeah, Food Shop's talking about her butthole was not expected. Yeah, kind of gross. not gonna lie, getting a play-by-play of Food Shop's intimate life was not my favorite. The main reason why I entertained that was because I figured I got strong control of the conversation, and if she's gross or if she memes too hard, I can just boot her from the call. And you know, I think we did balance a healthy amount between gross and productive in that combo. I think my belt cost over $400. Cry Blast belt with a few things on it. Yeah, that's crazy pants. Are you going to do a review of what we discussed over the weekend? Not really. Truth be told, I didn't really make a decision again besides just showing up and doing my content and letting shit fall where it falls. That's kind of my decision is to press forward and ignore your problems. That's my decision. It's emotional neglect. That's my decision. Rodney Hobbs says, oh, that's the one that I just read. Well, QC John says, the Jubilee with Tim Pool debaters actually made me like Tim Pool. We have to stop letting the DSA theater kids from getting clout. Ooh. Well, maybe we should do that while we're waiting for the content. Connor, now I'll never get the sax guy out of my head. My apologies. Second channel called Shitco. Piss and Shitco. Check Pisco's Twitch. Oh, his Twitch. Right. He leaves him up on Twitch. True. Good point. Twitch.tv/Pisco. I feel like it would have been from Thursday onward, right? Don't we think that's kind of when the anti-Semitism debate kind of kicked off? I feel like I heard about it before the weekend, though. So hold on. Let's go to Pisco Liddy's channel. Let's go to Pisco. Talking about Dems and DSA, running it back with Owlish. Debate with Republicans in reference to voting. Good morning with Pisco. Nice. Hold on. This is pretty funny. Let's go to videos. All videos, view all. Good morning, Pisco Nation. Late night disagreements. Was it a late night disagreement? I feel like it might have been a late night disagreement. Unfortunately, his camera looks very similar. I feel like it's going to be this one. All right, I'm gonna click around on this one real quick. All right, that third channel is vile. It's listed elsewhere in VODs or something. North is hard to find on search because he does pretty much zero original content. Try to find it to roast him better, but it's like conservative values. It doesn't exist. Wow. Okay, True Zealot. So don't catch up with community night while eating. Got you. Yeah. There's probably about 40 minutes there that is unlistenable while eating. Okay. Why do I not have volume? What am I doing wrong? Chat, can you help an old boomer out, please? And why is this not sharing the screen? What? What is happening? Okay. I knew that oh, okay, here we go. Okay, I set that up. Why is the volume not playing? Here's the volume button. Do I need to... I guess I'll restart it real quick. Oh, because I don't have speakers for this. No way. I swapped my... Okay. Sorry, hold on. I figured it out. I had a monitor, but the monitor was huge. So it was right here, and it was in the way of the camera as well. So I swapped it out for a cheap, shitty monitor, but the cheap, shitty monitor doesn't have speakers. So now I need to figure out, can I put it out through... Yeah, let's go. All right.
Into like passionate politics. Well, I just want to keep us on this track because you acknowledge that the outcomes are considerably worse for people when people like Trump win an election. I would argue.
Hold on, guys. I'm figuring it out.
Pretty broadly at the state level, we're seeing considerable movement from Republicans to just straight up discriminate against
people, and then you contrast that with blue states that are passing a slew of policies that are protecting trans people and establishing policies like sanctuary policies for parents of trans kids so they can go into California, get the care that they need and not be worried about any kind of like privacy issue or prosecution from their home state. And so to me, that acknowledgement is very simple, but it's also very profound and it's clarifying because you're just making the case too much stronger, in my opinion, to support the Democratic Party, to vote for the Democratic Party. And to be clear, I'm not saying
we're not pushing back hard enough, and the metric by which we know that is it's hard to deny. We share the vibe, but it's hard for me to like.
Yeah, and I could maybe find some polling that supports it. I don't right now.
I don't either.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna check this one real quick. This one's called Late Night Disagree Call-ins, and I feel
see, this is the kind of shit.
Like this is gonna be
what
where it's
happened to
at.
him? What? You just have to really be careful with that. So, yes.
Yeah. So
some sort of genuine protests of the conditions.
Definition entails the inability.
A break. I think you're smart as hell. I would love to hear of something. In other words, you find some
TSA candidates that he endorsed for the midterms. No, I'm just saying, like,
I feel like it comes back to Israel all the time.
that was sort of released about with bombastic hyperbole and be like, you know, kissing each other and flirting.
All right,
and being funny.
sorry for clicking around.
Policy. Okay, I believe in UBI, for example. I believe that every company that monetizes our data could be giving us a digital royalty, much like the.
Yeah, like, why is he just not addressing what Hutch just said there?
All right, sorry for clicking around and looking for the content. Oh, somebody, Conserve, found it. Thank you, Conserve. You're a good egg. Do 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 do.
Me your best interpretation of the statement, which is the implied statement, and where you're getting that from. But this just like total inability to engage and like answer a basic fucking question where I don't even have an opinion about it. It's the first time I'm fucking seeing a clip. Right? I don't even have an opinion about you. I'm just trying to the members.
Where at 258.11. All right, let's go. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping me out with the work. There we go. All right, cool. You guys ready? Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it, my parasocial love you, thank you for being here, etc., etc. And let's do it. Let's do it. Why don't I have a dono goal available? Do you guys see the capacity to dono? Do you see the super chat button? Just because I truly don't see a dono, like I can't set a goal for whatever reason. All right. Whatever. Who cares? Let's just do content. Oh. Do you guys feel like you can look into my soul? Do you feel like we're best friends now? Because I can stare right into your eyeballs. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. All right. Let's do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today, we're going to be checking in with a few friends. We got Pisco Liddy. He's a progressive. He's annoying. He hangs out with lefties too much of the time. We got North, former friend of the channel, but let's be real. He's a young guy. He's probably going to figure it out relatively quickly. And they're going to be beefing over whether or not Pisco is an anti-Semite. I'm going to give you a little bit of background before we get into it, though. Pisco, as a matter of fact, no. I'm going to keep my face up so you guys can stare into my beautiful eyeballs while we continue. So Pisco is autistic. I've known him for 6 years. He's just hardcore autistic. He's a pedant. Sometimes he misses the forest for the trees. Sometimes he wants to linearize arguments in ways that are actually quite annoying. But he's not a bigot. He doesn't wake up every single day and decide that he hates Jews. And so the charges from the DGG sphere seem silly as shit. Like truly, wildly silly to call him interpersonally bigoted against Jews. North is a conservative, or at least he's about the same level of conservative that I am in reference to having Republican values from about a decade ago, but hating the modern Republican Party and its current iterations. But he's aligned himself with the liberals in this case, Destiny and his crew, who want to vilify Pisco as an anti-Semite. So I think that where we need to split the difference is I am hostile to the liberals who are criticizing Pisco on a personal level, but not necessarily a political level. And we should evaluate their arguments to see if they have any merit that Pisco has interpersonal bigotry against Jews, or if he's being such an autistic pedant that he's forwarding ideas that are bigoted against Jews. So let's take a look at their little debate. Let's get it cracking. Hold on. Move. Microphone.
All right,
Channels
I'm
and-
going to disagreements.
All right, cool. North, go to the a voice channel. I'll drag you in.
Wanna be all by myself.
What up, North? What do you got?
North.
One moment.
Oh, it's a TV box guy. Yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah, you
Hey,
know
what's
him.
up, buddy?
You know him.
Hold on.
You driving? Driving and debating.
All right. I'm door dashing and debating. Actually, not
Oh.
all of us make a sustainable income off of just live streaming. Plus, my internet's been
Yeah.
dead for a
Well,
while.
Dude, the fucking internet. The internet. Finally, a kindred spirit. I'm stranded here. I'm awash in, 18th century living at the moment.
My apartment
God.
switched my ISP to I forget what this new ISP is, but it fucked over my my Ethernet connection to my computer, and I was only streaming at 200 bits. So I got an AT&T router that went through data, and that is now apparently it's overloaded on the tower. So I'll get
Oh my
like
God.
7K bits on the live stream, but it'll occasionally go down to like 300 every like 1 to 5 minutes.
That
It is a
sucks.
terrible, yeah, very terrible viewing experience. So
I also have AT&T, and like this morning I was not able to get on the internet. My wife was trying to do some work, and so the entire neighborhood contacted AT&T, and at first they're like, it's going to be 72 hours, and then we just bitch, and so they're like, okay, we'll get somebody out here, we'll have it done by 8, and then it was 6, and now I check my smart home app or whatever, it's like 11 o'clock. I'm like, fuck. So I hear you, man. The AT&T blues. That felt good. I felt good like bonding over that. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest because it's been.
yeah, they told me that it'll
what a
take
fucking
8
day.
months for them to repair the tower to upgrade it.
8
So that
months?
for the whole because it works. It just is not smooth. It's just over capacity on the tower. So
God.
what are you gonna do?
You guys
Dude,
want to
that
talk about, like
sucks.
printers and shit?
Look, man, you don't understand. You're living in a,
Oh my God, nobody cares about your internet problems. Let's go. Jesus Christ.
Bias
Yes.
of like, oh, I'm doing this explicitly because I hate Jews. Okay.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Do you think that Hassan Piker is like anti-Semitic?
I'm not convinced of that.
You're not convinced of that. Okay. Do you think that like Hassan Piker is, I guess, discriminatory against the vast majority of like the Jewish population?
What are you asking? On the basis of Judaism or on some other ground?
Like the Jewish population, as in like he would discriminate against like 90% of the Jewish population.
On the basis of what? Discrimination with respect
On
to
the
what?
basis of the support of Israel.
Yeah, so I don't take that to be discrimination of Jews, do you?
I would.
Why?
Well, if do you think that like him discriminating against
But no,
do you
can you
think him
answer that? Wait,
discriminating
so
against
so answer that, please. Answer that
okay,
question.
I
Why
would-
do
I
you
would
think the
consider it
discrimination
to
against
be
No,
discrimination
wait.
against Jews because you're specifically singling out like one particular ethnic group and saying that like the nation state that encompasses that ethnic group has like no right to exist when you would never apply that like standard to anyone else.
Wait
It's
a second.
discriminatory because
Whoa,
like the selection
pause.
bias is
So if I say that Israel as a state should not exist, is that an anti-Semitic view? Yes or no?
arguably yes, I would say so.
So you would okay. So then you would say that, in other words, criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic.
I think for the most part it is, and especially the way that Hassan uses his justification for his I guess you would call it like his hatred of the nation state of Israel. I would consider that anti-Semitic.
So when an internal Israeli Jew criticizes Israel, they're being anti-Semitic on your own view.
I'm sorry, did I say criticize Israel?
Well, or is it just the views that express that a desire that Israel not be a country? Is that the only view which is anti-Semitic in this theory?
Like the reason why it's anti-Semitic is because Hassan specifically considers criticisms that he has of Israel, and he did not apply those same criticisms to those other states, and thus we have to
indicates a bias, right?
That he has a bias towards that one.
So you agree
state.
with my? So,
Yes.
so you think that my definitions of anti-Semitism are fine? You're just trying to show proof of it, right?
Well, hold on. If he's showing bias against the nation state of Israel,
what is anti-Semitism? If you're not gonna bite that bullet, I'm asking you what anti-Semitism.
I ignore it. It is a discriminatory action or speech against Jews.
Action or speech against Jews because they're Jews?
It doesn't have to. It can include that, but doesn't necessarily have
Not
to
necessarily.
be that.
Okay, so then we'll ask that. So if you say Netanyahu's bad, is that speech against Jews?
Sorry, I was picking up my DoorDash order. Repeat the question.
So Netanyahu's a Jewish person, right? If you say Netanyahu should be out of power, is that speech against Jews?
No, but if the standards that he's applying for removing Netanyahu out of power is only selectively applied to a specifically like the Jewish head of state, then I would consider that like anti-Semitic. In the same way that his criticisms for the state of Israel are being selectively applied.
Stop with this
million. And thus it is like
we're focusing. Okay, you're trying to get as narrow as possible to avoid the gaping flaw in your conceptual analysis. That's why you're trying to get as specific as possible, and it's tiring. It's pathetic. So I'm not going to get confused by it. Let's go back to what you offered. You said a discriminatory action or speech against Jews.
So I'm going to be checking out news stories in the background and doing outlines for news stories for this afternoon while I'm listening to this, but I also want to do a little bit of transformative commentary real quick. This is where, like, in my opinion, if you're going to have this conversation, you need to come correct. Pisco is not the greatest debater that I've ever seen in my entire life. As a matter of fact, I feel like oftentimes he gets bogged down in the details. But if you're not willing to go down into the details, then oftentimes he's going to take the details and he's going to beat you with them like a rented mule. Okay? So, I think that anti-Semitism is hostility, bigotry, hatred towards the Jewish people. As we've been over before, not every single Jew supports a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. As a matter of fact, around 15% of the population doesn't. So my autism effectively says that a more apt term is anti-Zionist, okay? Hating people who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. And if I had to ask, if Hassan Piker was walking down the street and there was a Jewish person with Jewish curls down the side of his face and a kippah on the back of his head, and he was wearing like a business suit, is Hassan Piker going to interpersonally hate that person because of their Jewish faith? The answer is no. But if he found out that that person supported a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean that he believed was dispossessing Palestinians, is he going to hate that person? The answer is yes. Okay? So while and by the way, anti-Zionism could still be bad. That's one of the things that I think fails to be pointed out that Pisco and I had this conversation about. So the reason why the people who want to label Pisco and the leftists anti-Semites don't want the label to be discounted is because they still want to say that these people are bad, they're vile, they have bad politics, they suck, they should be dismissed. You could still argue that based off of an anti-Zionist label. Because, let's be real, not only do you hate 85% of the Jewish population if you're a rabid anti-Zionist, but then I would also say that you are ignoring the fact that the annihilation of the Jewish state would likely involve the death of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean. So, what do you want to do about it? What do you want to do? But in my opinion, DGG, North as a proxy of that critical sphere, all they're trying to do is they're trying to label Pisco and his proxies anti-Semites so they can dismiss them as bad people within the online political sphere. Back to the content while I look at why Hayden Panettiere died.
And it's not necessarily on the basis of their Judaism, right? That's what you
It can
said.
include that, but
It can, but not necessarily, right? So if I say Benjamin Netanyahu is the worst prime minister in Israeli history, he stinks, he's got to go, he should be indicted, and it's a shame that the Israeli people ever elected such a person. Why does that not fulfill the criteria?
Well, because if the standards that you are applying are, I guess you would call consistent with how you would apply it to the rest of the world, then it would not be
consistency. Consistency is not part of this definition. Where is consistency?
Well, yes, it is, because like if we're calling it like bias, right? Like
that's what I say.
Like
you didn't say
a white
bias.
supremacist who's discriminatory. Would we not argue that like a bias is a part of like discrimination?
So I think that bias is not necessarily. I actually think bias is probably a form of mental discrimination. Yeah, I would agree with that. But it's not. It's not necessarily so. And so I'm asking, why is it the case that a speech against Netanyahu, who is Jewish, would not be covered? Unless discriminatory is indexed to on the basis of a given trait, and that trait being them being Jewish, then I would agree that that's not. But then you rejected that.
That's why you can. That's why no. Hold on. I rejected that because you're applying the context in like a vacuum. Like let's say that
I'm not going to get distracted.
You have like a.
Don't try it. Don't try it. Discrimination with respect to what? Discrimination with respect to what? What's the trait?
With respect to their. The trait is them being Jewish, and the reason why we are analyzing it
because they're Jewish, right?
Of other things,
because so we're just on the concept
to determine whether is this based off of like hatred
I'm not
going to
get distracted.
Israel based
I'm
off
not going to get distracted,
stuff, or is it based off of just specifically because they're Jewish?
So just a pause real quick. Your notion of discrimination is exclusive to it being discrimination on the basis of their Judaism, correct? Exclusively.
The factor of the Jewishness is affecting the outward opinion in a biased manner. That is what makes it anti-Semitic.
I mean, that's crazy what you just said, but like, let's just deal with it. Is it or is it not?
Wait, hold on. Explain why it's crazy.
Because you're saying it somehow affects. It's based on the outcome of it. That's crazy, but when we can get to the effects test stuff, I mean, this is all.
Well, we're calling it about
crazy,
the outcome. What I mean is like when you. So the reason why we're calling this like the anti-Jewish bias is because if you were to have
Okay. Somebody, I think it's St. Patriarch, says, I love we're playing beat around the Hassan is anti-Semitic bush. Well, I mean, if you want to move it to that argument, we can. And I think that there's like calculations for why Hassan Piker would be an anti-Semite. As a matter of fact, do you guys want to map it real quick, just so we don't feel like we're just reiterating the same line of argumentation over and over again? I wouldn't mind doing that, and it's my show, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to show you my drawing real quick where I delineate anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism. So what I would say is, based off of this, if you hate all Jews, which includes 85% of Jews who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean and the 15% who do not support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean, I would call you an anti-Semite. And then I would say that if you hate all the people who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean, including the Christian Zionists, then I would say that you're an anti-Zionist, not an anti-Semite. But if you look at this little mind map right here, you can see that there's an 85% overlap between, somebody who would be an anti-Zionist and somebody who would be an anti-Semite. So what I would say, and by the way, this might apply to Kyle Kalinske as well. So if you guys have extra stuff, throw it out in chat. Why Kyle Kalinske? I'll do Hassan Piker first, I guess. Hassan Piker / Kyle Kalinske are not just anti-Zionist, but are also anti-Semitic. So I'll try to come up with the ones that I know off of the top of my head, okay? So I would say Hassan Piker using what is it, like pig dog incest memes about Jewish people. I would say that's pretty fucking racist. That wouldn't be an anti-Semitic. I don't think that would be tolerated in any other circumstance, right? Let's say that I was watching black crime videos, you know, like the body camera police videos or whatever, and then I said something that was objectively just like some of the most racist, fucked up tropes about black folk possible. And then when I was challenged on it, I was like, listen, I'm not referring to all black folk. I'm referring exclusively to the subcategory of black folk, you know? Then obviously people would still be calling me racist, right? Yeah, so somebody can say, Kyle has a maniacal focus on Israel as the root of international geopolitical evil. What was it? Kyle has trafficked in Jews control the media / world / conspire to control the United States narratives without establishing the evidence to support said narrative. So I just mean, what I mean here is the Epstein stuff, right? So Jeffrey Epstein, he 100% has sexual blackmail on Donald Trump. It's in the Epstein files. That's why Donald Trump is covering up the Epstein files, and Israel was able to compel Donald Trump into the Iranian war. It's like, yeah, maybe. It's also entirely possible that Donald Trump is a dipshit who has had like favorable relationships with Zionists and Israelis and Jews in general for the past few decades, and even his son-in-law is a Zionist Jew. That's another explanatory part of the narrative. So, what's another one? Pig dog incest memes about Jewish people. I would say both of these people would want to see the Israeli government dissolved and then a new state emerge, but they will not acknowledge or go over the fact that that necessarily will include the slaughter of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Jewish folk. I would also say Hassan Piker implying that the Jewish double murder, was it in Washington, D.C., was a false flag. And then he did this like double speak thing where he said like, I'm not saying it's a false flag, but if it was a false flag, this is how it would be done. Which, like, no offense, that to me is just like throwing schizo bait out to your audience, where if anybody outside of the community goes, oh, you implied that it was a false flag attack against these two random Jewish people that got murdered, they could be like, no, that's not what I said. I said that I didn't think it was a false flag, but if it was a false flag, that's how you would do it. Meanwhile, you're throwing like schizo bait to your fucking audience. But what else do you guys have? Because this is where, you know, I played as a joke the Ryan Gosling clip from some like Nazi interview, some Nazi TV show or movie, I guess, where he's talking about like how Jews are like subversive in sexual culture by encouraging women to be into receiving and giving fellatio, and how good white Christian men only use their penises, and like that. It was like a crazy, bigoted, ethno-religious rant, right? But that's not the kind of hatred that I think that Hassan Piker and Kyle Kulinski have. I think they're dominantly anti-Zionist, and then you pepper in a little anti-Semitism for flavor, right? But once again, I think the reason why everybody's having such a problem with Pisco is because you need to linearize your argument, you need to define your terms clearly, and then once you have your terms, like, I think that, sorry, I know that I'm yapping at this point, but I think that if you showed Pisco this evidence and you said, hey, do you think that this is anti-Semitic? Then he would be like, yeah, I think some of these things are anti-Semitic, but you have to establish why it's like specifically vile anti-Jew hatred and not just anti-Zionist hatred first. Yeah. Timberlots is supporting Hamas, or both of them, at least Hassan. Yeah, I would say tepid support for Hezbollah and Hamas, terrorist organizations that explicitly call for the slaughter of Jewish people in the Eastern Mediterranean, but also internationally, especially if they support the Jewish state. I happen to think killing Jews is kind of anti-Semitic. I know that's a hot take, but I do think that I think I brought up the autistic example of if a Hamas fighter would be different, but if a Palestinian killed a Jew, it wouldn't necessarily be because of anti-Semitism. It could be because of anti-Zionism. They don't like Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean. But I'm not going to begrudge any Jewish person who sees a Palestinian person stabbing a Jewish person to death, and they go, yeah, that's kind of anti-Semitic. Like, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna be like, whoa. Hold on a second. This guy stabbing this Jewish person, they could be an anti-Zionist. They might not be an anti-Semite. Which, funnily enough, I think because of Pisco's autistic energy, if you wanted to levy a criticism at Pisco, that's the criticism that I would leverage at Pisco, is effectively like, he sees, let's say somebody like walks up to the couple outside of DC that got murdered, and they guns them down, and they're like, that was for Palestine, fuck the Jews. And then Pisco's like standing there after like two people have been murdered, and he's like, all right, guys, let's not rush to conclusions. This person might not be an anti-Semite. They might actually be an anti-Zionist. And I think that's the, for anybody who is friendly with Jewish folk, for anybody who supports the Israeli state, I understand why this entire conversation would be fucking annoying as shit. So, anyways, does anybody have any other memes? Let me take a look at chat real quick. Grassroots says, Pisco would not make this argument in defense of Ethan Ralph or defend his own shitty rationale in this defense. This is about protecting who he sees as a political ally. So, okay, I'm more warm to that argumentation that, let's say, I'm trying to think of something that is in terms of service. But let's say that I did say something like incredibly rude, abrasive, and gross about black people. And then Pisco like runs in from the sidelines because I'm being accused of being racist. And then he's like, whoa, guys, Connor might not be saying that about black people. He's saying it about this subcategory of black people. Let's not jump to conclusions. That would be, I cannot imagine Pisco doing that. So I'm actually receptive to that line of argumentation. Conserve says, I've actually seen Hassan level the inbred thing at white people and others too. It feels like a thoughtless go-to. Yeah, for sure. But I think like when your thoughtless go-to particularly hits home because of tropes about said ethno-religious tribe, I think you can still call that bigoted. OJ Simpson, if I did it bait. True. It is schizo bait. It's like a slightly more responsible sounding Alex Jones. True. APAC for both of them. I guess what I could say is insisting that APAC has monomaniacal control of the United States government. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. People are upset with Pisco because he has weaponized autism and won't let people obfuscate. God bless him. True. True. TextPat says tepid, full-throated support. Well, the reason why I put tepid instead of full-throated is because when Hassan Piker says that he understands the fight of Hamas, he could be saying like, oh yeah, I love it when they slaughter Jewish civilians. But instead he's like, listen, I don't like it when they slaughter Jewish civilians, but I understand it from a geopolitical analyst lens. So that's not really full-throated, right? All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Looks like I don't see any other examples. So I'm okay with this. But once again, Pisco has autism. So you need to linearize your arguments. Why Hassan and Kyle may be anti-Semitic. All right. You guys okay? Have I done sufficient aftercare? Do you guys feel like I myself am not sweeping for Pisco and therefore sweeping? Pisco is arguably, through his autism, sweeping for far-left, anti-Zionist, anti-Semites. And then I'm sweeping for Pisco because I'm defending the fact that he has autism. Have I done sufficient aftercare with my chat that you guys now realize that I'm not sweeping for Pisco's autism to sweep for leftist anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? I'm sweeping for Pisco because I think he's an autist and not a bigot. Are we good now? All right, cool. Cool beans. Cool beans.
If you had a Jewish politician and a non-Jewish politician,
North, I'm not,
and
North,
you were applied the same standard,
you're not.
For some reason,
this is a failure on your part. Why we raise something? So I just want to be clear. Why we're raising something isn't at issue. Why is not the issue here. The question is what anti-Semitism is, not why it is. Right? You get me? We're talking about what it is. Okay. And you said that it was a discriminatory action or speech against Jews. And I asked whether discrimination in that context was indexed specifically to being discrimination with respect to their Judaism and exclusively their Judaism. And I'm asking you whether that's the case.
It is not. It is not exclusive to it.
So what is a form of discrimination that isn't related to Jewishness that it would be encompassed here? I'll give an example. For example, pro-Israel. Discrimination against Israel, would that be included here?
It can be, yeah.
So I'll give you the examples.
A person can, okay, hold on. Do you think that someone can have not have Jews in mind, but still be discriminatory towards the whole Jewish population? That's the contention that we're having here.
I'm not going to get
example of that
I'm not
would
gonna
probably
get distracted.
be oh my gosh, I hate all Israelis and all.
I'm not going to get distracted, right? So we're not. So we can get into what we would constitute as evidence against people who are discriminating against Jews on the basis of their Judaism. But we're asking what this discrimination concept is including. Does it include or does it not include anti-Israel bias?
You keep
we can't apply. I will not allow you. I will not allow you to attempt to apply a term like anti-Semitism before we understand what the fuck you're talking about. I will not allow it. I will not allow it.
Do you think that a way to determine a bias that is
we need to know what bias it is. So I will not let you do it.
And applying it to either a Jewish or
non-Jewish
politician. I will
not let you do it until.
And then.
So what kind of discrimination does your definition account for? Is it anything more than anti-Jewish bias or discrimination?
I hate to interrupt, but is there a way? Because I know this is going to go on forever, and this has nothing to do with me, and I frankly don't care. Is there a way that we can put a pin in this? Because I don't want you guys to stop having this conversation, and you can ask whatever it is you had for me or me and Pisco that was joint, and then I'll leave, and then you.
Wow. Pondering politics, Josiah. Rabid anti-Semite, not wanting to participate in the conversation. I do think it's funny. Like, I know it's just like a side beam, but looking at Josiah, seeing two people fighting about one of the most important, like, geopolitical issues of the day, and he's like, listen, I'm not getting into this whole Israel-Palestine business. I feel like that's pulling punches, but whatever. Now, how are you not a mod on your own stream? Because I think it's funnier. I think it's funnier. I think that since I've been beefing with my own community, and there's still people who are mods in this chat, they could ban me right now. They like literally like grassroots hegemon. You know, we've been fighting for the soul of the cog for, you know, a few months now. Arguably, if he doesn't like what I'm doing right now, since I'm typing in chat under my other YouTube name, if he felt so tempted to shitpost, he could actually ban my other profile. Which I'm, you know, the fact that his mouse could be hovering over the button right now is actually quite funny to me.
You guys can continue to litigate this.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sorry, I apologize. I just like I'm trying to hang in there, but like I know you guys are very
sort of like leads into like my other questions.
Sure.
I guess where do you think that Hassan Piker is in the coalition, Josiah?
I'm not entirely sure I consider him part of the coalition. I'm not exactly like married to that idea. I mean, he's certainly more part of the coalition than he's been in previous election cycles because he's trying to get Democrats elected, at least in the primary race. And now he's publicly stating he's going to get behind like David Crowley in Wisconsin and Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan and whatever. So to the extent that Hassan Piker's ever been part of the coalition, I think he's more part of the coalition now than he's ever been. But like you know, if you were to ask me about somebody like Mike from PA, I would say he's not part of my coalition because like he's not a guy who just gets behind Democrats when they win elections, and that's basically my general dividing line.
Since it seems like you generally feel that Hassan Piker is not part of the coalition, although you acknowledge that like he's getting more and more in support of the Democratic Party, do you think that it is worth like making content against him or like I guess condemning politicians who like who work with him, or what is your like position on that?
No, because if I were to condemn politicians who work with him, I'd have to condemn one of the politicians that I endorsed in the primary, which is Abdul El-Sayed, and he's won the general, or excuse me, he's won the.
In a post? What about in a primary setting, like Abdul El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens? Did you endorse?
Yes, I endorsed
Abdul El-Sayed in the primary.
Yes.
Okay, so like, why would you endorse Abdul in the primary? When there is an alternative candidate available, like we aren't running against a Republican yet, and he has not only just like not condemned Hassan Piker, but he is like actively campaigned with and supported Hassan Piker.
Because Abdul El-Sayed is somebody that I favor on certain policies more than Haley Stevens, like particularly court reform. I'm not convinced. Number one, I don't think she endorsed Supreme Court expansion the way that Abdul El-Sayed did, number one. And number two, I'm not convinced, given her more moderate instincts, that she would use her position as the senator from Michigan to like make the case for it. Like
Real Serious is walking shoes for elderly people with poor balance. Your targeted ads are calling you out, Connor. Hey, it happens to the best of us, all right? Now, somebody does say that I have a feeling that Josiah isn't going to be calling anything out in a year. And I do think that that is the strongest ask that the center-left liberals who hate leftists could ask for, is what are the rules of engagement for fighting leftists? Because during the primary season, oftentimes, I would say the better faith progressives who just want the leftists to be a part of the tent, but they don't necessarily want them to take over. They don't care if you criticize leftists during the primary because, you know, you're in a fight between the moderates and the leftists. I do think that they are going to be more upset, though, if you continue that energy over to the general. So my question to you, because I'm actually with, believe it or not, I am more aligned with North and Destiny's prescription that you just don't vote for leftists at all, ever. But that's because I'm a center-right guy. I don't want socialists to become a prominent part of American political discourse, even if they do against my will. So, my prescription is going to be different than a progressive who doesn't view the leftists as that big of a political threat and as potentially useful to yank the Overton window leftward. That way they can, implement some lefty policy. Like, we might not get Medicare for all, but if leftists are fighting for Medicare for all, both in the Congress and in the Senate and in this and in that, then you might get like a public option or something as like a centrist compromise. If you're talking about what's another thing that leftists care about? The leftists are saying like abolish ICE or some shit. And so you might not abolish ICE, but maybe because they're yanking on the Overton window so hard, you would have like an oversight bill that would pass in Congress in order to reel in the excesses of Immigrations and Custom Enforcement Agency. You know what I'm saying? So that's their argument. No, I'm never going to check the box on a leftist. I've just decided in my brain, fuck you. I don't care about the utilitarian arguments. That would be like me asking you to vote for a Democratic fascist in order to balance out lefties in the American political zeitgeist. It's just not going to happen. So that's my question to the chat right now is what are the lines for you, and what are the rules of engagement for center left liberals who hate leftists? When can they vociferously criticize leftists, and when is it best to shut the fuck up so you can get an electoral win? So I wouldn't vote for anyone left of AOC. And see, that's kind of crazy to me because I think AOC is pretty far left, but, whatever. We all got our lines. B for Brian says you're a fascist. Well, I'm a political corporatist, but I'm not a flexible authoritarian. So, pondering starts with winning against Republicans. It's not complicated. Right, but what does that mean? So, for instance, you can think that Wick TV's argumentation sucks, but Wick's argument is, we need to strangle leftists in the crib right now, or else they're going to damage the party, and then we're going to start losing against Republicans because of a perceived extremity within the Democratic Party. You can think that argumentation sucks, but that is still an argument, right? Conserve says, I'd only vote for a socialist if it meant divided government versus handing unchecked power to the right-wing populism. Never go full Demsoc. Nice. Abolishing ICE was voted onto the main party platform recently, I think, for Dems. Interesting. B for Brian says, Connor doesn't care about January 6th like the wokies, I hope. I do care about it. I am a wokie for January 6th. I do think that Donald Trump tried to overthrow the Democratic Republic of the United States, and he's a see you next Tuesday, and he should be barred from power. So. Okay. All right. Looks like we're still battling out some rules of engagement in chat real quick. I feel like I need to figure out how to log out of my chat and log back in, because right now I need to, return to studio. Because right now I'm like stuck between, oh, here we go. I think I fixed it. Excellent. All right, I fixed it.
The sense I have.
Oh, quick show. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And let me thank the person who donated earlier in the stream. I think it's True Zealot. True Zealot for the 5 says, Connor baiting for super chats by not seeing the donation button. True. I'm going to not see the donation button again, okay? Guys, I don't, True Zealot is the only person who has donated so far. I think that the donation button is broken. Do you think you guys could super chat or gift memberships? That way we could see if it's broken or not?
Of Abdul El-Sayed is that he would be much more aggressive in leveraging the power that he has as a member of the United States Senate to push for the changes that I think are a necessary first step to preventing kind of a dark age of Republican rule and potentially one-party rule at the federal level, depending on how the census goes.
And just
also,
to clarify, sorry, you
yeah.
go and then
No, go ahead.
Oh no, just to clarify, do you consider Hassan Piker to be like a terrorist supporter?
I think he expressed support for the Houthis in Yemen. That's what I've heard, but I've not seen the clips. So based on what I've heard from people in the space, yes, he has expressed at least sympathy, if not outright support.
True. So it says, I guess I'll fucking do it again. Bruh, chill out. I'm trying to bait other people. Fashion 40 with the 5, still broken. Okay, all right. Thank you. What was I thinking though? All right, I'm gonna call bullshit on Pisco real quick, or not? Excuse me, on Josiah real quick. Okay, this is weaponized ignorance, but I'm gonna say it more politely than Steven. You know how Steven goes, "Oh, Josiah's a leftist cocksucker, and he's just sweeping for these people because he's a piece of shit and he's looking in the other direction. What a twat." Instead of saying that, I'm gonna say Josiah's a nice guy. Josiah's a good guy. He wants Big Tent electoral politics. This feels like weaponized ignorance and a lie of omission. Okay? If Josiah wanted to know how extreme and unpalatable Hassan Piker was, he could. He just doesn't want to. Because then you would have to contend with the fact that despite Hassan Piker being wildly popular online, what he's actually said is that Hezbollah has his favorite flag. Hamas is a more moral actor than the Israeli Defense Forces. And that he 10 toes down supports the Houthi Red Sea crisis. Yeah, weaponized pragmatism. Indeed. I think that's an apt description. So, if he wanted to have a friendly sparring debate so we could maintain the relationship and I could say that he is weaponizing his ignorance in order to maintain the coalition, then we could do that. But I'm not going to call him a fucking piece of shit for not going out of his way to research Hassan Piker's vile comments. Diminished Dark Knight with the 20. Thank you, King. I love you, bro. Platonic kisses. Well, thank you. In a different gay life, Diminished Dark Knight. In a different gay life, maybe we could have been something. Unfortunately, God has made me interested exclusively in women, so my apologies. All right, moving on. How do you like the new angle? How do you like the new angle, Diminished Dark Knight? Do you feel like we're more peers? Do you feel like we can look into each other's eyes platonically better with the new camera angle? Let me know.
Or for terrorist groups.
Do you think that let's say you accept the premise that Hassan Piker supported Hamas, supported Hezbollah, supported the Houthis, supported terrorist attacks in the UK against jets that were being sent to Ukraine. Assuming you accept all of this as fact, do you think that might outweigh the and letting that be a part of a tolerated part of the Democratic Party? Do you think that might outweigh the Abdul El-Sayed support for reform?
No.
What would be your standard for or is
there's
there
probably no one that Abdul El-Sayed could have a conversation with or a friendly conversation with or appear at a campaign event that would make me not support them in a primary if he supported court reform and the other person did not. I would have to really think about it. There's not off the top of my head.
If
There's
we had
not
Yee and we had Nick Fuentes. What was his name? The music. Yay. Sorry. Fuck me.
Mm-hmm.
You tell I don't listen to his shit. If you had Ye and you had Kanye West and you had Nick Fuentes on, and they're doing Heil Hitler things, and they're being, let's say, they're campaigning with Abdul El-Sayed, and Abdul El-Sayed supports those people.
Are you farming?
With that,
it would if a person that a candidate was campaigning with was actively promoting or supporting terrorism on stage with that person, and the candidate was also supporting their support of terrorism, like if they were all, hailing Hitler together and doing a Nazi salute, then yeah, that would probably motivate me to not support that person.
But not in the past.
Sorry?
But not if they did that action in the past and they were more mask on stage.
The candidate or the person the candidate is speaking
the person
with?
the candidate is like
The surrogate.
The candidate is not going to condemn that action, and the people on stage will not refute their previous actions. They will say like, yeah, I did that, so what?
So in your hypothetical,
Because sorry, the reason why I ask this question is because in your hypothetical world they would have to specifically do it on stage. And I'm just wondering if
in order for me to not,
they only did it in the past.
In order for me to not support a candidate who, like, there's some things that would cause me to not support a candidate in the primary who supports court reform. Like, if, for example, if I genuinely believed that they would lose a general election, like they didn't have a snowball's chance in hell, then I would probably not support them in the primary, because I would not want to set them up to lose in the general. Now, if they were competitive in the general, and they supported court expansion, then I would have their back. Now, as far as like reputational consequences and people that they campaigned with, it would have to be, in order for me to reconsider my support for a person who supports court reform, who's competitive in the general, the surrogate that they're campaigning with would have to be actively supporting terrorism in their presence. And this person would have to co-sign it or excuse it.
See, and I feel like this is autism. I don't feel like we would ever accept this on the right wing. Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. I think the right wing would 100% do this, but I don't think that the people who are critical of the extremity of the right wing would accept this line of argumentation. Let's say Nick Fuentes was invited by J.D. Vance to stand with him on stage during like a primary or during a general election event. And then the excuse that I had, let's say that I was like a right-wing shill. And I was like, well, did Nick Fuentes ever endorse anti-Semitism or Holocaust denial or Christian nationalism or white nationalism in the presence of said candidate? Did said candidate ever endorse the extremist positions of Nick Fuentes? Well, as long as they don't do it, they don't endorse it in person and they don't acknowledge it in person, then I'm going to go ahead and accept this relationship. We would never be like, oh, okay, that's fine. We would never do that. We would never do that. So that is like fucking absolutely silly pants to me. And I do understand why, if you view the leftists as vile as I do, why you would be pissed. Weirdly enough, Pisco and Josiah are doing a really good job of justifying DGG's perspective in this conversation. I was ready to come in. I wanted to sweep for my friends. I wanted to be like, obviously Pisco isn't an interpersonal bigot. Obviously Josiah is not a, lefty cocksleeve or whatever. But I could understand how, if you weren't interested in maintaining relationships with people that you actually viewed as friends, how you might go a little scorched earth on what Josiah just said. Now, Doobie says, I'm going to call bullshit on Josiah because the Houthis did the right thing. God damn it, Doobie, you ruined the stream with your fucking commie, lefty, terrorist fucking sweeping, okay? I can no longer be happy because you donated supporting lefty, commie, pro-terrorist bullshit in my chat. Fuck you. But thank you for the $10.
That would be the only thing that would prompt me to reconsider.
I'm just confused on like why in their presence is like the qualifier here, or the thing that like
because that would be the only way I would know that the candidate in question knows that the surrogate supports terrorism.
Well, like if someone was to go up to Abdul Al-Sayed and said, Hassan Piker said that like he hopes that all the capitalists their blood runs red down the streets, and we got to kill
And
all
if
those
Abdul Al
motherfuckers.
Sayed said
And
hell yeah, if Abdul Al Sayed said hell yeah, that sounds based, man, then I would probably reconsider my support for Abdul Al Sayed. Now, if what he said instead, which is what I expect he would say based on other things he said when confronted with Hassan's statements, if he said something to the effect of I reject that statement, I find that reprehensible, then no, that wouldn't bother me.
Now, as I understand it, he has not actively condemned those things. He has.
Has he been confronted?
I wouldn't. Yes, he has been confronted about Hassan Piker and his support for Hassan Piker's support for him, and him allowing Hassan Piker to campaign with him.
No, I understand that. I understand
I believe the it wasn't exactly a full-throated support, but it wasn't exactly oh yeah, this was
so I've seen
full denial either.
So I've seen Abdul Al Sayed get confronted with examples of some of Hassan's statements, like again, the one that's going viral is, of course, America deserved 9/11. And I've seen Abdul Al Sayed categorically condemn that. So that is sufficient for me. So you would have to show me an instance of where they say, hey, did you know Abdul Al Sayed expressed support for this particular terrorist group? And then Abdul Al Sayed would have to give a really bad answer to that question for me to reconsider my support for Abdul Al Sayed. And quite frankly, now that we're in the general, it still wouldn't change anything, because I would rather have Abdul Al Sayed in the Senate as opposed to Mike Rogers.
Okay.
Somebody asks in chat, what is the fancy word for somebody who loves Jews again? The fancy word for somebody who loves Jews, in my opinion, is philo-Semite, Philo. Philo means love, Semite, of course, meaning Jew. And then I view that word as the antithesis of anti-Semite. That's how I use it. And I would say I'm a tepid Philo-Semite. I've known many good Jews in my life. I am sympathetic to their historical position. I think that if I was born as a Jewish person, I would probably be a Zionist, but of course, I would also be I would be frustrated with the current state of affairs, right? The current state of affairs with Israel. It's like, no, we need to draw firm borders. We need some kind of justice and dignity for the Palestinian people. We need some kind of state that isn't viewed as being aggressive in the Eastern Mediterranean. We need firm borders, and we need to call it a day. It's called being a good little goyim. That's me. I'm a good little goyim. Some people have called me a golem, a character who a Jewish rabbi has animated out of clay in order to defend the Jewish community during times of crisis. Doobie for 10 says, I wish they'd stick to honest critiques of Comrade Piker. They don't need to pretend his jokes were totally serious to find something to be upset about. The landlord thing was clearly a joke. For sure. But if you had to... This is where I think that rings flat for me, though. Because if you say, the streets should run red with the blood of the capitalist landlords, and then his mom is literally a commercial landlord, I don't think that Hassan Piker actually wants to run around with a butcher's knife, cutting people's throats. But weirdly enough, by simping for Mao Zedong, by simping for China, by simping for the Soviet Union in the 20th century, he is simping for people who unironically did that. So why am I not allowed to take that on face value? The only reason why I think he's joking, quote unquote, is because he's not capable of doing it. But if he was capable of actually having his lame Marxist-Leninist revolution in the United States that reset the stage and forced America to become a socialist country that in turn forced the rest of the globe to become socialist, if he could Thanos snap that shit into reality, he would. So I can say it's hyperbole, but why can't we also acknowledge that this points to a deeper motivation? So... anyways,
let me see if I have any more things lined up on my list.
Sure.
I guess everything else was really just for Pisco. So, do you have any questions for me?
No. You're the
Oh wait, hold
Republican
on,
guy,
hold on.
right?
I'm getting a DM by a particular individual.
I guess that you're not a Republican anymore, right, North? You're a Democrat now.
I am still a registered Republican. I am.
That's not what I fucking
really,
asked.
I will be supporting the Democratic Party in the 2026 and 2028 elections. With the context that like I know now. You know, things could change. Like if the Democratic Party went like full tits up, then who knows at that rate?
Sure, me too.
Pisco, what about you? What about anything I said? Do you take issue with it, or do you have a different answer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. My eyes kind of glazed over, but it sounded like those are the calculations I'd make. I mean, like, fuck Mike Rogers.
Yeah, especially in the general. Like, there's no Republican I would vote for out of the current batch of Democratic candidates.
Yeah,
I think I would vote for Lisa Murkowski.
Somebody responds, well, think about how that applies to you. You simp for Western imperialism. So does that mean that you support or you're responsible for and or support everything that Western imperialism has done? Yes and no. But I think that we should be specific about it, and we should also, you know, kind of call out the it's bad, what do you want me to say energy when it comes to certain topics. So for instance, like I think that the Indonesian politicide is actually quite vile. So the Indonesian politicide slaughtered 1 million suspected communist and communist sympathizers. With that high of a casualty total, there's no way that they didn't have a rabid witch hunt style mass slaughter of random civilians who may have been lefty sympathetic, but themselves were not like rabid communists or socialists, and probably not revolutionaries. And so when I say it's bad, what do you want me to say? I'm not going to start sweeping for the Indonesian politicide. Whereas I think that if we started talking about the Great Leap Forward or the mass starvation that ensued, or if we started talking about the Holodomor, or if we started talking about the Cultural Revolution, Comrade Piker would have all sorts of excuses for why these things were necessary based off of the historical material conditions and context of the time. So, you know, no offense, but I think we're built different.
But
over who?
Over who? She's not up, but over who?
My audio switched over. Hello?
It's worse.
Yeah, we hear you. You're a bit far away.
Yeah, hold on. There we are. Does that fix it for everything? Hello?
It was
Hold on. Take a look at the AI image that this generated. So, funnily enough, so I wanted Destiny faced off against Pisco, but this looks like Tim Pool. This doesn't look like Pisco at all. So, like, very unfortunate. This is the thumbnail that I wanted to make for covering the accusations of Pisco Liddy's anti-Semitism. But I don't think they did a very good. They did a great job with Steven. They did a terrible job with Pisco. Unfortunate.
way better before.
Yeah,
you sound a bit distant, North.
Every time I turn on my car, whenever I deliver a DoorDash, it switches.
Yeah, just go back to your phone.
Up.
Yeah, there you go.
Now you sound better. Now you sound good. You sound like you switched back.
Wait, hold on. So with Abdul Al-Sayed said, quote, "That's dumb," in response to the 9/11 comment. Do you think that's like a sufficient response?
Dude, stop virtue signaling. What you want to be like?
I think he said that's dumb. Of course, I don't agree with it. We would need to see the full context or the full statement. I don't think he said just that's dumb. And I think he's been questioned about this multiple times. So I think he's given multiple iterations of that answer. But that's dumb, yes, is obviously not an endorsement. It's a condemnation of the statement. If I say you're dumb, I'm not endorsing you. I'm probably condemning you.
Like, I mean, ideally, I would want if a politician was asked a question
of course.
like this supporter of yours who you campaigned with.
Yeah, but you
said
didn't
that,
ask me. But you
like,
didn't ask me if it was the ideal response. You didn't ask me if that's dumb is ideal or even
Like,
optimal.
it's
Certainly
well, we're
not.
talking if it's like unideal, then like I guess it would lower your opinion of him, which I guess it was. It's just not to the point where you would
marginally.
Yeah,
have not,
yeah.
not
I
supported
can't.
him.
Yeah, I really
during
can't
the
stress it
primary.
enough. I'm trying to engage with the hypothetical, assuming it's like in good faith as much as I possibly can. But given the existential threat we face, I can't imagine a set of practical circumstances that would prompt me to withdraw my support for a Democratic candidate, particularly in the general, over Republican, especially if they endorse court reform. Now, in the primary, again, I'm still inclined to support a candidate who supports aggressive systemic change like court reform, DC statehood, state stuff like that. And the only thing that would immediately prompt me to reconsider that is if I thought that they were going to, because we've seen these ABC polls, right, where they may do well in the primary, but they're going to get shellacked by 50 points or whatever in the general. Then I might go, damn, I wish you were more electable, but just keeping a Republican out of the seat is even more important than having a Democrat in the seat who embraces my support of court reform. And as far as like a moral consideration, again, you would have to show that they support the reprehensible views of the surrogate in question to make me even consider withdrawing my support. A suboptimal or unideal condemnation in the face of terrible things that the surrogate has said, it would not be enough.
Am I remembering correctly that like Haley Stevens had better polling against Mike Rogers than Abdul El Sayed?
It was like
She
marginal. It
did.
was like 2 or 3 points. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. If Abdul
And to be
loses this
clear,
election,
if the polling was, and if there was strong evidence that
7, 8,
Abdul
9.
stands no chance or stood no chance in a general election, and the only viable path, like, kind of the Doctor Strange thing in Avengers Endgame, like the only viable path in the, preponderance of evidence and all the timelines in the multiverse is for Haley Stevens to win, then
We would endorse her. in
that
November.
probably would have caused me to support Haley Stevens.
If it was a
because keeping
significantly big poll lead, more than
Yeah.
it was, I would have endorsed Stevens, even though she would be unideal.
Yeah.
if Abdul El Sayed loses, would this make you like rethink any of like your priors?
I mean, certainly it would make me think, okay, well, we have to take even more seriously like the polling gap between candidates in a primary in a swing state election. But again, as Pisco said and others said, it wasn't like a 10-point blowout. It's not like a 15-point blowout. It would just say, okay, well, the 3, 4, 5 points in some of the polls, that's going to be more impactful the next time around. But as a general heuristic, again, I'm balancing two things: the necessary reforms that I think a candidate needs to embrace in order for the Democratic Party to, win sustained power in the future, versus their ability or their likelihood of winning a general election in the first place. Like, I'm not such an ideologue that I'm going to back an unlikely candidate in a primary simply on preference. I mean, I suppose I would if I felt that the seat was not necessary. Then maybe I would be willing to back a preferred primary candidate who's less optimal in the general. But Michigan is not something we can afford to lose. So if El Sayed loses, it could seriously cause me to reconsider my priors, but it also depends on why he loses. So like if the Democratic coalition comes together and we unite as a caucus, and we get.
Okay, this is not what I wanted. It's not quite there yet. But I do think this picture is funny as shit. No, come on, zoom in. This is like, I don't know why it's a Polish uniform and a Polish or whatever, but the Pisco one they nailed. Look at this. It's literally Pisco in a German uniform with an MP40. It's close. It's not quite what I want. Hold on. I'll try again. Can you put the streamer Pisco Liddy in a German World War II uniform facing off against the streamer Destiny in an American World War II uniform? Oh my god. Okay, sorry. My bad.
Give it our full best effort. And for whatever reason, in this political environment, which should be pretty favorable to Dr. El Sayed, if he fails to prevail, then I think it should be a come to Jesus meeting, not just for people who endorsed him in the primary, but for leftists writ large. Like, hey, we ran your fucking experiment, right? We ran, you know, we did the opposite of what Laksha Jain and others recommended, and we went with a more progressive preferred candidate over the moderate. And the Near Tandons of the world were correct. And so, if you want to push for a more progressive candidate in a safe blue district or a safe blue state, that's fine. But in swing states, we're going to vote for moderates, and you just need to make your fucking peace with it.
I have a question for you, North, before Josiah leaves. Who would you vote
North,
for?
does that make sense? Wait a minute, before you ask your question, does that make sense, North?
I would have like one more question.
Well, just ask it to me, and then you can throw it back to Pisco.
Yeah. It's adding on to the like reassessing your priors. Would you make content like condemning progressives for further pushing like progressive candidates in swing states if Abdul loses, or would you like continue on the same? Like,
it would make it more likely that I do so if I believe that this is indicative. If basically, if I am convinced based on the results of the election, if Abdul al-Sayed loses, we would need to see the extent to which he lost. We would need to see the exit polling. We would need to examine the data. And if basically at the end of the day, what it comes down to is progressive candidates just simply can't win in swing state elections, then yes, I would be much more inclined to make content saying, hey, listen, those of you when we always said that, you know, just vote your heart in the primary or whatever it is, vote your preference in the primary, come together in the general. Well, again, leftists, progressives, whatever, we ran this experiment. We got behind our guy. We were in lockstep as an army together, the DNC, the money, the influencers, the endorsements, and it wasn't enough to get us over the finish line. And keeping these seats, these swing seats and swing districts out of Republican hands is more important than putting progressives in them. And so, yes, I would call that out.
Okay, sweet. All right.
But again, North, I want to be clear. I want to be clear.
Oh,
hang on, North, I want to be clear. The fact that if El Sayed loses, that is not enough. So if he loses, which he may very well be, I don't want you and other losers in my mentions go, aha, you lost. Where's my fucking video? Because the answer is going to be, it depends on how much he lost by, why he lost, and all the facts leading up to
how about
it.
this? If he loses, how about we agree verbally to schedule some sort of like post autopsy stream, and we can go over it together.
Maybe we should do that if he wins too, and I'll gloat and you'll all bend the knee. How about that?
You know what? I'm willing to. I'll be willing to take that bet.
All right, go ahead. You can ask Pisco your question.
Well, I had a question for you, North.
What's up?
Who are you voting for? Hamas Piker or Jefferson Davis from the Confederacy?
Hamas Piker or Jefferson Davis?
Yeah.
It would depend.
Really?
Yeah, it would depend.
All right. Is there anything else that we have to cover with Josiah?
Not that I can think of. No, I'm sure I could like think of other questions, but like combination of like the things I already have prepared for you, Pisco, and like me DoorDashing it, I just can't think of anything right now. So.
Word. Hey.
Well, this was fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, we got to do this again sometime.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, listen, Pisco, I just got to say, I'm still to rub one off on that. I'm so funny.
Yeah,
Did you appreciate that clip? I thought you were pissed off. Did you appreciate that clip?
Oh,
that I sent in the group chat? Yeah.
Of the guy?
Of you.
Oh, no, I wasn't mad. Don't worry.
Okay, just making sure because that was so funny to me. Just I don't know. I appreciate that. But anyway,
like that. And we like your
listen.
stances.
Yeah, I know. No more because I have an editor now. Such things are beneath me now. I will no longer have those gaffes. It will be sneeze free. So, but guys, listen, I appreciate it. Appreciate you keeping me company in my internetless moment. And I'm gonna go suffer, I guess, in silence now. So,
all right, brother.
Bye, everybody.
Later.
Bye.
Okay, North, where we were at, we're discussing your definition of anti-Semitism. You said a discriminatory action or speech against Jews, and I was wondering whether the discrimination needs to be indexed to specifically the fact that they are Jewish, or if some other kind of discrimination is included there. That's where we left off.
I would argue that, like, if you have a discriminatory act that is, if we can prove the bias is, like, if we removed all, or if we checked all the other factors and all the other factors were consistent, and the only thing that was different there was the fact that, like, one person was Jewish and one person, like, wasn't Jewish, then I think we can determine that there's, like, a bias there. Would you agree or would you disagree?
You didn't listen to my fucking question. Listen for 2 seconds.
How is there only a minute left on this? Is it continued somewhere else? The reason why I'm laughing, in case you're wondering, is because while we have been listening to these people argue out the pragmatics of politics, I have been, I have been generating this beautiful work of art, which, to be clear, I wish was more zoomed in. Okay? I do wish was more zoomed in, but I still feel like this captures the essence of what I was going for, which I think AI thumbs. A lot of people don't like AI slop thumbs, but I think they're actually quite fun. So we have Pisco in the, like, Italian division of the German army facing off against Destiny in a Saving Private Ryan allied uniform in a burned out city. And it's got my gold background and it's got the logo on it. Frankly, I'm in love. So I can't wait to do a 10 to 15 minute rant about the nuances of Pisco's anti-Semitism. Now, actually talking about the content real quick. I think Josiah's coping a little bit. I think he is being willfully ignorant of the situation that's going on. I think he's being willfully ignorant of how shitty Hassan Piker is. But I think similar to who's that other guy? Adam Mockler, similar to Luke Beasley, similar to a lot of the Midas Touch bros. They know that it's not politically expedient within the alternative media space to make Hassan Piker a pariah or a enemy, because his audience is large enough that that kind of beef would be toxic for both sides. So they're going to have to ignore his bigotry. They're going to have to ignore his anti-Zionism. They're going to have to ignore potentially anti-Semitic remarks. And as a result, they're going to have to placate it. Now, that can rub people like me, Destiny, and everyone wrong. But that's just the calculation. You know, they've done the electoral arithmetic, and that's where they're at. So it is what it is. What do you want to do? Are we going to sit here and fucking piss and moan and scream and cry rivers of blood and just go, oh, no, they're so evil because they have a separate electoral calculus than we do. As a result, they should all kill themselves. Like, is that the content for the next 6 months? Could be. Could be fun, actually. But I'll be criticizing both sides. I'll be criticizing Pisco for being autistic, and I'll be criticizing Steven for being an antisocial freak. So what anti-Semitic remarks, asked Doobie. Now here's Doobie swinging in with the steel chair in order to defend Kyle Kulinski and Hassan Piker from their alleged anti-Semitism. So you guys feel free to fight about it in the chat. But why Hassan Piker and Kyle Kulinski are not just anti-Zionist, but are also anti-Semitic, and we came up with a half dozen examples. Hassan Piker using pig dog and incest memes about Jewish people. Kyle has a monomaniacal focus on Israel as the root of international geopolitical evil. Kyle has trafficked in Jews control the media world / conspire to control the United States narratives without establishing the evidence supports said narrative. Not that he made those statements, just that he asserts stronger narratives than what is evidenced. Both of these people would want to see the Israeli government dissolved and then a new state emerge, but they will not acknowledge or go over the fact that that necessarily will include the slaughter of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Jewish folk. Hassan Piker implying that the Jewish double murder in Washington, D.C. was a false flag. I'm not saying it's a false flag, but if it was a false flag, this is how it would be done. Tepid support for Hezbollah and Hamas, terrorist organizations that explicitly call for the slaughter of Jewish people in the Eastern Mediterranean, but also internationally, especially if they support the Jewish state. And then I would say insisting that AIPAC has a monomaniacal control of the United States government. So you guys can litigate whether or not these statements are anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist. I don't really give a shit. But if a Jewish person came to me and cited these as their evidence for why they believed Kyle Kalinske or Hassan Piker were anti-Semites, I wouldn't give a shit. I truly would not care. I'd be like, yeah, they're pieces of shit. Fuck them. Right? So, Doobie, have fun contending with that in chat, but I'm not going to fight you on it. I'm just going to state that as is and let you deal with it. So let me go ahead and export this real quick. And then what I would say, actually, hold on. Let's go back here real quick. Didn't Pisco say that he was going to have a loaner box convo? Didn't he say that he was going to have a loaner box and then there was some other guy that was going to be pressing him on anti-Semitic shit? And I think somebody said it was going to be Wild. So conservative liberalism sent me that link. But where's the loaner box fight? Should I go to Boner Box's channel and see if it's on there? I guess I should go to Boner Box and see if it's there. Oh, loaner box. Boner box. So this is a video from 9 days ago, so that's not it. And his live section is dead. Does anybody have it? Loaner box versus Pisco anti-Semitism debate, and it's going to be within the past 48 hours to 96 hours. Pisco gets pressed. Oh, this might be it.
Why don't you think it's anti-Semitic?
Because I think that there's not enough.
And we don't necessarily have to do this, by the way. We can do Tim Pool. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and start a poll. It's up to you guys. And what I will say is that go watch Counterpoint Star Wars. I broke down Cassian Andor getting caught by the Empire while on the planet of Neamos. And while it's not doing as good, weirdly enough, Andor isn't as popular as a lot of other content. But I think that Andor is unironically the best Star Wars media besides the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars animation. So strong recommendation from me. I know it's my product, so that's a little bit of a biased review. But also strong recommendation. If you have watched Andor, I think I break down some cool background details. If you haven't watched Andor and you've been kind of curious about it, I recommend going and watching the breakdowns and seeing if there's enough autistic detail in there for you to want to go watch the series by yourself and watch the breakdowns. But let's do Tim Pool. Oh, wait. Content question mark. Pisco anti-Semitism marathon. Or Tim Pool Jubilee. I am a man of the people. So if you guys want to get off the Pisco anti-Semitism arc, I feel like I have enough information in order to do a 10-minute video summary about it. If you guys want to continue with the Pisco anti-Semitism arc, then we at least have a Boner Box Orbiter challenging Pisco. Ideally, I could have sworn to God. Somebody correct me if I'm in chat. Didn't Pisco say that he had an upcoming debate between himself, Loaner Box, and another person And that was supposed to be like a big violent struggle session. So, Doobie says, instant fail. Pig dog is not an anti-Semitic slur. It's an insult used by lefties against capitalists, but also just a normal German insult. Look up the scene where they get arrested in Shrek 2. No, I really don't care. It's a totality of circumstances argument. So if you want to say, oh, well, this variable shouldn't be included in the calculus, obviously the rest of the stuff stands. So, you know, it's a totality of circumstances argument. This is like saying watermelons are not inherently racist, so it's not racist to say watermelon farmers. Well, right, Fellrunner, that's actually where I think I've become a little bit more sympathetic to the anti-Semitic argument. If we analogize this exact scenario to black folk, and like somebody said, well, I don't hate black folk, I hate N-words, which is like a subcategory of black folk who have these characteristics. And if those characteristics didn't apply to all black folk, then I think you would be a pedant or an autist to insist that that person wasn't racist in some way. You know what I'm saying? Hassan being overjoyed to watch Houthi terrorists dance on the American and Israeli flags is a bit past tepid for me, but to each his own. Well, appreciate you. Appreciate you. I understand it. And by the way, I think that I might not map it. Maybe I'll map it when we're in the next segment. But I want to be clear. I am not sweeping for Pisco providing rhetorical cover for leftists who might be more extreme and shitty. I'm sweeping for the fact that I think Pisco doesn't have interpersonal bigotry against Jewish people. He's just autistic, right? That's like the limitation of my argument. I'm not saying functionally it's good for these leftists to be normalized in American politics. I'm not saying functionally it's good for Pisco to be lending them whatever credibility that he lends them through his content creation reputation. All I'm saying is that I don't think that Pisco is an interpersonal bigot against Jewish people. I understand his autistic argumentation, and I think people who are charging him with a interpersonal bigotry against Jewish folk have lost their gosh darn minds. Now, Crusader Danny says, have you thought about watching a TV show in your Patreon? Every week you watch 2 episodes and upload it on Patreon on YouTube. Easy money, and we can suggest you new TV shows. Well, truth be told, Crusader Danny, I'm kind of already doing that on Counterpoint Sci-Fi. I don't really have enough time to do anything else versus what I'm already doing. And I'm kind of already doing that on Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars, and Counterpoint's 40K. So if you like Star Wars, sci-fi in general, or 40K, I strongly recommend all 3 of those channels, and you don't even have to pay me. I'll just do you can pay me through your AdSense. Anyways. Scrolling. Looks like you guys are having fun. Matthew Tatter says, it's funny how hard Connor went on Little D for having almost the same opinion. Love the Andor breakdowns. I vote for shitting on Tim Pool. Yeah. And to be clear, now that we've gotten through the weekend, I think it truly is just calling Pisco an anti-Semite that pissed me the fuck off. That's why I got pissed off. Calling him a functional anti-Semite, calling him an anti-Semite or whatever, that is why I got angry and pissy over the past 96 hours. Now that I've had some naps and some snacks, and I hung out with a lady friend yesterday, I can just say that Steven's an R slur and kind of move on it. Right. Anyways, looks like Tim Pool won by a narrow margin. With Tim Pool, weirdly enough, we are going to have to watch audio only, because if I do show the video, we typically get struck. I know that Steven normally puts it pretty small, and as a result, he does okay.
You have a lot of politicians on the Democrat side who...
But, you know, I might be doing outlines and meanie thumbnails and all that kind of bullshit. So, anyways, let's go. Oh, hold on. I should do an intro, shouldn't I? I should do an intro, and I should look into your beautiful eyes. Let me thank all the people who have donated, though. We had half a dozen people donate. I do appreciate it. Doobie. Diminished Dark Nut with a 20. Fashion 40. True Zealot. Thank you, Kings and Queens, for your financial support. Very much appreciated. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I do parasocially love you. Let's continue on. What's funny is I can't, because I lowered the camera angle, I can't sit up straight fully, or else I don't fit into the camera angle that I'm trying to get. But I do hope you guys appreciate the new camera angle. Anyways. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I would say that we're about to have a little bit of fun. Tim the Toolman Taylor, Tim the Pool, Tim Tool. Tim Pool is a popular online alternative media right-wing commentary figure. He denies his own right-wingness, but I think it's very silly at this point. He started as a on-the-ground journalist during the Occupy Wall Street movement, and then he also went on to cover things like the Arab Spring in the Middle East and North Africa, and he kind of developed like a relatively sterling reputation as a on-the-ground journalist during that half-decade where he wasn't being a see you next Tuesday. But then what happened in 2015, 2016, is he realized that there was a ton of money in clout, and effectively saying, well, I'm a liberal, but the left has gone too far, therefore I support the MAGA movement and Donald Trump. And after he figured out that there was a ton of money and clout and influence in that space, he has quintupled down on being a contrarian right-wing, I used to be a liberal, but pundit who sweeps for and sucks off the Trump administration. Which, while he's accumulated a ton of money, ton of clout, runs a successful show, that show probably makes like, I don't know, 7 figures, maybe 8 figures in a year, he is still kind of reviled within the alternative media space as one of the people who sold the fuck out to audience capture in order to say stupid shit so a rabid audience of tens of thousands of dipshits could give you a fucking hand job. That is truly like, in the alt media, Twitch and YouTube political scene, that's how he's viewed. He's basically viewed as like the biggest sellout to audience capture in the history of alternative media punditry. Now, this gentleman, Tim Pool, went on to Jubilee, in which he was confronted by dozens of his critics and fights them. Let's watch it for our own entertainment.
Who got behind authoritarian practices during COVID, I'm not going to support those individuals.
So, but the authoritarian practices today, you're willing to look past?
Some of them, yes.
Come on, man.
The mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right.
None of what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like you're honestly grifting a lot.
You can say that
Let me
there's
ask you a
civil
question.
war every fucking year and it doesn't happen. And
I
you're gonna
never
say
said
it just
there
hasn't
was.
happened yet.
Do you want me to get you a
I'm just saying,
soapbox?
it's really
I can leave.
easy.
Do you want me to
It's really
go?
easy to
You want me to
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do what you do.
Is the United States tracking towards civil war, or is America more united than it seems? Hi everyone, I'm Paris Rose, and I'll be filling in for John today.
Damn. Damn. Am I the only one who thinks that Paris Rose is super cute? Hold on. Gooners stand by. Pile people stand by.
From more united than
Just
I'm just saying, it's really
I can leave.
easy.
You want me to,
It's
you want
really
me to go?
easy to
You want me
like,
to
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do what you do.
Is the United States tracking towards civil war,
Whoa. She is a cutie pie.
or is America more united than it seems? Hi everyone, I'm Paris Rose, and I'll be filling in for John today. From Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today we're debating which political party is more violent. Is authoritarianism on the rise in America? And have both parties abandoned their oath to the Constitution? I'm here with our featured guest, moderate political commentator, Tim Pool.
Hi, I'm Tim Pool. I'm the host.
All right. Pause. Zoom. Enhance. Crusader Danny says, I actually hate Jubilee. This makes no sense. It's a 1v20, but the 20 are not randos. They're actually influencers who memorized a tree line of arguments to dunk on one guy. Yeah. But Crusader, what I would say in reference to that is it's just It's just a higher level of the game. You know what I'm saying? Ow. They are like, so for instance, like Z Cohen Sanchez has been on here as a critic, as one of the 20 people. I think that one of my friends who is a TikToker has been on here. I think that obviously Kyla has been on here as a critic. So yeah, these people aren't random. They're like, oh, even this guy in the back. I think he's an Unfuck America guy. The guy in the green shirt. He's an Unfuck America guy. So yeah, these people are not, they're not like normies off of the street, but I don't think normies off of the street would have the level of autistic focus on online politics in order to be a part of this. So, you know. Yeah, is it David Mauricio? Is that his name? Is that the guy that's a part of UFA? AF Racing says, Pile here. Hutch is on vacation and Connor's lolcow arc is entertaining. Of course, I still got love for the streets. Still cog. Rude. I normally would get pissed and be like, fuck you, AF Racing. What the fuck have I done this morning that's lolcowy? I hope you stub your toe, you butt fucking son of a bitch. But I'll go ahead and refrain from saying that. I won't say that. Even though I want to say that, I won't. You know? I won't say it.
Of Timcast IRL, and today I'm surrounded by progressives. My first surrounded claim is that the mainstream left commits more violence than the mainstream right.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Sammy,
how's it going? Hey.
Great to meet you, buddy. How
Likewise.
You doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
There seems to be like a broader implication with your prompt that there's this domestic threat from mainstream left politicians. Like, do you really think Hillary Clinton's like leading the Vanguard Revolution Party? Like,
no.
What is your take?
When you look at the violence that we do see, it's from, I describe it as from blunt to acute, which is with the fringe extreme right, you'll see extreme mass shootings. You'll see, someone will show up and they'll unload on people, things like that. On the left, though, you'll see riots, vandalism that you don't see from the right. But the point I'm making is that when you
Got it. Okay. So you got to spell it out like DRE. So it's the COG. I still got love for the streets. COG. Got it. Okay. Now, some very funny things are happening in chat. So Tim Pool is bald. He does look like Kyle from Tenacious D whenever he loses the beanie. But he is always wearing a black beanie. It's like a part of his signature look. And so some people were saying, do you think he ever washes it? Somebody said he has, like, if he's anything like me, he has 8 of them and he rotates them. And then somebody said, I'm imagining Tim Pool has a nighttime satin beanie that he puts on before bed. like, hold on. Satin nighttime what like cap. So hold on. Do you guys remember? Yeah, like this one. Not this one. But like Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse. I know this is such a distraction. But Disney character wearing night pajamas. This fit. Do you guys remember this fit? Dude, this fit. So do you think that Tim Pool, because he has a shitload of money, do you think he has like black or blue satin pajamas with like a matching nightcap, but the nightcap is a fucking beanie because he always wears a beanie? Okay. Anyways, back to the content.
Break down the ideology that motivates individuals that commit political violence. There is more often an overlap between what the Democratic Party espouses ideologically and what we see in street-level violence, as well as maybe assassinations,
what
versus
is it?
what the Republicans would espouse.
I mean, I couldn't disagree more. What ideologies that the Democratic Party is promoting that leads to these types of violence? Anytime you see an act of violence that's typically attributed to the left, it is immediately condemned by every Democrat politician.
Indeed.
You couldn't point to one that actually endorses that. Or you have somebody like Donald Trump, who's literally the president of the United States, saying that we should call for the death of congressional members who are fulfilling their civic duty and saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't fulfill illegal orders if you're in the military, and Donald Trump's asking for them to be put to death. How is that not inciting to violence?
No, that's absolutely terrifying. I completely disagree with that. My point more so is that when you see, say, the George Floyd or the BLM riots, you end up with Biden and Kamala themselves promoting fundraisers for those accused of committing these crimes. During
which
these riots,
which crimes could you point to?
So in Minnesota, you had there was a firefighter who opened a sports bar. It was burned down. In fact, when the local news went to interview him about his dream bar being burnt to the ground, it was ransacked. I don't think it was burned to the ground. They while they're filming the story, there were people looting a safe and stealing it.
Well, I think that there's absolutely a big difference between a lot of the private buildings or private enterprises that were targeted versus like public institutions like the police precinct. Like, you're somebody who, I've seen the iconography on your show. You're a big patriotic guy. You love 1776, right? That wasn't the most peaceful way that we had, criticizing our government or saying that tyranny shouldn't exist.
How long was the Revolutionary War going on before they signed the Declaration?
I will say that the police precincts, the same people who committed a brutal murder using state violence in order to justify that, I think we can understand why people would rightfully be mad without any accountability.
Which political party is in control of the police department in Minneapolis?
That is not the central. First of all, we're talking about the mainstream political left. Which politicians are endorsing that type of behavior?
Never said politicians were endorsing it.
Then what's the mainstream left?
So you have activists whose ideology aligns with politicians who are
You'd say that those
votes.
activists identify with the Democratic Party, the
no,
ones that
I
are
would say
committing
that
violence.
the Democratic Party courts
Because let me
their
tell
vote.
you, the leftists that you could talk to, not the biggest fans of the Democratic Party.
Is the Democratic Party in favor of Black Lives Matter?
I would say, yeah. I'd say even most moderates. I'd say actual
Indeed.
moderates,
Absolutely.
not right-leaning conservatives who claim to be moderates.
Were the riots
Usually
based
those
off
people also agree that police violence is something that should be discouraged.
Were the riots Black Lives Matter motivated?
They were motivated.
By Black Lives Matter. So that ideology is espoused by...
No,
so my point is
Black
this.
Lives Matter is not encouraging violence. Black Lives Matter is recognizing systemic inequality.
Never said
where
they were telling people to go be violent. I'm saying that there are violent individuals, and with the riots, a lot of them, which we've seen.
Can you tell me
how
who
about this?
Tell me who Chris Ray is. Do you know who Chris Ray is?
Explain it to me.
Well, you have a show talking about politics every day. I would think that you know. But Chris Ray was the former...
Let's not do this. If you have a point to make, let's make a point.
Yes, sir.
Let's try and play these games.
So Chris Ray was the former FBI director under Donald Trump's first term.
Yep.
He said that he even agreed with the findings from both the congressional research session that right-wing violence is way more proliferate in this country than left-wing violence.
That's not meaningful to a voter. Let me explain. The Republican Party rejects neo-Nazism, correct?
No, Donald Trump invited Nick Fuentes to have dinner with him, with Kanye West.
So tell me one politician who went out and campaigned for the neo-Nazi vote.
I'm blanking on his name, but Gozar in
is that a
in
mainstream
Arizona.
view in this country?
Well, we could talk about Gozar. We could talk about Matt Gaetz. We could talk about...
Matt Gaetz is not endorsing neo-Nazism. And Donald Trump
said...
Are
you kidding me?
Nazis should be condemned entirely.
No, he is literally partnering with the America First movement. He was
America First and neo-Nazism are totally different.
Bro, so you don't think do you think Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi? I forgot. You've had him on your show. Oh my God, I literally forget.
I wouldn't describe Nick Fuentes as a neo-Nazi.
You don't think that Nick Fuentes celebrating Adolf Hitler is not neo-Nazi adjacent?
I think you have to be very specific on what your terms are. And so when you go to an American voter and say something like...
This is our moderate, by the way, everybody. This is our moderate.
Indeed.
Keep going.
So when you go to a regular American and ask them what is meaningful to them in terms of an election, you don't have Democrats or Republicans endorsing violence. But you also don't have... Charlie Kirk's a good example. He threw out Nick Fuentes. He threw out white identitarians, white nationalists from his events. They were not welcome. That's mainstream. You don't have riots coming from the Republican Party and the right, although you do have January 6th and things like that. When you take a look at the shootings of the Tesla facilities, the execution of Aaron Danielson, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and one of the attempted assassinations on Donald Trump, not the Pennsylvania one, you can see the underlying ideologies overlap with the Democratic Party. When you take a look at like Nick Fuentes, he's opposed to the Republican Party. He's been actively endorsing Democrats right now.
He's been saying that the Republican Party is too left for him. It's not that he's opposed to the Republican Party in principle.
This is literally my point. No, Nick Fuentes comes out and says, do not vote for Trump. The mainstream Republican Party is at odds with these people.
No, again, if you're looking at all of the empirical data, the violence is way more on the right.
But
so
that's not
you
the
can say
claim.
what your feelings are. You
That's
can
not
say
my
that.
feeling nor the claim.
No,
it is not meaningful to a voter to say we don't like neo-Nazis and white supremacists because the Republican Party is not saying they want a white America.
Let's be objective of where the violence is coming from, and if it's more substantially coming from the right, that is a problem that needs to be tackled.
It's not coming from Charlie Kirk.
Okay, we're not talking about Charlie Kirk. We're talking about the overall ideologies.
In fact, we're not.
So you're telling
That's
me,
not my claim.
You're telling me that the prioritization of hierarchies, both ethnic, both cultural, that is not a dangerous ideology. But something like BLM that says, hey, maybe we should take back police violence. Maybe we should have accountability for people who are in charge of certain aspects of our nation, committing violence on citizens. Those are absolutely completely different ideologies. And the fact that you're saying it is more motivating for violence, that the left wing is encouraging people to take those that are committing violence accountable.
In the last 10 years, there have been over 465 incidents of left-motivated political violence that aligns with the Democratic Party, and there's been one on the Republican side, which is January 6th, which admittedly is particularly egregious. January 6th was, that's why we talk about blunt versus acute. Now, the problem is, I already know what all you're going to say. You're going to cite FBI stats and Cato, but it's not meaningful.
Okay, sorry. Doobie says, Tim has always been an overly sensitive man-child. To be honest, he should have stuck to bad journalism. Nah. Listen, I don't like that with Tim for hosting the debates or whatever. He always needs to be in control. He needs to be in control of who he invites. He needs to be in control of the topic. He needs to be able to moderate it. You need to, because of the clout dynamics of being in person and on his show, you don't want to you want to be interesting enough in order to continue, have the show, but you don't want to be so spicy that you don't get invited back. And I feel like that makes for, weirdly enough, worse content where people aren't willing to be like schizo. Like I borderline wish he was like, hey, go hard. At the end of the day, this is like a show. So if you go crazy with your talking points, as long as it's not terms of service, we're not going to give a shit. You know, that kind of prep would have been nice for the Tim Pool IRL debate shows, but it doesn't matter. My frustration with Tim is that I feel like he has an incredibly lucrative grift of I'm a liberal, but the left wing is worse than the right wing, but it ignores reality. It ignores facts. It ignores what the Trump administration has done. It ignores what, the original values of this country were. And so that's why I'm frustrated with him, is because it feels like despite the Trump administration's constant fuck ups, he will not acknowledge their constant fuck ups. Now, this one I think is quite funny. Jen Winkler is saying that I need to specify that I want the Piper Perry meme, but I think weirdly enough, Google Gemini and the AI generators will kibosh anything that is explicitly mentioned to be like sexual or violent. They kind of have like a sensitive trigger thing where they say like, oh, this is against our terms of service for harassment. So I'm going to save this picture because this one looks quite funny. Because this doesn't look like Tim Pool's getting ready for a gangbang. This looks like he's getting ready for a train. And if you don't know the difference between a gangbang and a train, both of them are quite funny. So I'm going to go ahead and save this one because this looks like a train. Tim Pool train. And then we'll see if we can get Grok won't object. Okay. Anyways, I'll see if I can retype this up for the Piper Perry meme. So, anyways. Before we move on, though, let's drag out the steel man of this scenario. I think the right wing, when it is violent, can be substantially more effective with its violence. What I mean by that is January 6, 2021 was targeted at the heart of the transition of power, and therefore it was like infinitely more effective than the totality of the BLM riots, right? then also when a right-winger, like an incel shooter or a right-winger goes on like a mass shooting spree, they oftentimes will be more direct in their targeting and more directing in their violence, and their kill counts are oftentimes substantially higher. When it comes to left-wing violence, I feel like it's more diffuse, it's less targeted, but there's a lot more of it. So, for instance, like I think one of the few homicides that you can point at in reference to left-wing violence was like the baseball shooting against Congress members. I think that there was a BART stabbing that was allegedly left-wing and resulted in a homicide. I think there was the shooting of the Patriot Prayer person. And so as a result, if you add up all of those left-wing homicides, it's less than like any single right-wing shooter ever. But then if you have the BLM riots, which caused, you know, I think dozens of people to die and billions of dollars of damage, then the left wing did substantially more violence than the right wing, but it was all diffuse. And it was majority against property than it was, it's more against property than it is against people. So, Chort says, you need to put an example image and ask it to replace the girl with Tim Pool. Yeah, but I think it's gonna recognize that that is originally sexual content. And I don't think I want to be Googling pornography while at work, even if I'm alluding to it. I don't think I want to be Googling that right now. So, anyways, let's continue with the content and let me continue to try to make a meme thumbnail.
To me or any voter to tell me why white supremacists are violent, because I don't like white supremacists, nor will I vote for them. And more importantly, you bring up Nick Fuentes. He is not aligned with Republicans, and he's advocated against them.
I think for somebody
Republicans don't like them.
I think for somebody who has a political show where you talk about this stuff every day, you are completely misreading the conversation when you're saying that those that are engaged in like civil disobedience are like Democrat voters. You're telling me that those people are canvassing for Democratic politicians,
Never said that.
which is
I'm
absolutely
actually,
not true.
Absolutely in favor of canvassing. I'm in favor of protesting.
I'm not saying that you're. I'm not saying that you're against that.
So
but I'm saying
don't try and frame my argument like I'm upset with protests, because I've defended Black Lives Matter blocking streets. I've defended left-aligned progressive groups like anti-capitalist groups blocking streets and environmental groups. I stand with civil disobedience, and I've defended them every single time. If you want to block a road, there's
what is it that you're saying is more violent on the left? You mentioned Black Lives Matter. You mentioned these
Let's
protests.
talk about the Tesla facilities being unloaded upon or shot up, right? These are motivated by an ideology that you will hear from Elizabeth Warren. Now, of course, she's not telling people to shoot anybody, but she is coming out saying Elon Musk is a dangerous threat to this country. And then you end up with someone going and pulling a rifle up and shooting up a Tesla.
When you understand that the right always says politicians are not responsible for individual actions. Elizabeth Warren saying, hey, maybe we should have the same sort of economic policies they have in Scandinavia.
Why was Aaron
that is not her
Danielson
encouraging, go shoot up a Tesla facility.
Why was
Where
Aaron
Donald Trump saying, let's hang the people who encouraged those in the military to actually fulfill their duties. That is completely.
My claim is not that the right is completely
innocent.
innocent.
He's the leader of the Republican Party, my dude.
And
to say that these are equivocable at all is completely
false. I condemn
false.
100% what Donald Trump said, calling for the death of those politicians.
We have to move on.
Great to meet you, Tam.
Likewise.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Hi.
What I find really interesting is the whole premise of like the Occupy Wall Street movement was to protest, right?
Indeed.
It was specifically geared towards making sure that the general public was understanding the situation at the time, which had a lot to do.
Can you guys tell me what you think is funnier? I don't know if I'm actually going to do like a segment on this unless the content gets a little bit more lively, unless there's like a full meme. Now, what's interesting is I like this casual pose from Tim Pool where it looks like he's ready for the train, right? But then this one is more, there's a sex act called, you know, the acronym would be GB. I'm not going to get into further detail. This one is more GB-er. This one is more train. And I can't decide what's funnier. You guys tell me, you know, I'll do a poll momentarily. Is the GB, you know, meme more funny because everybody's staring at Tim Pool, so you know there's about to be an intense altercation? Or is the train funnier because it looks like Tim's ready for the train? I don't think I'm going to go back and tell Google Gemini to cross his legs, Jen Winkler. I can tell you're a pile person just off of that comment. Now, Doobie says, I haven't seen this, but I'm 100% sure Tim is looking at the BLM riots and saying this is left-wing because it's anti-police brutality and pro-black. I mean, I agree with that. Why wouldn't... so, for instance, like, if we're just thinking about right-wing versus left-wing, the right-wing are the institutions, the left-wing are the left-wing are the people that are pro-people. Why wouldn't the BLM riots be dominated by the left wing in animus, and why wouldn't the defense of law enforcement be motivated by the right wing? And by the way, I think that carried out on Facebook, you know, because I was on Facebook at the time. I think that with Facebook, of course, I saw all the right wingers, all the MAGA people defending law enforcement. So why wouldn't I argue that the defense of law enforcement was right-wing and the defense of the protests and the riots were left-wing? I think that's accurate. But anyways, I think what you're trying to say, Doobie, is that you can be right-wing and still support anti-police brutality measures. I think that's what you're scratching at.
Do with anti-capitalist motives, right? And so when we're talking about who's more violent than who, we have to be very specific that the violence that is recorded in the data is not ideological violence. It's not this like rhetoric. It has to be evidentiary. So if you're going to say like, oh, Black Lives Matter, and any leftists that are associated with that are automatically violent. That's just not the case.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you're implying.
No, I'm implying that when you have riots in this country, overwhelmingly, the underlying ideology aligns with the mainstream left ideology of this country.
But what you're saying in your prompt that you wrote is that the left is more violent than the right.
The mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right.
Right, the mainstream. And
Indeed.
what I'm trying to tell you is that the data is not showing that that is the actual evidence. If
it
you're
does,
talking, no, it doesn't.
It does. My team has put together over 10 years
75 to
465
80% of violence, actual violence that is being tracked as domestic terrorism comes from the right. It's white supremacist groups.
And white supremacists are not in a large political party getting voted for.
Yes, they are. The
They're
Republican Party is very largely right-wing. It is very far right.
But they're not white supremacists, nor are the Americans voting for Republican Party because they want white supremacy.
What do you think "Make America Great Again" means?
I think it means making the economy improve. I think it means building our cultural institutions. Well,
according to what time? According to what time? I'll give you that.
Probably the 80s, because Trump's an old man.
I would
say the 90s.
Seriously doubt he meant the
great.
80s. He's much older than the 80s.
Well, your interpretation of Donald Trump's opinions is separate from when we see a riot, what is motivating the riot? When we
His opinions
see an
lead
assassination.
his policies, don't they?
Indeed.
Hedonic Samuel with the 5. Thank you, King. Got to carry my entire food delivery upstairs because the elevator is down. Hope y'all have a better Monday than me. Well, thank you for the chip, King. I very much appreciate it. I'll be praying that going up and down the stairs gives you a little bit of cardio and a little bit of leg workout that then makes you sexier, and then your partner appreciates it. That's what I'll pray for. That the difficulty of your life makes you a sexier and better human being.
Then no one here is making the claim that Donald Trump is innocent, nor does he not have individuals who engage in violence based on similar
But you're attempting to make a claim that his type of ideology that leads his policy is not nearly as violent as the left,
How
which
many riots have there
is
been from the right?
largely anti-capitalist, which is largely anti-fascist. None of what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like you're honestly grifting a lot.
How many Republican riots have there been?
I don't know the exact number.
Maybe one in
But what are
January
you
6th,
classifying as a riot? What? Because if you're conflating protesting with rioting, that's a very different thing.
No, we're talking specifically about people ransacking Tesla facilities, vehicles, charging stations.
You're so obsessed with the Tesla thing. Why don't we actually talk
I
about...
think it might be because someone took a rifle and started shooting up a building.
I don't know if Musk is like investing in your company or something, but let's like remove the Tesla out of it. That has nothing to do with what your actual prompt is saying.
No, that's actually what my claim is.
No, it sounds a lot like
well, then you're arguing something else.
No, you're arguing something else because it
I am
sounds
arguing
like you
something
went
else
from
you.
somebody who was doing really important work in Occupy Wall Street to then
Which was
grifting
what?
all the way to defending far-right people. That's crazy.
What was the important work?
What important work?
You said I was doing
in terms of Occupy Wall Street?
Yes.
I think, you know, in terms of that movement, I thought it was it was one of the first times in our generation that we were able to see an actual organization against capitalism.
Can I ask you how old you are?
No, you cannot ask me how old
Were
I
you
am.
politically active during Occupy Wall Street?
Yes, I was.
Did you follow the news about me during Occupy Wall Street?
Not specifically.
And the news was that Occupy denounced the violence. I had filmed leftists deflating police tires who physically attacked me. And I was attacked by a masked individual smacking my camera out of his hand. Occupy
so this is a
Wall
personal
Street
vendetta for you?
then
because
gave
a
me
single
indeed,
person
if
or
you're
a
taking, if you're
small
getting
group of
emotional
people?
about this and you don't want to have an argument, that's fine.
Do I look emotional, guys?
You do
I feel pretty
because
relaxed.
you don't know what happened during Occupy and your argument is off because you don't.
This honestly sounds like you have a personal vendetta from your history
argument.
that has absolutely nothing with what your
Not an
actual
argument.
prompt is, which is
Not an
around
argument.
far-right people being much more violent than the left.
We have to pause. Love the passion, but pause. All right. If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
You got it. Nice to meet you. How's it going?
Good. I think we should just get to the heart of it. Donald Trump is a fascist. He has Nazis in his administration. His entire messaging was resonating with Nazis from the very beginning. Donald Trump, when rallying for 2024, had a massive rally in Madison Square Garden. What was the significance of that rally?
You tell me.
Yeah, it's the same place, same date as the Nazis in the 1940s. Literally. Donald Trump said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of America and their environment. Who also said that?
You tell me.
Hitler. Literally. Donald Trump has openly said things as dog whistles. So you may say that it's not mainstream, but the entire ideology of the right speaks to those people.
Let me ask you, what do you mean by fascist?
Far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic, 14 tenets of fascism, all that.
But there's
Because he watches the Counterpoint stream, what he really means is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. Now, right-wing authoritarianism, actually, to give him some credit, the fact that he said, like, right-wing ultranationalist authoritarianism, I'm okay with that. Him citing the 14 points bugs the shit out of me. But, once again, just to emphasize this for the coggers, I know you guys have done this before. Political corporatism, analogizing the nation, meaning the people, and the state, the government, into a political corporative identity. So you analogize it to a biological being. The heart is the economy, the brain is the government, the white blood cells are the cops, the skin is the military, the bones are the culture, the penis is the pronatalist culture, the testes are the educational institutions that raise the next generation of children. And then you can analogize threats to the system, like Jews, minority groups, ethno-religious minority groups, aliens, all that kind of stuff. You can analogize them into cancer, parasites, viruses, et cetera, and then oftentimes you will, then attempt to purge said viruses, said vermin, said cancer, said parasites. That's bad. I am a political corporatist, but I don't like analogizing human beings to parasites and then trying to purge them. That's bad. It's bad. What do you want me to say? But I would also say a key component is the flexible authoritarianism. So fascists don't believe in just letting power rest in existing institutions. Oh, the monarchy has power? I don't give a shit. I want power. Oh, the republic has power? I don't give a shit about the Republican norms. I want power. And so what you do is you subsume institutions that can be subsumed, and then you ignore or destroy institutions that you can ignore or destroy. And if you need to do, just as an example, Mussolini had to share power with the church and the monarchy to maintain his own dictatorial role. Adolf Hitler, I think, became the supreme leader of Nazi Germany and didn't have to share as much power. Although, weirdly enough, our friend Lonerbach said that's not entirely true because even he had to come up with like a crony nepotistic system to share economic and political power with his cronies in order to maintain his own role as supreme leader of Germany. So, but the point is not necessarily like consolidated power. It's the flexibility of said consolidated power allegedly, okay, I'm going to say allegedly, in order to advocate for the political corporative group. But of course, what actually ends up happening within fascist regimes is just cronyism and nepotism. Because anybody who supports your power is a friend. Anybody who criticizes or undermines your power is an enemy. So, just checking in with chat for a second, just because of shits and giggles. We love Geo and Neopol. True. True. Nameless Henchman says, literally, he is R-slurred. Connor is too soft. We need a dictator. B for Brian, are you like a dissident right-wing person or a dissident left-wing person? I truly am confused by your politics. I have no idea. Whenever you throw an elbow, I have no idea from what direction it's coming from. Confuses the hell out of me. Conserve says every tyrant needs his lords to maintain an appearance of legitimacy. Yes, and that's where I think that Lonerbox injected a level of nuance that I had not considered in reference to Nazi Germany. I mean, of course, it makes a ton of sense, but yeah. Shapingro with the gifted. Thank you, King. Didn't Biden say the state was like a body? Yeah, probably. Political corporatism is not an exclusively fascist philosophy. Political corporatism is just like its own idea. So I don't have a problem. I truly do not have a problem with political corporatism. I think it's a useful analogy. The reason why I don't like where people take political corporatism is identifying other human beings as parasites and viruses and therefore worthy of dissolution or elimination or whatever the hell. All right. Anyways, moving on.
There's a specific definition of fascist. Do you just mean that he's an authoritarian?
No, I mean that he meets all 14 tenets of fascism.
Which is what?
You want to go through all 14 points?
I don't. I'm trying to understand your argument. But so my point largely is we see people say Trump is a fascist, but there's, you know, if you go to an academic and you look at fascism, say Italy, there's a common argument that you have the merger of corporation and state as the defining element of what fascism is. I would define
different forms.
Nope. This is a popular misconception of the definition of corporatism. The marriage between corporations and state is not the definition. He's literally actually misunderstanding corporatism. But that's because if you Google corporatism definition, corporatism is a political and economic system where society is organized into groups such as labor unions, business associations, or agricultural guilds that negotiate laws and economic policy with the state rather than through individual voter representation. It treats society like a body where each part of the works together for the whole. So I would infinitely emphasize the latter rather than the former. So if you wanted to, yeah, I truly do not like this, but you know, whatever. There's enough overlap that I'm not going to call Tim Pool bad faith for misunderstanding this. As a matter of fact, even this definition mentions corporatism's association with fascism, but I would flip this sentence to the first part, and then I would continue on with the socioeconomic explanation.
Of fascism, right?
Well, and that's the point. That's why
the actual premise is the authoritarian. Donald Trump is absolutely a fascist. He's, like I said, he has Nazis in his administration. I think we're shifting. Pete Hegseth.
How is Hegseth
He literally has a proud Nazi tattoo on his chest.
He does not.
Stephen Miller is absolutely a Nazi. Stephen Miller
does not have a Nazi tattoo on his chest.
Yeah.
No, he does not. He has a
chest?
Catholic cross on his chest.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I mean, guys, look, I went to Catholic school when I was little. I left in fifth grade. Pete Hegseth is not a Nazi.
Yeah, okay, cool. Question for you. When Donald Trump and his administration specifically actually implement policies that go at the heart.
Okay, since this guy won't defend what he just said, I'm going to explain this shit a little bit more. So, Pete Hegseth has the Jerusalem cross on his chest. Crusader Danny, correct me if I'm wrong. So, the reason why people associate this with like Christian nationalism and Christian militarism is because there is this Christian militant movement that says the Crusades have been vilified in American Western history. Realistically, the Crusades were a response to Muslims' incursions into the Anatolian Peninsula and also the former territories of the Byzantine Empire, and the Byzantine Empire was a Christian empire. And so the Crusades were largely defensive military actions, and therefore, despite some civilian slaughter, they were actually morally justified military expeditions into the Eastern Mediterranean in order to seize the Holy Land. And so if you get a Jerusalem cross, you're effectively saying that you are a Christian, but you're not that like pussy turn the other cheek Christian. You are the Christian who is willing to grab a fucking sword and sally forth on horseback into the Holy Land in order to fight the Muslim hordes who are currently invading Christendom. And so, like, this is not going to be, like, if you view being willfully combatant against Muslims as a Christian as either, like, either anti-Christian or anti-Western, then you're going to be hostile to somebody having this cross. If, however, you're like a Christian nationalist who truly believes that the United States was founded by and for Christians, then you're going to view this as like a patriotic symbol. Yes, Deus Vult or some such. Yes. Deus Vult in Latin means like God wills it. And it is a war cry that was popularized. I don't know if it was popularized during the Crusades themselves, but it was obviously popularized during the Kingdom of Heaven movie, where the most hardcore and militant elements of the Crusader force were oftentimes screaming God wills it or Deus Vult before they rode into battle. So yeah, that's what this guy is talking about. Then with, who's the guy that he mentioned? Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller being a Nazi, I know this is like ironic. I truly do think that Stephen Miller is an extremist national conservative, but Stephen Miller is a Jew. And so him being a Nazi is kind of like, like he just kind of like, he upsets the whole Nazi definition by not being anti-Semitic. Then I forget what else he said. He said some other wild shit. But anyways, I hope if anything, you feel substantially more educated on the Jerusalem cross and on Crusader memes. But yeah, Pete Hegseth has basically a Crusader tattoo that signifies his loyalty to Christian nationalism and Christian militancy in the face of Muslim aggression. Now, let me go ahead and thank the people who have donated. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted. Unork, thank you for the 2. Hedonic Samuel with the 5. Thank you, Doobie with the 10s. Diminished Dark Nut with the 20. Fashion 40 with the 5. True Zealot with the 5. And True Zealot with the 5. Thank you, kings and queens, not only for your viewership, but thank you for your financial support. Before we move, Crusader Danny says, yes, Deus Vult was first used and popularized, meaning God wills it, was first used and popularized as a rallying cry by Christian Crusaders during the First Crusade of 1096. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's play this and mute myself.
Part of what Nazis want,
Which
right?
is?
Targeting.
Which is what?
The first group of people they target was the transgender community. Same things in Nazi. The actual Nazis, specific supremacists, are a part of the mainstream right.
Oh, they're not.
They literally are.
There's no circumstance where you can go on TV.
Thank you. You can return to your seat. You've been voted out.
Nice meeting you.
All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
How's it going,
That was an easy grab. You're right there.
So the first thing I'll say is I think it's a bit disingenuous to characterize all of the property damage committed during BLM as left-wing violence, because there are going to be rogue opportunists during the biggest civil rights protests in American history. That's first and foremost. The second thing I would like to say is I don't think it makes sense to confine political violence strictly in the context of individuals acting with political motive violently. I think it ignores institutional violence. Theoretically, you could say the 1960s civil rights movement was more violent than the counter-protesters, but obviously the institutional violence of segregation.
I completely agree.
Right. So, so what I would say is that the Republican Party is, and the mainstream political right is far more violent because they support ICE ripping and separating families from one another, even from people who have no criminal background. ICE deaths under ICE custody has skyrocketed, even as a matter of parade, war abroad, etc. But
domestic, I'd love to talk the war stuff. I'm a big foreign policy guy, but domestically, did this not happen during Barack Obama's administration?
It did, but not to the same extent.
Agreed.
And Barack Obama was criticized for it by who? The political left.
Agreed.
Right.
So my point is not to say again that there's no violence on the right, and I think the institutional argument is actually a good one. However, my view largely is when you look at Occupy Wall Street, for which I was there and I watched police instigate fights, or when I was on the ground during the protests on West Florissant Avenue, and I saw police throw a flashbang grenade at protesters who were not doing anything violent. The issue is these police are under Democrat administrations still, where their chiefs are often appointed by Democrat politicians. So again, I understand the left and progressives.
That to me is also a little disingenuous because it's not as though the police, as a matter of its institution, is a left-wing institution.
No, it's
in fact, usually the police are protecting and on the other side of left-wing protesters.
If you want to make the argument that ICE under Trump, I'll make the argument of police under the Democrats.
Sir, well, I don't know. Well,
which is it? Does law enforcement defer to their politicians or not?
It depends. Because ICE is an executive agency, they do.
And the police department in Minneapolis is under the Democrats, yes.
Right,
and we all agree that there's problems there.
But they're criticized and often on the other end of left-wing protesters. So, for instance, the protests against ICE here in Los Angeles, it's usually against left-wing. So, what is it? Left-on-left violence? Is that what you're claiming?
Sometimes, yes, absolutely.
You think police protesting against or committing violence against left-wing protesters? It's left-on-left violence, really?
Yes.
I think that's ridiculous and absurd.
The police who live in these cities tend to be more moderate, but they're not hard conservatives.
But is the institution is policing as an institution?
I think this is absurd. I truly find this absurd that if a Democratic mayor appoints the police chief, that means that all the policemen in the city are Democrats. Once again, in the French Assembly, the right wing are the institutionalists, the monarchists, the people who want to conserve the status quo and or prop up age-old institutions. The left wing were the moderates, but they were also the Jacobins and the revolutionaries who wanted a pro-humanist revolution that prioritized the well-being of people over the institutions. And so that's where we get our left-right-wing distinction that has been used as shorthand for the political binary for an extreme amount of time. My frustration with this conception, as Tim Pool says it, is like left-wing cop. I'm not saying it's an oxymoron. There's obviously cops who support Democrats. There's obviously cops who are more liberal. There's obviously cops who are more progressive socially and who are more left-wing economic. But it itself, law enforcement as an institution, is an institution designed to preserve the current order. And therefore, it is a right-wing institution, in my opinion. And I do think that if you look at it as like correlates of policy, who is more likely to demand reform of law enforcement and the improvement of law enforcement behavior when it comes to beating the shit out of people? That criticism 99% of the time is going to come out of the left. Who wants to hardcore fund law enforcement make sure that they have crazy training that makes them fucking superheroes, and then also valorizes them as a social institution necessary to preserve public order. It's the right wing. So I'm just going to say, Tim, I almost agreed with you for about 45 seconds, and then you said something so wildly silly, I have to question either your sanity or who you're trying to pander to.
Institution,
Particularly
a left-wing institution.
In New York, well, I would define a left-wing institution.
Exactly.
What I would say
exactly.
is Democrat politicians are the ones appointing these police chiefs and these administrations who are enacting these policies.
But are they...
So when you are voting for someone into office, this is not conservatives doing it. It's not mainstream right-wingers putting in police that beat protesters.
But who politically supports the police as a matter of their rhetoric and ideology?
Indeed,
the right or the left?
The right. But the
okay,
right,
so
the right
then you
doesn't live in
admit-
these places.
Yeah, but
nor do they appoint these people.
Sure, but
don't tell me that ICE under Donald
on.
Trump, but not police under Democratic politicians.
Hold on. The left doesn't appoint protesters who commit random acts of violence
completely
against
agree.
property.
That's not my argument.
I know, but earlier you were making the case that it's the ideology that motivates what these rioters are doing, and that's the reason why the left is ultimately responsible.
What I would say is the underlying ideology is overlapping with the Democratic Party.
Sure, and so what I'm saying is that if you want to be consistent, the underlying ideology that supports the police and as a matter of institution, and when the police are cracking down on left-wing protesters, that's overwhelmingly on the side of conservatives.
Except they're not in power in these places, and you're applying a locality to the nation, which doesn't make sense.
They may not be like technically
the police
in power,
are not
but, like,
motivated by the Republican Party to go out under a Democratic mayor to arrest protesters.
The problem is that the police is still, as a matter of institution, is more of a right-wing institution than a left-wing
Certainly,
one.
even
and
even
they're
in
usually
Democratic
on the
cities.
other side of.
But the point is, a police officer who
protesters.
goes out in New York and arrests a protester does so at the behest of a Democratic politician.
I don't
Pause.
think
it's true.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Nice
return
meeting
to
you.
your seat.
Old School for 5 says, try living in Portland, Connor. The city police will let Antifa brandish weapons at motorists and immediately take down any driver who tries to defend themselves. Do you live in Portland? Just out of curiosity. Also, no, I will not live in Portland. Portland is stereotyped as the most left-wing extreme city on the planet, absolutely covered in the shit and needles of homeless people. And the only reason why it maintains any level of livability is because of its like excellent coffee shops, excellent music scene, excellent hipster scene, etc., etc., etc. But it's rainy and it's filled with homeless people, drug addicts, and violent criminals. So, Old School says they do live in Portland. Well, weirdly enough, here's a conspiracy that I'm going to forward to you. That way you can become more schizophrenic than you previously were. Isn't it the Black Capital? Absolutely not. The Black Capital is actually where Jen Winkler lives. It's like Mississippi. But the here's a conspiracy theory to put in your pipe and smoke. So there's this idea that's called a narco-tyranny. So what happens is the left wing is not tyrannical in the same way that the right wing is tyrannical. The right wing will be tyrannical in that they will create robust authoritarian social institutions that will then terrorize you for, being a dissident or whatever. That's the way that the right wing terrorizes people. Whereas what the left wing does, and if you look at the French Revolution, if you look at the Cultural Revolution in China, if you look at Soviet Russia, if you look at what happened in Portland, what they'll do, allegedly, is they'll actually withdraw the restraints of social institutions. So law enforcement will no longer enforce laws for people who are politically sympathetic to the regime. They will no longer be like an arbiter of justice, and they will let the violent mob who has been unleashed by the populist rhetoric of a left-wing demagogue go shred the regime's enemies. And I know saying the regimes are oftentimes like right-wing coded or whatever, but if you accept the fact that Soviet Russia, China, and arguably some of these cities that went up in flames during the BLM protests and riots, A substantial amount of right-wingers argued that a left-wing political weapon to cow conservatives is anarcho-tyranny, basically the state withdrawing from the battlefield in order to let the populist masses shred their opponents. So, Old School says, we do have endless homeless camps, which makes no sense since we have apartment buildings for homeless people sitting empty. Weird. That sucks. John Kennedy for 10 says, what about the cops that kneel in the street or stand by while the social workers dictate law enforcement policy? Sure, you can blame the lefty bosses, but at some point, what behavior will trickle down? Oh, Jen, are you in Louisiana or are you in Mississippi? Sorry, I always mix up the two. Aren't you in Mississippi? My apologies, but you are... Somebody asked if Portland was the black capital of the Pacific Northwest, which maybe it is, but I still don't think that, like, Portland is known for having a substantial amount of black population. If anything, I think that the Pacific Northwest was known for being quite anti-black for a substantial amount of time. What city has the largest black population in the Pacific Northwest? Boop, 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 boop. Seattle has the largest total black and African American population of any city in the Pacific Northwest, numbering tens of thousands of residents. But you got to understand, tens of thousands of residents is not even that much. So, highest share. SeaTac, Washington, where black residents make up 20% to 24% of the population. Central District, Rainier Beach, and High Point. It does say that Tacoma, Washington, and Portland, Oregon are also other significant black hubs. But at the same time, I still think that the black population of the Pacific Northwest is not as dense as a substantial amount of the other places. And I think that what is the state with the highest black population per capita? And it's Mississippi. So Mississippi has the highest black population per capita percentage of total residents of any U.S. state at approximately 38%. If including federal districts rather than strictly states, the District of Columbia ranks higher at 44%, but then it is actually Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia. So Mississippi is 38%, Louisiana is 33%, and Georgia is 33%. Maryland is quickly following behind that at 32%, and Alabama is at 27%. So, yeah, as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a look. What is the per capita percentage of black residents in Washington state? Dude, in Washington state, we just Googled this a second ago. I'm sorry that I'm doing like black statistics, but they said that Washington had the highest black percentage of any Pacific Northwest state. For comparison, 5%. Okay. I forget if it was Louisiana or Mississippi. I think it was Mississippi. Mississippi had 38% black folk. Washington state has 4.7. So you can't blame all the homeless people and the violence and the heroin and the fucking drugs and the needles and the poop. You can't blame it on racist perspectives. The whites are responsible for the failures of Seattle and Tacoma and wherever the hell, Portland. So you can't blame black folks for the systemic failures of the Pacific Northwest. Anyways, back to it.
All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
What's up, young man? Listen.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been young for a minute.
Now, slow down with that. Listen,
all
I
right.
think it's really quick. The I condemn is a really cheap cop-out that's not going to work.
It's not an argument.
Because the people around us are not low IQ, like your average viewer. It's important to recognize.
Make an argument.
So I'm about to.
You don't have one? Is that it? If you want to be insults, we can go for insults.
I'm about to.
We can rap.
I'm about to.
You want to wrap?
Stop delaying my time. So it's important to recognize that simply I condemn is not sufficient when the Republican Party has created a permission structure for individuals to go out and do violence against, I'm about to tell you, with impunity. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a good example.
Law enforcement.
The Trump administration, they
Through an
violated,
electoral process.
you know they've lost in the courts 10,000 times, right?
That's not true.
It is true. Politico actually released a report on it. Yeah, they lost 10,000 times.
I'm sure it would be like
year.
10,000.
They murdered numerous American citizens. And guess what happened to the individuals that carried out those killings? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Have they been prosecuted? Any investigations? Do you know?
I believe they have not.
Why? It's almost as if when you commit violence,
You're wrong.
You're going to be protected. That's what's going on. That's why Kristi Noem went out and said that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist. That's why Stephen Miller said the same thing. And everybody in the entire Republican Party apparatus is echoing those talking points. Because whenever there's violence, they don't condemn it. They condone it, they congratulate it, and they pardon it.
Law enforcement, duly elected by a population that voted in plurality for ICE to go out and engage in these
Kill
behaviors.
American citizens?
Which sometimes, yes, absolutely. And
they voted for ICE to kill American citizens, really?
Yes. Do you?
The average Republican, I don't think they're that crazy.
Who said the average Republican would vote? But do you not believe that there are people in this country that would vote for ICE to harm people?
Is this your argument?
Do you believe?
This is terrible, Tim.
So you think not a single person in this country wants to harm illegal
What's the
immigrants?
relevance? We're talking about the fact that there is a...
Oh, sorry, John Kennedy. Let me tie the line together. Dan, bro, no argument against or explanation of my comment? No, the anarcho-tyranny rant. That's my explanation. Left-wing governments are ordering you, hypothetically, to do the woke cringe bullshit. There are a few left-wing cops who are going to do woke cringe bullshit. And then I think that the left-wing is engaging in anarcho-tyranny. And I think it's a tactic. So, you know, I feel like that's a concession towards your point that American law enforcement can serve left-wing values through either anarcho-tyranny or being cringe and progressive in public. I don't know what else you want me to say. I would still consider it a right-wing institution based off of the definition of left and right, but I don't know what further I could say besides here's anarcho-tyranny as a concept. People argued that law enforcement was used for left-wing purposes using anarcho-tyranny. Weirdly enough, I think that old school was actually appealing to anarcho-tyranny. They only enforce laws against law-abiding citizens, but they don't enforce laws against left-wing agitators. So, I mean, if you feel like I'm not... Yeah, refresh. But if you feel like I'm not addressing your question or whatever, then, you know, let me know what you think I'm dodging. I'm not trying to dodge anything.
A top-down approach by Republicans like Donald Trump.
Can I ask you the question again? Can you answer the question?
And allow it to happen, foment violence in this country.
Can you answer
and
the
you're running
question?
cover for it.
Actually, you just did.
No, I didn't.
See, I'm
actually
pointing out
ICE violence. You're saying that people vote for it or whatever.
You don't think that there are white supremacists voting for ICE to go and harm migrants?
Are you saying that white supremacists voted for Donald Trump so they could kill migrants?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good to know that white supremacists make up part of the Republican Party and Donald Trump's doing their bidding.
Yes, I certainly believe they do.
Okay.
The initial claim that I'm making is that there is absolutely violence on the right. I already agree with one of the previous debaters that there's institutional violence from the right as well. The best argument against my claim actually is that the right, when they get levers of power, will use law enforcement as their vehicle for the violence that they want to engage in. Those things are all fair. My point is that we are not
That's
seeing...
a nice, long, drawn-out concession. Thank you for...
But it's not a concession because maybe we agree.
Oh, okay.
See, I think...
Well, didn't you say the modern political left commits more violence than modern political right? So now you're saying...
Just because there are riots coming from the left does not mean they're morally right or wrong, or does not mean the right is better or worse. This is a statement about volume of violence that we see and a meaningful issue to a voter as to what is the underlying motivation that we see pushing violence in this.
Sorry. John Kennedy says, I don't think you're dodging the question. I just didn't think the anarcho-tyranny bit was tied to what I was asking as I was writing it. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to say that anarcho-tyranny has been argued as a conspiracy by left-wing politicians and left-wing sympathetic law enforcement agencies in order to let left-wing agitators run amok in American cities. And then also, like, I do remember like law enforcement departments, like taking a knee and all that kind of stuff. And dude, it's not even a question of right or wrong. I just think it's like having a bunch of African-American protesters and white protesters doing BLM shit and then having law enforcement kneel before the protesters. I just think that's cringe. Like truly, if my law enforcement department had done something like that, I would have asked to not be included in said action. I would have said, like, you know, hey, listen, I'm not like a fan of police brutality, but I do not want to be a part of a symbol of American law enforcement kneeling to the population. We should be equals and we should be servants to the population. But you are not my betters. Okay? So, too far from Mike. My shit's fucking green across the board. Refresh your shit. Refresh your shit. So, yeah, so I think that's cringe as shit. I think that served the left wing more than the right wing, but I would still argue that law enforcement in general is a right wing institution. So, yeah. Yeah. If they didn't do a land acknowledgement before kneeling, I would agree that that's cringe and unacceptable. Oh, no. Oh my God. Hold on. When veterans apologize for war crimes they didn't even do. Oh my God. I loved this. This was so funny. Ah, shit. Where's the, okay, who is the actor from Waiting who gets angry at the end? Hold on. It'll be worth it, I promise. Is it Mitch? Is that his name? The actor who gets angry and delivers the explosive profanity-laden rant at the end of the 2005 comedy Waiting is John Francis Daly, who plays the character of Mitch. Okay. John Francis Daly disgusted meme. Okay. So back during the 2000, I think it was 2019 or 2020, it's this face right here. Okay. If you would please consult your screen. And there were veterans who went to a Native American tribe. I think it was like during the Dakota Access Pipeline. And they kneeled and apologized for the massacre of Wounded Knee. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, that's not even a war crime that you committed. And even if the American, empire, did a fucking war crime, why the fuck are you the one apologizing on behalf of the American government for whatever fucked up shit we did? It just feels very performative, very pussy, very bitch made, very sad. So, anyways. I actually kind of love this. This is another one of the news stories. I'm generating an AI picture for the the Iran war 60 days memorandum of understanding, being done. And I put, show Donald Trump being afraid in front of a burning oil tanker. And they made Donald Trump look weirdly sexual in this meme. Like, he does look scared, but he's also biting his finger. Actually weirdly a fan of this. Oh my God. That is funny. All right. Anyways, back to it. Yeet, 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 skeet, skeet, skeet. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parents socially love you. Thank you for being here.
This country. So when you have ICE going on and engaging in these actions,
this is like a Clarence Thomas level of interpretation with that prompt. That is not what
I don't know why you're trying so hard to disagree when we actually have common ground.
Pause. We are out of time. Thank you.
Nicotine, the ultimate biohacker secret weapon, has made a wild comeback. But premium.
My next surrounded claim is that the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
That was fast. Nice to meet you. Let's start off not by, oh God, don't make me defend Republicans, but let's go.
All right, let's talk about authoritarianism.
Yeah.
What does an authoritarian government do?
So it's typically, and particularly in my claim, it's a reference to suppression of dissent, suppression of speech, control of voting, or manipulation of voting for the power, let's just call it control by a particular group of politically
Let's take those claims one at a time.
Yeah.
First, on suppression of speech.
Indeed.
Just a few hours ago today, Trump subpoenaed reporters for trying to report accurate information on the war in Iran.
Wow,
he said,
that's terrible.
No, that can't happen.
Awful.
That's way more authoritarian than what we're seeing on the left here.
Well, I mean, it's hard to quantify what is more or less authoritarian, but certainly bad when President Trump is trying to stifle speech.
Wait, can you give any example of Biden doing anything even comparable to that?
I can. We can start with Alex Berenson, who is currently in a lawsuit because the Biden administration personally went to social media platforms using his name to be suspended for his reporting on COVID vaccination and mandates.
Okay. At a top level, though, who's doing the majority of the actual suppression of speech here?
I don't really have good words for the Republican Party, to be honest. My issue with this debate is, in fact, what we're seeing right now is that I'll make a claim about the Democratic Party, which has done awful things, and the immediate response is, but the Republicans, and I don't like Republicans.
Here's the thing. We live in a two-party system.
Correct.
Right? We can have this great grift of oh, well, the Democrats are bad, but and the Republicans, they might be worse, but the Democrats are still bad. But the option is between Democrats or Republicans.
Yes.
So if Republicans are worse, it doesn't really matter if Democrats are slightly bad.
I think Democrats are worse.
We don't love Democrats, but we feel that Republicans are way worse when they institute these far more authority.
Man, I just need to do the Tim Pool thing. It's like, listen, man, the Republicans are bad, okay? Everyone's bad. Everyone's bad all the time. But the Democrats are worse. I miss my calling. Why didn't I just brain rot? I got brain rotted too late. I should have brain rotted myself in 2016 and become an anti-social justice warrior. You know what the problem was? I became a cop, and I was a cop until 2019, so I missed the anti-social justice warrior wave. And then also I continued to work like a normie job until this past year. And so I just got brain rotted too late. If I had truly lost my critical thinking capacity in 2016, I could have threaded that needle. I really could have done the, yeah, the Republicans are bad. But did you know that Democrats are worse? Fuck it. I miss my calling, man. I missed my calling. All right. Who is this? Who donated this? Do you guys like the new angle? Do you like the new angle? Let me sit down a little bit. Do you like this? Do you feel more friendly? Do you feel like we could smoochy kiss each other easier? Do you feel like you have a more grounded sense of what I look like in real life because we're at eye level? I hope so. I hope you appreciate the go lower. Diminished Darknet with the 20 says, I loved waiting. It gave me an excuse to play the expose game to my straight friends before any of them knew I was gay. What's the expose game? What? What? You were trying to hook up with your straight friends on the down low? What is that? I'm terrified. Jeb Kush says, land acknowledgement is when you give your neighbor some apology cookies because you accidentally mowed their part of the lawn. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm sorry that my ancestors war crimed your ancestors. Anyways. Jeez. Foot camera? Dog camera? I think once a week you should lower the camera by an inch. Dick camera. You guys are wild. You guys are wild. Thank you for the donation, though. I do appreciate it. I hope you guys are having fun. Like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, you got them. I'm still doing a little bit of scripting in the background. I'm still doing a little bit of like outlining in the background. So let's go ahead and continue with the brain damage.
Authoritarian policies. It's hard to quantify more. The question is, does it suppress speech? And I certainly think Donald Trump has taken actions.
Let's look at human lives. If we want to do like a quantification here, let's look at ICE. 3 American citizens have been killed by ICE. That's way more than the number of American citizens killed by immigration enforcement under, say, Obama.
But it's way less than the amount of American citizens killed by Barack Obama.
No,
it
isn't
is.
True.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Look. I don't want to be disrespectful, but one of the biggest issues to me is the extrajudicial assassination of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki by the Obama administration. And this is what
I wish that I could fight Tim Pool exclusively on the extrajudicial assassination of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki. Okay? So I don't know if Abdul Rahman was the dad or the son, but I'll give you the background real quick. There was a guy named al-Awlaki. After 9/11, 2001, he was a moderate imam. I think he was in New York as well. And he was saying, like, listen, the war on terror is not against all of Islam. It's not against Muslims. You know, these terrorists don't represent us. They're violent pieces of shit and blah, 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 blah. So he started like that. But then with the invasion of Afghanistan and the subsequent invasion of Iraq, he was like, oh, shit. The United States of America actually is an evil empire, and they are killing the shit out of Muslims. It turns out Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda were correct. And so he joins Al-Qaeda, and he becomes a chief propagandist for Al-Qaeda. And as a result of that, I think he moves to Yemen, and he starts creating pretty well-produced videos espousing Al-Qaeda's worldview to a Western audience. I think he actually speaks in both Arabic and English while making these propaganda videos. And so the United States says, well, he's a citizen, but he's in a foreign country. Exfiltration is like a high-risk operation. Therefore, because he has like effectively denounced his loyalty to the United States and he's joined a terrorist organization, we can just kill him. And they did go to the DOJ, had lawyers review it on whether or not they could kill the father. And the lawyers were like, yeah, probably. And so they just drone striked his ass and they killed him. Okay. Now his son was running around the country. And if I remember the timeline correctly, he was actually still looking for his father. He didn't know that his father was dead. And he was a teenager. And he was traveling the country with Al-Qaeda members. And so the drone strike was not to kill the 16-year-old kid. It was to kill the Al-Qaeda members that this kid was hanging out with. And so he was collateral damage. So with Tim Pool, presuming that he doesn't have any counterfactuals about this narrative, I don't know what the fucking big deal is. Like, I really don't. The only thing that I think that you could argue is that an American citizen is entitled to due process. And if that endangers the lives of American service members in order to detain, arrest them, and then bring them back to the United States for trial, then that's what we should do. And if American service members get killed trying to exfiltrate a traitor, then it just is what it is. That's the strongest argument that you can come up with. But by the way, if said traitor picked up a weapon and shot at our American service members, then you should kill him. You know? Like if Anwar al-Awlaki picked up a AK-74 SU and started mag dumping at American Special Forces, I wouldn't give two shits if American Special Forces mag dumped his ass and then dropped a couple more mags into his body for good measure. They're enemy opponents of the United States. Why the fuck do you think I should give a shit? So I feel like this is a silly line of argumentation from Tim Pool, and I've heard him repeat it multiple times. Grassroots says you've been upgraded to amusing collateral damage. Yes. That is how. That's not how I feel about the Sun. Obviously, with the Sun, like when you're 16 years old, you don't know shit about fuck. So killing a 16-year-old kid, even if he's a enemy militant or whatever, even if he hates the United States, that's kind of sad to me on a level. But I barely give a shit about killing the dad. And it's more of like a due process question than it is some kind of like absurd tyranny committed by the Obama administration. And to categorize it as such, I think is extremely silly pants.
And early on in my life, when I was very anti-war, very lefty, still anti-war, and voted for Barack Obama, and then he murdered.
Are you in favor of the war in Iran?
Absolutely not. And Barack Obama killed a 16-year-old American citizen who was at a civilian restaurant in Yemen.
We can play
These are
this
all
game.
bad
we can
things.
be like, oh well, both parties are pretty bad, but like we have to. When they go to the ballot office, when I go to the ballot office as a voter, I have to actually put in a vote. I have to decide Democrat or Republican, or throw my vote away and vote for some third party.
Libertarian.
Right? If I'm picking between those, and there's one candidate who just brought us into a war in Iran, is causing this massive conflict, tons of human suffering, that's foreign. That's foreign policy. Domestically, we see ICE attacks on American citizens. We see 56 people dying in ICE detention camps in just a singular year. You compare that to under Obama, the deporter-in-chief. Across 8 years, 52 people died. Way, way, way fewer. What we're seeing is dangerous conditions domestically. Way more people are dying. Right? We have a lot of this like qualitative discussion. You bring up a lot of anecdotes. But if you actually like quantify the number of deaths that are occurring through these authoritarian mechanisms, it's very, very clear that when I vote, I'm choosing the lesser of two evils and voting Democrat.
Let's talk about a few structures of authoritarianism. We'll go with 2016. And you brought up Donald Trump subpoenaing these journalists, so we'll get broad on this one. In 2016, Gizmodo published an article that Facebook had been suppressing news and information from conservative outlets. This is Gizmodo. They're a progressive outlet. In fact, I worked for the company that owned them, and I was a Bernie supporter in 2016. And so agreeing with this reporting and knowing the reporters behind it, I reported this. NBC News, all of these major institutions then claimed I was a right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Here's the thing.
Well, let me finish. For claiming that these things were happening that they reported on. Then what we learned is that under Obama, under Obama and under Biden, and don't get me wrong, this was under Trump as well, there was an active effort from the FBI. They were given a backdoor access to Twitter and Facebook to remove content that they thought objectionable to the government, and it was not done at the behest of Trump or for his benefit, but to the benefit of those who had been defending him in the press. So notably myself, who was calling out these censorship practices, I was falsely slandered and maligned by the media over this.
Thank you, yes.
These are institutions. Now, when you say that Donald Trump is mad at them, I agree, subpoenaing journalists, depending on the issue, can be bad. But to see that from Obama through Trump and into Biden, they were actively given access. This is a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Tim,
it's a violation of the First Amendment.
We're missing something really important. We're lumping together all of these different types of sort of suppression of speech, but there's a fundamental difference. When we see like left-leaning suppression of speech, often that happens from like a bottom up, where you see some company taking an action.
No, I gave you a specific example of the Biden administration going to a major big.
Okay, I laughed at that one. Grassroots says, I'm more concerned with the fact that he clearly stole the pasta from my pantry to make a wig that makes him, and he sounds like North. Yeah, dude, I was actually thinking, did North via Unfuck America in DGG get onto the Jubilee with Tim Pool? Because this actually straight up sounded like North. It really does, bro.
Big tech company giving them specific instructions to remove people who are saying naughty words.
We saw that in the context of COVID, where vaccinations was really, really important. In fact,
That's
800,000 lives were saved by vaccines. We have a really strong.
You can give me every reason for why you want to be an authoritarian. They always have a reason, and saving lives is always one of them.
There's a fundamental difference between suppressing free speech on, say, the war in Iran, where there's really bad stuff going on and we need to talk about it, and, say, spreading vaccine misinformation. In the U.S., we've had really long.
You have a moral
Look
opinion on the differences of importance, and that's fine.
Clear and present danger test has
but
been
we're
well
talking about authoritarianism has many different reasons. Did you think that all the tyrants of the world never gave a reason as to why they needed absolute authority? They always did, and they always do. And even today, it's the case, whether it's Trump or anybody else. So when Biden's administration said, because COVID misinformation kills, we will silence you, that's authoritarianism. You can argue that you agree with it, but it still is authoritarianism. How about we can use Cuomo in New York as an example? He shut down churches in violation of the First Amendment, and when he was sued in election lost, he issued a secondary executive order changing the words to keep the churches closed. That is authoritarianism. And you right now defending it is my point. I have no problem saying Trump should not go after journalists, but you seem to have a problem saying the Democratic administrations should not be doing what they're doing as well.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Long distance from back.
You made it. I'm surprised you made it.
So one of the key parts about authoritarianism is influence over elections. And we've seen that throughout the history of right-wing and left-wing, the right-wing side of this country has constantly been election deniers. Famously, Trump tried to find votes in Georgia to win the 2020 election. And now we're seeing that they're claiming voter fraud in the city of Los Angeles mayor's race.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many presidential elections in the last 20 years were denied by Democrats?
Were denied by Democrats?
Yeah, by mainstream members of Congress going on the floor, rejecting it?
None.
All of them.
Do you see the Democratic Party trying to create an alternate slate of electors to actually try and overturn
that's a different
democratically
argument.
elected?
Certainly a different argument, but no, that was in, I think that would have been 1960, but certainly not in the last 20 years. So we can completely agree Trump's efforts in 2020 were substantially different from, say, a handful of members of Congress and high-profile personalities coming out and saying the election is illegitimate. But I will say, while it is not particularly mainstream, there actively are groups across social media that believe the election was stolen. Just go on Threads for a few minutes.
God, Threads.
You will see tons of progressives arguing the election was stolen.
Tons of bots. You know, I'm really
well,
big
if you don't think
believer in
they're
the
real
dead
people,
internet
that's
theory.
fine. I agree with the internet theory, actually.
So look,
but
if you're talking about the right versus the
exists.
left, overall, again, we are talking about the overall picture here. Where is the majority of this coming from?
Well, let me ask you a question. You mentioned California.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you a question. Let's say there's an election that takes place, and a ballot comes in 3 days after that election. It's signed with a picture of Mickey Mouse, and it's hand dated. Do you think that is a real vote?
So guess what? In California, when you don't have a correct signature, you can do this thing called ballot hearing, where you take that ballot back to the voter and you say, is this really you? And you have to get that signature again.
But
in that case,
I
don't think they registered with the Mickey Mouse signature.
Well, that's actually legal in California. In fact, the example given, I think, in Santa Barbara is a Kirby star image. Now, the challenge with this is, and that's why I'm not a fan of the fraud argument from Republicans. Just stop saying fraud. This is legal in California. In California, you can draw a picture of Kirby star in any manifestation. Now, the problem is signatures are supposed to be unique to an individual because they would be falsifiable. Meaning, I've never seen your signature before. How can I match it? But if you sign up, register to vote with a picture of Kirby, anyone in the world can draw that picture of Kirby. So in California, the challenge that
but not everybody has the same name, the same social security.
No, but the point is, if a ballot is received by a homeless shelter, anyone can fill it out and draw a picture of Kirby star.
There's a limited number of ballots that get sent to registered voters who are registered with the state.
Well, it's universal mail-in voting. And for instance, there was a homeless shelter in Venice Beach that received 185 mail-in votes despite no one living there. And so,
yes, because
again,
people that live on the street have addresses registered to shelters because they don't have anywhere else to get mail.
And so what we've already seen is undercover video showing that activists do go to places like Skid Row and secure voter registration, where in one video, a man who's clearly not a woman says his name is Teresa, sure, he'll fill it out. Now, the problem is that man will fill this out under the name Teresa. He will sign, he'll put an X, a mark, which is legal in California. The other issue is that ballots can be received. So it gets complicated, but in California, if a ballot is received before the election, it can be hand dated. If it's received after the election, it has to be post dated. However, a ballot can only be rejected if two independent officials can prove beyond a reasonable doubt it has violated one of these tenets. So I do take issue with Republicans saying voter fraud all the time when it's legal to do this in California. But I think if you go to a regular American and say, you ask him this question, and I'll ask you this question, how did Nithya Raman surpass Karen Bass, both Democrats in mail-in votes, only after Election Day?
Because young people vote later, and Nithya Raman won the young vote.
Well, the truth is that the DSA on their website advocates for ballot harvesting, which is legal, and they're allowed to do it, and more power to them. It's very smart.
So do the Republicans. They go to senior centers all across the country and get
we're going to pause
votes.
here. You've been voted out by the majority.
Good talking with you.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
No contest. Likewise.
Elections, as you were talking about the other person before, I think are sacred. I think elections are sacred, and I believe that they are the most fundamental thing
Okay. I think you guys are aware of Grassroots Hegemon's proposal for universal basic jail, in which we all start as incarcerated inmates, and then we must earn our freedom in order to we have to prove ourselves reliable enough in order to be able to live outside of institutional incarceration. It's a little silly, but I think you guys also know that that's probably the most extreme version of what I would suggest. I don't care for the franchise. I probably actually feel the opposite way of this guy in reference to voting. And not just that, the ballot harvesting, while it's legal right now, it is kind of vile to me. Like, I know there's this thing with Democrats, and I'm not trying to be offensive to you guys at all, but where you guys think like, the franchise, the vote, it's what makes us all equals. You know, we all have the capacity to take a look at our leaders and take a look at our government, and we get a voice in how it's run, and that's what makes America great. And I don't agree at all, because I don't think that we're equal, okay? Maybe we should all have some level of, like, inherent moral worth so we don't just, like, liquidate shitbags left, right, and center. But I actually am more with the Founding Fathers. Not necessarily that they say, like, white men of good character are the only people, but it should be men and women of good character. And the way that you should demonstrate good character is by not being a felon and being capable of passing a basic written civics exam. And if you're incapable of not being a felon and not passing effectively the United States citizenship test, whatever the citizenship test that we force immigrants to take, I think you should have to take that before you vote. And if you can't study for a civics exam, and if you can't pass a civics exam, then I don't think you should have the right to vote. And so the fact that we are having allegedly, a bunch of NGOs where it's legal to do ballot harvesting, showing up to retirement homes, like, quote unquote, helping people fill out their ballots when they might not even have the capacity to understand what's on the ballot, then they're taking those votes and dumping them into the local election. I think that's repugnant. Same thing with homeless shelters, same thing with all that shit. So I'm just going to point out the principal difference between me and a lot of Democrats in reference to the franchise is y'all want to make it like universally accessible, and you believe in the equal dignity of men and also the sacredness of the franchise. I do not. I truly do not. I think easily 2/3 of the American population is too stupid to vote. I would not want them voting at all. Yeah. Connor would proceed to get kicked out of the U.S. because he's too racist. Why? Racism isn't... I'm not talking... You can be a smart racist. A racist can study a civics exam and pass a civics exam. Why would racism be a part of the calculation? Shit. All right. Anyways, I'm still outlining silly shit in the background. I did forget to take my medication this morning, so I'm going to go take it. I'll be right back.
To American values and democracy. We have never seen, ever in American history, the attempt to subvert a free and fair election compared to how Donald Trump and his cronies did on January 6th. And I think that it's absolutely ridiculous to claim that that is somehow comparable to the Biden administration talking to Facebook and certain social media platforms to ban Donald Trump, when social media platforms have been under attack by Donald Trump as well. We had in Florida how the right now chair of the RNC is now pursuing legal action against Facebook, Twitter, etc., for banning Donald Trump, which was a decision that they made without Biden's interference.
Well, I don't think arguing like a civil litigation is it's hard to argue civil litigation as a big political issue. If there's a contract violation committed by a company and Trump wants to sue them, certainly if you have the opinion, you don't believe that you believe there's malice there.
It's the current RNC chair.
Right.
That's
my
like
argument is
pursuing like regulatory action against them for banning Donald Trump.
Right. So these are civil issues, and
Yes.
the challenge is, I don't know the facts. You don't know the facts.
You don't think civil issues can be political?
They certainly can. But the point I'm making is that sometimes companies do bad things, and we need regulatory bodies to go after them. I'm in favor of that. Now, the question is, are the Republicans bad for doing it? Honestly, I don't know, because I don't know the underlying issues of the case. Maybe they are, maybe they're not.
So I'll bring up another instance. I mean, in Massachusetts, for example, we just had 2 Republicans who were running for attorney general and lieutenant governor who were literally faking signatures on their ballots.
Lock 'em up.
Literal dead people.
Yeah, lock 'em
who,
up.
And if you look at the papers, they're the same signature down the ballot.
Yeah.
It's the same person, this third party that they hired, who was literally didn't have the same exact handwriting, and they tried
lock 'em up.
Thousands of signatures across
Throw away the key.
Massachusetts
It's
were
bad.
then considered moot because they were literal dead people
Yeah,
from
it's
all
terrible.
across the state, and those are 2 Republicans.
Right.
And you have, I mean, there are countless instances of Republicans, not just Donald Trump, trying to subvert American elections, and I think that is one of the most authoritarian things that anybody in this country can do,
I
is to
agree
subvert
completely.
the free and fair elections of the United States.
I think certainly that we have a problem with 2 ancient political parties. I think the real big picture is here, and I'm not saying this to dismiss your anger over what these Republicans did. You're certainly warranted to believe that. I agree. I think they should go to jail for that stuff. The problem is both political parties are playing this procedural game of trying to steal elections through through procedure instead of convincing people. The Republicans are redistricting in all of these different states to give themselves.
January 6th was procedure.
I'm talking right now about both parties yeah, certainly January 6th was a riot, and it was very, very bad. We can agree on those things. I'm saying that both parties have these procedural efforts to increase their ability to win elections. Right now, Republicans are redistricting
I fundamentally disagree with that, because Republicans were the ones that voted against a bill to ban gerrymandering federally in the United States. Republicans were the ones that continuously denied the fact that Joe Biden won the 2020 election free and fair. Democrats have not once, and they have been very consistent on this, on protecting American elections. It's in our name.
Democrats in
democracy.
2016 accused Donald Trump and his associates of being Russian assets and trying to steal the election at the behest of a foreign adversary, going so far to accuse the President of the United States of treason. There was a multi-year investigation that cost tens of millions of dollars that ended up being nothing. That's election denial. Now, I don't think that's as bad as a bunch of people storming the Capitol. That's terrifying and substantially worse, physical violence. But yeah, I think if you look back at the history of this country, going back decades, it would be a bit naive to say that the political parties aren't doing everything in their power to steal power from each other.
Again, so I mean, I don't want to pivot to Mueller, which in fact also.
But also, we shouldn't get caught up in being like Republicans are bad because Republicans are bad.
When Mueller passed away, rest in peace, an American hero, Donald Trump literally said, "I'm glad he's dead."
That's awful.
And he no longer can hurt innocent people.
I know.
So again, another instance of Republicans, I would consider threats
Throw him
against
out there,
people
brother.
like that authoritarian.
Throw him out there. When he said that, I said it was disgusting. I mean, it's horrifying. But it doesn't change the fact that Bernie
You also
Sanders.
called Democrats evil,
Bernie
actually,
Sanders
on
had the
Twitter
election
quite
taken
often.
away from
That's a
him
separate
illicitly. I think in 2016, I was fervent for Bernie. He was talking about securing borders because the Koch brothers, industrialists, wanted to bring in cheap labor. He was talking about getting better wages for the working class, supporting unions. And I said, this is the only guy who's been speaking to issues for the past 20 years that actually matter to working class American people.
Do you
And
still
what did
hold
the
those
Democratic
beliefs?
absolutely? And what did the Democratic Party do? They used superdelegates to make sure he could not win.
Okay, so first off, I'm a big fan of Bernie myself, so I guess it's something you could agree on there. I will say that if you as a supporter of Donald Trump, I find it kind of ironic that you believe in anything closely related to Bernie Sanders. I'll give you a few examples.
9 million people who are Democrats voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yeah, and I also say 3 million, millions of people, I think it was a couple million in West Virginia, your state, that voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary and then had to switch to Donald Trump. I criticized my own party for that, and I think that was wrong. My point is not that the Democratic Party has never, ever, ever used something or participated, I would say, in bad faith in elections. My point is that we see consistently from Republicans, consistently over and over again.
Parties.
Again, I think that's both parties are all bad.
it's
You literally
just-
had Donald
it's just
Trump
true.
try to
Okay, we're
subvert the
gonna pause
fair
here.
election.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Good talking with you, man.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
So, yeah, you're not going to have me defending the Democratic Party. I mean,
Let's go.
I feel like a lot of people,
and I don't want to defend Republicans
we're
either.
moving towards fascism on both sides. I do want to bring up 2 unique things that Trump has done that no one has ever done in United States history. So 2 is suing a pollster for a poll he didn't like in the state of Idaho. And I think the biggest issue is the Israel issue.
Yeah.
So you have someone like Trump who, sold TikTok to Larry Ellison, and he also owns CBS News.
Oh yeah, Paramount entirely.
Right. I think we both agree that's just not good, where you give someone a media apparatus, and a social media apparatus like TikTok. And then
these things worry me for sure.
Okay.
I think where we're going to agree with like Democrat and Republicans is the issue of Israel particularly.
Yes.
If we're talking about authoritarianism, this is why I say like don't make me defend Republicans. Like there's some things I will, but the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, I feel like as an establishment, largely align with each other, and then there are these like lesser issues that divide. And I think when you look at TikTok, when you look, I'll tell you this: the TikTok was sold explicitly because of Israel.
Right.
So the story is this. Initially, Republicans were very mad about TikTok because it seemed to promote progressive content, progressive ideology. Republicans had been banned. People who supported Trump had been banned. So the Republicans come out and say, we got to ban TikTok. We can't do this. Democrats said no. But then something changed. After October 7th, we saw the rise of conduct critical of Israel and supportive of Palestine.
Yes.
All of a sudden, the Democrats are like, you know what, now we agree with Republicans and we've got to ban TikTok. And then Trump comes out and says, no, we're not going to ban it, which he does not have the authority to do. The bill was passed. It was signed by the president. When Trump came in office, he was supposed to initiate that ban. But instead, what did he do? He sold it to a supporter of his to change the structure of that content to benefit his worldview, which does align largely with many establishment Democrats.
Yeah, I agree. And, you have him sanctioning the ICC, the prosecutors. I mean, this is the fascism we're talking about. So when you have, Russia and China that don't want to participate in the Western system, this is why. Then you have France, that's trying to get away from the tech companies because our own politicians in those that legislation, they put that that any country that has these databases will be forced to give the data to them.
I think if it is not a singular issue of Donald Trump. Like clearly the Democratic Party joined in the cheering on of the banning of TikTok because of this content. And so I think that just shows that we've got an authoritarian problem in this, elite circle of whatever the military industrial complex or big banks and all of these, wealthy groups, they're interested in similar things.
No, yeah, I agree.
Okay, we're going to pause here. You've been voted out by the majority. You can return to
Well,
your
we
chair.
got a little bit. Nice meeting you.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
nice to meet you.
Gotta say, I'm not a fan of either party, to be honest.
Let's go.
Same boat as you on that one.
Yeah.
The left embracing authoritarianism. Right now, they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the White House, they don't have a majority in the Supreme Court. If these guys are authoritarian, they're the crappiest authoritarians I've ever seen. They got to go back to authoritarian school and learn how to be authoritarians.
Well, or how to win. Right, losing, you can still be an authoritarian. Like Nazis lose power, but they're still Nazis.
Well, they're losing. They're losing at all levels. They're losing everywhere.
Yeah. The Republicans crushed them, and I think
doesn't mean they're authoritarians, though.
Well, no, I mean you can be an authoritarian and lose, right?
Okay, so there's 3 actual elements that we need to talk about authoritarianism. One is dismantling of institutions, one is eliminating your opponent, and suspending elections.
Those are very specific claims to some authoritarians.
I haven't seen those elements present within the left at all.
Donald Trump was arrested several times.
With exception of one, that was the eliminating opposition. I did see it, but
so
it was...
when they arrested Donald Trump several times and then tried to get they filed a suit to the Supreme Court to get Trump banned from being able to run.
I don't remember that, but I do remember,
you don't remember
some guy at a rally going,
the 14th Amendment question.
Lock her up. Who was that person again? I forget. All right, it was the same guy who weaponized the DOJ against all his political opponents, or deployed the National Guard to beat down on protesters, deployed
when did
ICE
he deploy
to
the
terrorize
National Guard
families and tear apart communities, or launched the SAVE Act to try and just put voter suppression tactics in place so we could steal an election. Imprison protesters for 10 years for marching down the streets. Tell the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. I'm ready to mobilize you to launch another insurrection. Let's go,
if you'd like a soapbox,
who was that guy again? I forgot. Who was that guy?
If you'd like a soapbox, we can set one up for you. But if you want to have a conversation, I'm sitting right here.
Go for it. I think the position is indefensible, but I'd love to hear your take. Go for it.
Well, you're allowed to not like Trump. He's done a lot of bad things. Thank you. Now, we were talking about the Democratic Party, the things they've done, and I think, and I'm not saying this derisively, but I think there's many things that you're ignorant of the Democratic Party has done. You talk about suppression of their political opponent. Well, yeah, they sued so that Trump could not run for office. Trump tried to claim he was an insurrectionist. He was ineligible. He was arrested several times. They arrested his lawyers. Now, by all means, every authoritarian makes the argument they're justified in their use of authoritarian tactics to remove their political opponents. That doesn't change the idea, or I should say the philosophy behind what they are doing. So if you want to accuse Jenna Ellis, for instance, of doing something wrong because she drafted a letter arguing on Trump's behalf, that's authoritarianism. By all means, you can say she was wrong to do it, she's a criminal, but we are seeing when you start going after people's lawyers, by all means, tell me you think she's a criminal and deserves it, and I will tell you, the people of this country now stand in fear that Democrats are going to arrest them if they engage in legal practices.
We're going to pause here. We are out of time.
Absolutely. My next surrounded claim is that the United States is tracking towards a civil war.
If you'd like to be the first debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back.
Yep. You miss me? So,
you're my
listen,
favorite.
I think that we are getting closer towards a peak of civil unrest in this country, and in all honesty, I'm going to blame people like you. This entire time, you've been trying to blur the line between what separates you and a person like me and everybody in this circle.
Okay.
The truth is you don't agree. On your show, you have 5 white supremacists around you and 1 liberal lawyer talking about why we should protect the Constitution. On Twitter, you're mentioning the Civil War and why we need to have a civil war
I've never said we need to have a civil war.
No, you've said civil war numerous times. Slates of screenshots over the last 4 years alone.
Saying
That's-
that
I'm not
they're-
He's being descriptive, not prescriptive. I realize that I'm starving and I'm going to need a little bit of energy in order to do the Rhino news segments once I'm done outlining them. Now, what's interesting about this to me, though, is that I think Tim Pool is substantially responsible for, not like outcome determinative responsible, obviously, but substantially responsible for the radicalization of the right, because he's always like, the left wing is coming for Trump. They've unjustly why does nobody ever ask Tim Pool what was Donald Trump charged with, and was he guilty of said charges? So for instance, in the New York case, you can say, oh, well, I mean, I think that anybody else wouldn't have been prosecuted under these crimes. And by the way, that might even be true. But did Donald Trump misreport campaign finance money in order to repay his lawyer, who in turn used personal funds in order to silence a story about Donald Trump cheating on his pregnant wife with a pornographic actress? And did he falsify business records in order to commit said crime? The answer is, of course, yes, he did that. Then the same thing with the, the January 6, 2021 Fulton County charges or whatever. Was he guilty of trying to manipulate the state of Georgia into declaring him the winner by pressuring the state administration in order to declare him the winner because they disqualified like 12,000 Democratic votes? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So, if he's guilty of trying to steal the election, and if he's guilty of hushing up, using money improperly to hush up a woman that he cheated on with while his wife was pregnant, then why don't we just contend with that? You know what I'm saying? What a fucking piece of shit. So this is where I truly cannot differentiate whether or not Tim Pool is delusional or if he's a grifter. I really have no idea. Like, I don't know if he wakes up in his compound every single day and he's like, damn, it's another day to go lie to hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers so I can make the bag. Or if he wakes up every single day and if he actually deludes himself into his own bullshit. I really, really, really do not know.
Talking about shooting ivermectin up your ass.
I've never talked
all the time.
I've
Stop
never
talking,
advocated
stop.
for ivermectin.
You
have literally no idea what you're talking about. You've not done any research, and you've never used Google. I've never advocated for ivermectin, not once.
He's not going to stop talking. You're going to waste
I've never used it. I've never used ivermectin. I said no. You shouldn't use it.
I'm going to get to the
point here. So if you want to make things up,
are you an intellectual or are you too much of a child
you
to
want
stop
to just
talking?
waste time, then we can waste time. But if you have an
You're
actual
wasting time right
argument,
now. Yeah.
so if
I'm about to give it to
you
you.
agree with me on the issue, but you don't like me, then we can agree and you can
No, I
leave.
think you're responsible. I think you're
That's fine.
responsible.
You can get up
an
and leave
individual
then.
like you're mad.
If you agree,
you just don't want to finish. You know where I'm going to go with this.
Do you agree?
You so mistrust the United States
You're allowed to blame me
institutions.
all you want, and then we can agree and you can leave.
You just want to run away from the
Are
conversation?
you here to dispute my claim or agree with it?
I think you're responsible.
That's fantastic. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Oh, you don't want to hear why you're responsible?
It doesn't matter because you're here to dispute my claims, right? Not
It
agree
doesn't
with
matter.
me?
You don't. All of a sudden, you want to stick to the definition of your claims when it comes to just about everything.
Are you
Everything
supposed
else
to agree with me and
you
sit
wanna
here and
ch-
agree
You're
with
not
me?
going to stop talking, are you?
Are you going to sit here and agree
Ready
with
to
me?
control yourself? You're like 50 years old,
You're
bro.
going to sit
Calm
here and
down.
agree with me?
Calm down.
You come down.
I
you
don't
sit
agree
down,
with you. I
don't
disagree
shake
with you on
hands,
everything.
You make fake claims.
Of course I do.
I've
If
never
anybody's
advocated-
doing something that
never
they don't
advo-
actually
never
believe in, it's
advocated
you
for
because you're getting
ivermectin.
paid by
In
other
fact,
countries.
I argued
You're
with
an
Joe
asset
Rogan
for our
on
foreign
his show.
adversaries, bro.
I
You're an
advocated on
asset
Joe
for our foreign
Rogan's show
adversaries.
against ivermectin.
David, can you please address the claim?
I think America is getting closer to civil war, and it's all because of people like Tim Pool.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you're a coward, bro.
Well, if you don't agree with me, I don't know why you're here. Also, I would recommend doing research before you come to a place like this.
If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back.
Damn.
Good to see you again.
Great to see you again.
Yeah.
First time we talked about this was in 2019, so it's been quite a while
I think it was
since
before
you've
that,
been calling
actually.
for civil war.
I've never called for civil war.
Or not calling for, I'm sorry, said that we're on
Important
the brink
distinction.
of civil war.
And what was the citation I had for when I said that?
I would love you to
It was
tell
The
me.
Atlantic.
Okay.
And it was a journalist who interviewed several national security experts who said that there is a range of opinions in the national security space that the U.S. is trending towards a civil war. Notably, that when you cite people like Stephen Marsh, journalist, as well as Barbara F. Walter, former CIA, the U.S. Academics describe the period that we're in as civil strife, meaning there's a criteria of death that has occurred for political reasons over the past year or years, for which the next phase would be civil war. However, we'll make my point, tracking towards it, I've not said that it will happen, although there's been many people who have said that we are in a cold civil war or some kind of cultural civil war. I always caveat because I
Tim,
don't actually have a
that
strong
exactly,
prediction.
First of all, you do have a strong prediction if you've been saying this since 2019. There's
Well,
42.
reading articles about
People
it,
can
sure.
look this up. There's 42 of your titles that have the word civil war in it
Correct.
with big fonts on the front.
They sure do.
So why is that? It's sensationalist. It's easy to get clicks on that. There's a reason why you say it because it's very profitable for your business.
Not necessarily. We have 1,600 episodes of just IRL.
There comes a point where people stop taking your predictions seriously.
Are you going to make an
If you
argument
said-
or are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm
Okay,
trying
then
to
let's make an
explain.
argument about whether
I'm
or not
trying.
we are tracking.
Can
No.
you relax?
If you're making
The
an
point-
argument, you
no,
don't
Tim.
like my thumbnails or you don't, you try to say my
I'm
name
saying,
over and over
I'm
again.
saying that you say bullshit in order to get money. But what
Let me
I
ask
really
you-
think
let
is
me ask you a
the
question.
predictions.
Let me
Hold
ask
on.
you- let me ask you a
Tim,
question you can't
I will
answer.
agree with you that there's increased polarization.
Huh?
I would attribute a
All right,
lot of
let
that
me-
to people being specifically online.
Let me ask-
There's
I
a
don't
lot
disagree.
less
I
interaction with
completely
people
agree.
that are in
Sure.
different camps.
Let me ask you a question.
But you're going to sit here and tell me that we're way more polarized than fucking Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, who like shot each other with their disagreements. You're going to
Why
tell me
was
that
Aaron
Andrew
Daniels-
Jackson, who's the sitting
Do you
president,
want to have a
calling people out for
conversation or are you just going to be
duels,
angry?
is not
Why was
polarization.
Aaron Danielson shot in the chest twice?
Sorry?
Why was Aaron Danielson shot in the chest
I'm
twice?
not disagreeing that political violence
Answer
is taking
the
place
question.
in
You say
Tim
Alexander
Pool.
Hamilton and Aaron Burr, but then when I ask you a question about an assassination, you defer.
You can say that
Let me
there's
ask you a
civil
question.
war every fucking year and it doesn't happen. And
I
you're gonna
never
say,
said
it just
there
hasn't
was.
happened yet.
Let me ask you a
Or
question.
if it does happen, you say, see, I've had it all
Let me
along.
ask you a
You
question.
are the same thing as
Let-
like the
let me
Christian rapture
ask you
people
a
who say
question.
that the rapture's coming every fucking year.
Are
And when it
are-
doesn't happen, it's
do you want a
like, oh, it's just not
soapbox?
happening.
Do you want me to get you a
I'm just saying,
soapbox?
it's really
I can leave.
easy.
You want me to,
It's really
go?
easy to
You want
like
me
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do what you do. Like you literally just say, Civil War is happening next year. Civil War is happening next year. It's coming. Make sure you subscribe to Timcast. Continue to watch my videos, please.
Okay. I mean, this is a criticism that I've had of Tim Pool as well, is that I feel like he does unironically cheer on the Civil War. I did ask Google Gemini to create a a picture of St. Basil's Cathedral with fire and smoke in the background with a flamingo cruise missile flying towards it. And I kind of love this. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but maybe it's kind of perfect. But the Google Gemini actually made a cruise missile, but then put a flamingo's head on the front of it. I kind of love it. I'm going to see if I can do a better one with like a normal cruise missile, but this is kind of funny as shit. It's beautiful. And for those of you who don't know, what has been going on over the past like month or two, I know you guys are probably passively aware of the fact that Ukraine has substantially upgraded its intermediate and long-range attack game. But what they've been doing is they've been striking targets like, I think, thousands of kilometers into the Russian interior because they've developed a long-range missile capacity. And the primary thing they're blowing up are two things: oil refineries and the Russian version of Amazon warehouses. And I don't know, like, how you could piss off a civilian population more. Like, if I was thinking from an American developed economy standpoint, then quadrupling their gas prices and making sure their Amazon deliveries don't show up because they were blown up in a warehouse fire. I can't think of something that would more piss off a middle-class developed economy than higher gas and Amazon not working. So, I mean, feel free to hit me with some feedback on that one. Wait, and then somebody says, somebody was saying, like, why a flamingo? And it's because I think they actually named their long-range ballistic missile a flamingo. And it is like the gayest bird possible. So I am truly wondering, like, why they named it a flamingo. And I'll probably Google that momentarily. Is that why Iran is trying to hack our water supply stuff? Probably. But they're probably also, Iran is not only feeling pressure from us, they're also, funnily enough, Ukraine also bombed some of their commercial vessels in the Caspian Sea that were going to Russia to provide Shahed replacements. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if increased pressure from the United States in reference to the blockade, but also in reference to Ukraine doing a missile strike in the Caspian Sea. I would not be surprised if that was motivating Iran to escalate. But that is a silly picture. Anyways, back to it.
Follow us on YouTube. Follow us on Instagram. It's easy to do what you do, bro. GG.
Nobody's actually had a debate yet. Are we going to actually talk about whether it will or will not happen? I mean, sounds like it's gonna.
All right. If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome. Nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you.
I think we are being constantly fueled by the people that are already in charge, that are up on top, that are already wealthy, and that already have power over the entire government. Donald Trump has 8 billionaires in his administration, including himself. You see his sons profiting, you see his friends profiting, you see everyone in close ties with him profiting. They're not going to give up this power. I don't think we're on the verge of a civil war. I think we're due for a revolution. And I hope that's peaceful. I hope that's not violent. I hope we change.
This is fantastic. No, I appreciate this. Can I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
Do you believe that Donald, and I'm not trying to accuse you of believing this, but do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that there are Nazis in his administration?
In his administration? Few. Yeah.
Do you think that how do you feel about them using the military to go after undocumented migrants in this country?
I think it is an unnecessary use of force when we should be targeting violent criminals that have come into this country illegally. That should be the sole focus when 70% of detainees in ICE custody do not have a criminal conviction. We're wasting resources and trying to use a show of militaristic power, which is a huge proponent of fascism.
How do you feel about the death of Rene Good and Alex Preddy?
Unjustified.
Are you going to do anything about it?
I'm going to rally everyone here.
Is rallying going to stop murder?
I don't do this.
Is rallying going to stop the killing of people?
I annoy my few hundred friends and followers on my Instagram posts by reposting news stories.
Do you think rallying will stop the killing of people?
What I'm doing here now is trying to show people that they need to speak up, that we're not against each other right and left.
Do you believe speaking up will stop ICE from killing people?
I think speaking up will get us to the right process of voting people in the midterms and in the next election so that we can make changes the constitutional way.
How many people do you think will die between now and then?
Too many. There's already been too many people that have died.
So again, this is largely based off, I don't know if it's.
So wait, are you trying to incite a civil war?
No.
Do you want a civil war?
I'm asking
so
if you actually believe.
What do you want to do against ICE?
I like ICE.
And you're happy that they're killing people?
No.
Okay, so what are you going to do?
I'm going to vote for Trump again.
He's the one that's allowing guys to kill people.
To be fair,
he's the one
I'm
not
going to vote
taking,
for J.D. Vance.
As I just said, he's the one not taking accountability.
I think there's a distinction here. For one, the claim is meant to be like nonpartisan, but I have, of course, my partisan views.
Of course.
I like the Trump administration, though they've done a lot of bad things.
And that's fine.
And we can call it those bad things, but I'm going to continue to support it. My point largely is either the progressives will stand up against what they perceive as fascism, or fascism takes over.
Which they are
now,
doing.
by all means,
we just had the
if you're-
largest protest in the history of the United States with no King's
if your
protest.
argument
We're going to
is
pause here. Thank you. You've been
Nice
voted out by
talking
the
to you. Yeah.
majority. If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so the whole thing about civil war is that I do think that you need some sort of leadership, you know, that is being financially disenfranchised to incentivize a civil war. And we don't really have any strong progressive leaders in office currently that are being meaningfully financially disenfranchised the way slavers were. So
But
I
you,
think
you,
that...
you don't. That's the challenge. I think. just
Yes,
to
that is
plug it,
absolutely, yes, that
you
is
don't. If
the-
you take a look at civil wars throughout history, we can use the Syrian civil war as an
Mhm.
example. It started with a dozen or so disparate factions, largely of locals, and various ideologies that ultimately coalesced around one group, either the Free Syrian Army, but then ultimately got taken over.
Right, sure,
Civil
but the
wars
thing
can
is
be
that, like-
fomented through small factions that bubble up.
Certainly, but I think that you are vastly overestimating the, kind of militant capacity of the American left. Like, we truly do not have, like, a far left in the U.S. that would be willing to take up arms. It is so small. Furthermore, I do think that technology-wise, it's not, it's not an even battle anymore. Like, the military, the U.S. military, which is largely conservative, and currently, Trump is in charge of them, the technology that they have to track, surveil, to remotely kill people would be absurd. I mean, I guess we could do some sort of guerrilla warfare, but this is American territory. It wouldn't go down like Vietnam, Like, we know where we are, we know where we're going.
This is a fantastic point, by the way, and this gets into what's known as the generations of warfare.
Okay.
So the earliest generation of warfare, obviously, is a guy punching a guy. As we got into the 1700s, well, maybe even before then, you get field battles and drums and trumpets, and they refer to this largely as like third generation. Fourth generation is what they refer to as insurgency, terror, guerrilla warfare tactics, which we saw.
Grassroots says something terrible. It's kind of funny that in a room full of people with aching V words, they are so annoying even to each other that the achiest V words get voted off the fastest. I do think that there is a perverse incentive within the Jubilee thing, where just as you're actually getting into the substance of the debate, because you have that like initial growling at each other or whatever, that's when people get voted off. And it is frustrating because I do feel like we get titillated with the beginnings of a debate, but we never get the satisfaction and payoff of a debate climax. So, unfortunate. That being said, can I just say, I don't think Tim's doing as bad of a job as, number one, I thought he was going to do. But number two, I still hate all of his points, obviously. Like, oh, the left wing is worse, therefore I'm going to simp for the Trump administration despite their many flaws. But whenever somebody tries to hold me down on many of the flaws of the Trump administration, I'm just going to say, oh, well, nobody's perfect, and look at this bad thing that the left wing did. And it's like, well, why don't we, try to compare the bad things of the left and the bad things of the right and scale them? Like, for instance, I don't think that the BLM riots, while they were substantially more materially destructive than January 6, 2021, they weren't aimed at the heart of our democracy, the heart of our representative republic. And so as a result, in my opinion, January 6, 2021, if it had actually overturned the peaceful transfer of power, that would have been infinitely more dangerous than the BLM riots, because we actually would have had a factional split within the United States government with armed factions standing by to see whether or not it was time to go to armed conflict over who won that election. Like that. So for me, while January 6, 2021 might have been less materially destructive and had less lives lost than the totality of the BLM riots, it was still substantially more destructive, politically destructive, and substantially more dangerous than the BLM riots.
So, anyways.
Famously, people bring up during the American Revolution, many people refer to the period we're now in as fifth generational warfare. And the question is, what is the...
Shapingro asks, do you think that the Chaz was aimed at the heart of our democracy, or does it need to be in Washington, D.C. to be so? Yeah, I don't think Chaz Chop was anywhere near the threat that January 6, 2021 was. Number one, wasn't it in like Washington State or Oregon or some shit? Wasn't it, number two, a few blocks? Number three, wasn't it resolved in like less than a year? Number four, wasn't it effectively like the anarcho-tyranny of the local government that permitted it to happen? We could have crushed Chaz Chop. We could have crushed Chaz Chop anytime we felt like it. So I truly did not, even within the left, Chaz Chop was mostly a meme. There were a few online ideological lefties who viewed it as some kind of like spark that would set off the rest of the revolution for anarcho autonomy against the federal government. But I think most people viewed it as a joke. So one of the BLM 2020 rioters was aimed at the White House, and they injured Secret Service members. Okay. Did they have any potential threat of actually overthrowing our government and reinstalling a new government? I don't think they ever got close. Grassroots says, I want to make it abundantly clear that Tim Pool sucks fucking ass, but all these people are so dripping with blunted self-righteous cringe. It's just awful. I lost this debate by having heard it. Suffer with me. Shapingro says, I'm not talking about the threat to our country as a whole, but it was clearly a threat to maintaining democratic institutions. No, not in my opinion. Like, if Orlando continued to operate as a city, but a bunch of, like, cringe soy leftists take over 3 blocks downtown, is that a threat to the rest of the community that is serious? Like it's not. Like, our local law enforcement won't crack down. Well, I mean, I think in Orlando, it would be destroyed the next day. I think in Florida, it would be destroyed the next day. I think, number one, Mayor Buddy Dyer would send in, like, Orlando SWAT to beat the shit out of everyone. Number two, I think Governor Ron DeSantis would, well, hold on. Is he still governor? I forget what he did in reference to the election. Whatever. Ron DeSantis. Yeah, he's still governor. Governor Ron DeSantis he would send in the state police within 24 hours to beat everybody's skull in with billy clubs. So the chances of that happening here, number one, no, I don't think it's a threat to the state institutions or the city institutions. Number two, I'm pretty sure it would be crushed outright. Whereas with wherever the fuck Chaz Chop was, they tolerated it for 6 months. Then they had a couple of homicides, and then they crushed it. So I love giving socialists what they want, but that's because I like the mixtape of the drug-dealing warlord that subjugated them for 5 days. True. Could the rest of the community vote them out? No. But that's where I would say those few blocks, right? Because there was the story of the businesses that were within the Chaz Chop district that were incapable of continuing to operate because of the autonomous zone. But the democratic mechanism still existed because they could go petition the city and say, hey, you're letting these fucking hippies, leftist, socialist freaks take over our block, and they're destroying my business. You need to step in. And while they weren't listened to initially, after a few months and a few homicides, they were listened to. They got 100% of what they wanted and got rampant violence until a warlord took them over and started charging them money for protection. I know. Ironic. 60 Secret Service members were injured during the George Floyd protests in D.C. Okay, and? Were the George Floyd protests, were they going to install a new president? Were they going to change the structure of our democracy? Were they going to change the structure of the Democratic Republic of the United States? I think the answer is no. So, Chaz Chop is the happiest I've ever been in the last 8 years. Okay, can some leftists in chat, please? Can they go start another autonomous zone and get the shit kicked out of them by law enforcement so Grassroots Hegemon can experience a fraction of the joy he did during the Chaz Chop days? Please.
purpose of conflict, and it's to typically, not always, but to gain control of resources or a political group. Usually it's to gain control of something, and it could be for ideological reasons or economic reasons. What we're witnessing now, what I would say maybe we're not going to have what's called a hot civil war but remain cold, is the use of information technology for the purpose of controlling populations, like you've described. Right. So in the broader picture, I would argue that what we are seeing now with TikTok and Instagram may actually stop kinetic conflict, which would be people shooting each other.
Yes.
And we may actually just end up with people being brainwashed and, waving Israeli flags or something.
Well, I mean, we're already kind of there. I mean, like, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are, the two most powerful tech dudes, and even Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos to some degree. They're in Trump's pocket, or maybe Trump is in theirs. And there's just, online, there really isn't a way for the left to meaningfully take control, not in a real sense. I think that, yes, the country will continue to get polarized, but will we have a civil war? No.
Pause here. Thank you. You've been voted out by the majority.
That was good. Thank you.
All right, if you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello. When January 6th happened, I actually thought we were headed towards a civil war then. I thought, oh my God, this is really f***ing bad.
It's terrifying.
And so much so that what ended up happening is that gun sales increased predominantly on the left because they were so afraid of what was going to happen. And we had been seeing documentaries and news networks talking about the far right extremists who were already training with like AR-15s and things like that were attempting to potentially start a coup. And so if we were talking back then, I would actually agree with you. The reason I disagree with you
Russia
now
has always clearly
is
wanted to
because
avoid is the Ukraine
we
has the
don't
capacity to
have
strike.
a faction of the left that is nearly as violently motivated as the right is. So if we were to talk about a hypothetical civil war, then I would argue the far right would start it, specifically because of what you just said. You said that you would like to re-elect Trump, that you would vote for him for a third time. But you didn't say Vance. You said Trump, right?
Well, I corrected it.
And
you know
I
what I mean.
think that
Rubio, maybe.
goes down to the ideology of, again, your argument around the Constitution. There is a faction of MAGA that wants him to run again and skirt the Constitution so that MAGA can stay in power. I think in a hypothetical, that would lead towards a civil war.
I agree.
And so, okay, but people like yourself who continue to spew this type of rhetoric of, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? I think you want it to happen.
I think you're exaggerating the things that I've said about it. I mean, I think that last conversation was absolutely fantastic.
I think everything that you talked about is online, and people
So
can
I
just
think
look it up.
I've interviewed national security experts to ask them if they think this is going to happen. When you have one gentleman saying yes, and it's my fault, he doesn't have to like me. You don't have to like my opinions or what I do. But I think when you also say that when MAGA wants to elect Trump for a third time, you are correct, they do. And I also agree this is going to create an untenable situation for the country that I don't believe progressives or Democrats will accept. I don't see Trump and his base backing down, and I don't see the left, liberals, Democrats, or otherwise agreeing to back down. It's a simple question. Would anyone in this room sit back as Trump seized a third term in power? I don't think they would do it.
Yeah.
So you can have a fascist take over a revolution, or you can have a civil war if this is the case, and I hope to God it's not. Because you know what I'd prefer? I prefer to watch the soccer match and have some chicken wings. I don't want to deal with conflict crisis. I don't like having to live in I have multiple bodyguards with me today. I have to have people standing outside my house because I got
Are you
shot
scared of the progressives in here?
I'm not scared of anybody in here. Actually, I think you guys have been absolutely lovely. But there are lunatics. In December of last year, someone drove by my property and opened fire on our buildings. And
You're going to blame that on the left too?
It was a left-aligned individual who did it, but I mean, I'm not blaming you guys for doing it. And I certainly would acknowledge that there are people on the right who engage in violence all the same. What I'm saying is I don't want you to be in fear of your life. I don't want to be in fear in my life. I prefer this. You guys have been absolutely awesome. We disagree. I mean, that guy really hates me, but I don't want him hurt or anything like that. I don't want to live in a country where people are attacking each other without trying to understand each other.
Right, but the rhetoric that you're spewing is leading towards that. You want Trump again. which means the rhetoric that
But
you're
do you-
spewing online,
Trump
the
won in
political
2024.
commentary that you're spewing online
I don't
is
want-
teasing it.
I don't
It's
want
like,
Donald
it's
Trump-
like, will they, won't they, will they, won't they?
I don't want Donald Trump for a
Guys,
third term.
Go
But
and have a civil war.
I would prefer, J.D. Vance, maybe Rubio, but
That's still MAGA.
And indeed, and understand that Trump won the plurality of the vote in 2024, and he has a large support base, despite his polls being very low. He does. And we'll see what happens with the Republican Party in 26 and 28. But you can't just wish away the existence of another political faction with a polarized worldview compared to yours. I do not see a reality where Republicans accept the worldview of the progressives who are gaining ground in multiple places, namely in New York. And I don't see the progressives accepting the Trump worldview as you've described it.
And the reason that we're
pause
not
here.
going to
We're gonna
accept
pause
it
here.
is because people like you.
And the reason we won't accept it is
Thank
people
you.
like
We're
you.
going to pause here. If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jeremiah. Okay, so we know that the USA is very resilient, right? We've weathered so much. So we've stayed intact, and we weathered 1968 riots, McCarthyism, what else? Civil rights era.
Civil War.
So, but the thing is, we've stayed intact, right? So my thing is that we can have polarizing views, right? But nothing that we're dealing with right now is as intense as anything that I've just mentioned, and none of those things led to a civil war. So unless the right plans to enslave the left, how are we going to have a civil war?
So one example that I often say, which I don't know, that, a lot of this is probabilistic. I like to use Colorado as an example. Okay. Colorado allows for abortion up to the point of birth, the woman's discretion, but Oklahoma bans it, and they share a border.
Okay.
So you have a potential for conflict in that regard, because if a woman is with a man, and she's 7 or 8 months pregnant, and she decides to get an abortion in Colorado where it's legal, the state will try to stop her. We have already had an instance where, I'm not sure, it was a southern state, it might have been Mississippi or Alabama, where they charged, I believe they attempted to charge a woman with conspiracy to commit abortion by fleeing the state. And so the issue that arises is at the ground level when a man says, you are taking my child to be murdered, and the woman says, no, it's a fetus, I'm getting an abortion, and this results in people on the ground traveling between jurisdictions with different laws, which creates a problem for Colorado and a problem for Oklahoma, which probably don't want to fight.
So, but what I'm saying is that if you're saying the nation would fight, we don't even see internal fights within the states, like separate states. I would think that we would see that first before we'd see the nation fight.
Well, we saw in Texas when the Biden administration deployed federal police, and the Texas National Guard came, and they were actually in dispute over the concertina wire on the border, because Texas doesn't have the constitutional authority to deport. They sent out their state National Guard in defiance
and we
of the
saw
federal
that
government.
overreach here in California when Trump did that overreaching.
Right, sending the
Newsom.
Marines
But guess
into,
what? But the thing is,
marijuana
military
fields.
hasn't defected.
The claim is that we are tracking towards one, and I think that's an academic claim.
Okay, so
but it's also possible we have a revolution.
What do you mean by tracking? Tracking like in 100 years? Like
No.
what-
Tracking
when?
means that what we have seen over the past 10 years historically runs parallel to other stories that have culminated in civil war, but don't always. So that's why academics say today's period in the United States is called civil strife.
Okay,
but
we're
the
gonna pause
civil rights
there.
era was civil strife as well.
We're going to pause here. Thank you. You've been voted out the majority. If you'd like to be the next debater, please head to the chair in 3.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say that I'm a little bit sick of the Tim Pool thing. If you want to go watch it, we did basically get to the we're at 112 for a timestamp, so we were basically on the cusp of moving to the Constitution chapter. I do hope that you enjoyed it. What I've done effectively in the background is I did the outline for the Pisco video, and I'm kind of doing an outline for a long-range drone strike campaign video. But I kind of wanted to take a look at, rather than just Googling half a dozen different long-range platforms, I kind of wanted to take a look at Perun real quick. We still have about 45 minutes to 50 minutes left in the stream. So if you guys want to come with me and research this shit, we can. I'm not sure if I'm going to shoot the long-range drone strike thing now, because it looks like I want to hit I want to do a little bit more research before I do a 10 to 15 minute extemporaneous rant about Ukraine's long-range drone warfare program. But we're going to run this in the background, and then probably towards the end, I feel perfectly competent extemporaneously speaking about the drama between Steven and Pisco. So we'll probably watch the Perun long-range drone conflict for a while. Then, towards the last like 20 minutes of the show, I will flip over to doing the Rhino video for Destiny versus Pisco. Then we'll wrap it for the day. But let me just thank everybody who donated real quick before we transition content. I hope you guys are still having fun. Lord knows I had a ton of fun making those thumbnails today. So, Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for the 10. And I did read that one. Diminished Dark Nut with a 20. John Kennedy with a 10. Old School with the 5. Shapingro with the gifted. Unork with the 2. Hedonic with the 5. Doobie with the 10s. Diminished Dark Nut with the 20. Fashion 40 with the 5. True Zealot with the 5. True Zealot with the 5. Thank you, kings and queens. Not only for your viewership, but also thank you for your financial support. It is deeply appreciated. Now, we're going to roll into a little bit of a... I guess you could consider it a geopoll segment. We're going to watch Perun, and I might skip around. My apologies. If I feel like he's repeating himself, I might skip around. But Perun is going to go over the long-range military capacities of the Ukrainian war machine. So let's take a look.
Targets in Russia. When Moscow set out its demands for Ukrainian demilitarization, as they put it, back in 2022, one of their proposed restrictions was Ukraine not be able to possess any kind of missiles or rockets with a range greater than 40 kilometers. For weapons produced entirely for export and not the Ukrainian military itself, they apparently might have been willing to concede 280 kilometers. As the war continued, Putin repeatedly set the provision of long-range missiles.
Hold on, that's interesting right there. 80 kilometers as a limit? That's kind of short, don't you think?
To concede 280 kilometers, entirely for export and not the Ukrainian military. Rockets with a range greater than 40 kilometers. Restrictions was Ukraine not be able to possess any kind of missiles or rockets with a range greater than 40 kilometers. For weapons produced entirely for export and not the Ukrainian military itself, they apparently might have been willing to concede 280 kilometers. As the war continued, Putin repeatedly set the provision of long-range missiles to Ukraine by its allies as a Russian red line, saying that Moscow would view the use of longer-range Western missiles by Ukraine against Russian territory as direct NATO participation in the war, and something would, quote, substantially change the very essence, the nature of the conflict, end quote. And for the most part, despite repeated requests, Ukraine's allies stayed short of that line. Storm Shadow and ATACMS gave Ukraine a range measured in the hundreds of kilometres, but longer-legged options like the American Tomahawk were requested, but never approved. Denied the best that NATO arsenals had to offer, though. Through years of war, the Ukrainian defence sector appears to have basically gone, fine, I'll do it myself. From relatively humble beginnings, launching converted Soviet target drones or converted civilian aircraft against targets in Russia, Ukraine's long-range strike campaign has grown and evolved. And more than 4 years in, we're getting videos like this. Because nothing quite says successful demilitarization like your opponent being able to launch homegrown jet-powered missile drone hybrids over your capital. And so today, continuing on from last week, we're going to pivot from the front to the long-range strike campaign. Looking at recent Ukrainian strikes at targets including Moscow, some reasons to potentially be optimistic about the trajectory of the long-range Ukrainian strike effort, and of course, a couple of risks and reasons for caution as well. We'll start with a quick look at the role of long-range strike in Ukrainian strategy and recent events around Moscow. Then we'll pivot to 3 of the main potential reasons for optimism on the Ukrainian side: evidence of stretched Russian air defences, improved Ukrainian offensive capabilities, and the demonstrated effect we're seeing flow through in the Russian economy. Each of those will come with their own counterpoints and caveats before we zoom out and give a big picture conclusion. Before we jump into it though, let me welcome back a sponsor. Now, given the frenetic pace of global events, keeping up can be a challenge. And great areas always, and power, technical, hold back the Russians on the front line with all the features. And so, with my thanks to ground news as always, let's get back to it. Let's just quickly begin with some of the big picture why. Why would a Ukrainian command that's constantly fighting to hold back the Russians on the front line divert scarce resources into a long-range strike campaign? As with the Russian long-range strike effort, the Ukrainian one has ramped up considerably over time and absorbed a lot of manpower, technical and financial focus. But based on the commentary we've seen from senior Ukrainian figures and what we can derive from their targeting decisions, it seems like Kyiv has very much come to see the effort as complementary to the ground war. Essentially, if the fighting on the ground gives Ukraine a mechanism to try and hold on to its territory and frustrate Russian gains, the efforts of the long-range campaign usually seem to be directed towards one of 2 target categories. Those where the goal is to make the fighting easier, and others intend to increase the cost of the war for the Russian economy. Just a couple of days ago at time of recording, for example, we appear to have seen another drone hit on a refinery in the Samara region, hundreds of kilometres from Ukraine, and that's far from the only one of its kind that we've seen in recent months. Now, hitting targets like this likely isn't going to impact the fuel supply of Russian forces in Ukraine, for example. But hitting a facility capable of processing 8.5 million tonnes of oil annually is going to have economic impacts. Then you have more distinctly military targets, think far rear area headquarters, or in this case, the 100th arsenal of the main missile and artillery directorate. These days, it's much rarer to see some of the apocalyptic detonations we saw earlier in the war, where a couple of these storage bases seem to essentially fireball when so much as lightly tickled, but as you can see with cases like this attack from January, they still happen. Then I'd suggest in between the two, you have an entire subset of defence industrial targets. Not so much the places that store military equipment as help create it. A recent example that comes to mind here is the case on the right there, a strike back in March where the Ukrainians appear to have used Franco-British Storm Shadow missiles in order to attack a plant in Bryansk region that was producing components for Russian missiles. That strike was notable not just because of the effect, as you can see it doesn't appear to have responded particularly well to a multi-100-kilogram warhead, but also because what it reveals about Ukrainian priorities. Storm Shadow or Scout missiles are some of the most valuable, supply-constrained munitions in Ukrainian inventory. If you think of PGMs generally having a trade-off between various factors, lethality, performance, sovereignty and cost, for Ukraine something like Storm Shadow with a multi-100-kilogram warhead, effective guidance system, significant range, and some stealthy features that make it more likely to reach its target, is going to fit in that exquisite top right-hand corner, whereas a low-cost, domestically manufactured one-way attack drone with a much smaller warhead is going to fit on the bottom left. This trade-off structure, or something like it, is far from unique to the Ukrainians, and there's a reason Russian designers, for example, have continued to incorporate imported components into systems like Iskander, despite the vulnerabilities to the supply chain that creates, and one suspects the underlying driver there probably isn't brand loyalty. But in Ukraine's case, because the trade-off is so extreme and acute, how that limited supply of Western missiles is used can serve as a valuable indicator. They're never going to have enough of them, the French and British can't manufacture enough of them, and so these days we only tend to see the Ukrainians roll them out to hit something they regard as particularly valuable. Bryansk is easily in range of standard Ukrainian one-way attack drones, so it would have been possible to attempt an attack like this one using only those. By choosing to commit the missiles, the Ukrainians are signaling how much they care about this target. The reason I bring this up is because most Ukrainian long-range attacks tend to pretty neatly fit into one of those three columns. Counter-airstrike on Russian airfields, for example, and we saw a couple more of those recently, neatly fit into the making the fight easier column. The fewer aircraft the Russians have, or the further away they need to base them, and the more they need to shuffle them between airstrips in order to avoid Ukrainian drone strikes, all else being equal, the harder it might be for them to generate sorties against the Ukrainians, dropping glide bombs or launching cruise missiles. The attack on Russia's only fibre optic cable manufacturing facility that's knocked that offline for almost a year at this point fits into the middle column, given just how important that cable is in creating drones for the Russian military, and also indirectly economic effects because they now have to buy in that wire from somewhere else instead. At first glance though, Moscow itself, just as a general area, doesn't neatly classify as one of the standard Ukrainian target types. It's certainly home to some valuable military and economic targets, but there are plenty of those spread around in places that are more accessible to Ukrainian drones or far less heavily defended. That might be part of the reason the Ukrainians have only launched a relatively small number of strikes on it in the past. But from a strategic perspective, there are at least two aspects that make Russia's heavily defended capital different. It's heavily defended, and it's Russia's capital. That gives it immense public and political significance. Many people around the world, including a lot of Russians, might not pay a huge amount of attention to a headline about Ukraine's X-100th drone attack on Crimea. But from a political and information warfare perspective, Moscow's in a different category, and it might be much harder for Russia to maintain the impression of military superiority and inevitable victory if people in the heavily defended capital are asking why the sky is buzzing again. And Ukraine's most recent decision to go after it at scale appears to have been at least partially shaped as a response. Last week we mentioned that there was a temporary ceasefire that protected Moscow's Victory Day parade. During that time, Russia and Ukraine mostly didn't launch long-range strikes against each other. What they appear to have done instead is just stockpiled the missiles and drones they would have fired during that time, and so on the 13th of May, just after the ceasefire expired, the Russians began a record-breaking missile and drone attack. According to Ukrainian figures, the salvos totaled about 1,600 missiles and drones over the course of 30 hours. The drones appear to have come first, 138 on the night of May 13th.
Dude, I would call Putin and be like, hey man, next year, Victory Day parade, you're not getting shit. Like, that is so fucked up. So, sorry if you guys, what I've heard so far, and anybody call out anything that I missed. Ukraine didn't have a developed long-range program. As a result, there were a few attempts to use, like, Cessnas, basically their version of a Cessna, transferred into a drone with explosives to do long-range attacks, but it was very haphazard. What's happened since that time is the Brits gave them Storm Shadows, but those were primarily used in Crimea and military-industrial complex that were near the border because they only have a range of 250 kilometers. And the reason why European NATO allies didn't sell more long-range weapons, and the United States didn't as well, was because Russia threatened that if we provided them long-range weapons, then it would effectively be NATO entering the war and Russia would get aggressive. Now, I would say that's like a bitch-made threat based off of their military capacity in Ukraine right now. But of course, you don't want to provoke a nuclear power into war or collapse. And so we largely have not sold them long-range missiles and all that kind of shit. Now, what I'm hearing Perun saying is the justification for why they want long-range stuff. Striking St. Petersburg or striking Moscow is not a military imperative in order to affect the conflict within the Ukrainian territory. What it is, though, is it's a middle finger to the Russian civilian population so they cannot pretend that this war isn't happening because it's just poor people who are being recruited from the provinces with military bonuses in order to go die on the front line. And so as a result of that, this is causing the Ukrainians to increase domestic production. And with the domestic production, we get the stuff like the Flamingo, which is a ballistic missile capable of going 3,000 kilometers, and the Bob/Bears. I'm going to have to check the spelling on that. But it's a drone cruise missile, or I guess it's a drone missile hybrid with a range of 1,000 kilometers. So, I mean, I think all of that is very impressive that Ukraine has the capacity to manufacture these domestically and then use them. I do find that quite impressive.
753 between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. on the 13th. And then after the sun went down, another 731 drones and missiles between...
See, here's the thing that's interesting that Bud123 asks. Wouldn't the Russian civilians blame Ukraine for doing it and thus increase support for the war? Yes and no. So I think that if they were striking, like I know for a fact that striking the schools and striking the hospitals and striking all that kind of stuff, as fucked as it is, that kind of resolves Ukrainians to like, our enemies are vile and evil and must be resisted at all costs. Whereas they're not hitting preschools and daycares and hospitals. What the long-range attacks are hitting is the wild berries, which is their version of Amazon, and it's hitting fuel depots. So Russian civilians are not being killed as much. So you don't have that like outcry, that symbol of dead Russian children. But what you do have is you have your price at the pump quadrupling, and you also have your access to Amazon-style delivery of goods to your house not working because of the Ukrainians. So, like, will you be pissed that your Amazon delivery is delayed and or canceled due to a Ukrainian drone strike? Absolutely. Will you be pissed every time you go to the pump and it costs 4 times as much as it normally costs because a Ukrainian blew up the oil refineries? Absolutely. But is that going to rally you into personally hating Ukrainians as much as it would if they had striked a hospital or a daycare or a school? I don't think anywhere near as much. That's my thinking anyways. I don't know how you think about it.
6 p.m. on the 13th and 8 a.m. on the 14th. A number of these attacks appear to have been directed either against Kyiv or the surrounding areas, and so whether it was planned in advance, developed as a contingency, or developed rapidly as a response, the Ukrainians appear to have decided to include Moscow in their strikes for the coming days. According to the Russians, the Ukrainian salvo on the night of the 16th included almost 600 drones, noting the Russians don't disclose how many drones the Ukrainians launched, but instead only claim 556 shot down overnight and 30 in the early morning. Of those, only a minority appear to have actually gone to the Moscow region. The Russians claim those roughly 600 one-way attack UAS were spread across 14 Russian regions, as well as the Crimean Peninsula and the Black Sea. And that's deeply relevant, because that only captures cases where there's sometimes see targets, but don't target potentially goes up. What that means is that if you leave aside the defensive question for a moment, though, you can get to potential reason for Ukrainian optimism number 2. While Ukraine's air defense, and particularly its ballistic missile defense picture, is constantly under strain, when it comes to...
I don't know what TCG means, but Warhammer does have like a character collectible game. It's called Tacticus. I'll show you real quick. I know you guys are talking about Pokemon Go. Warhammer Tacticus. So in Tacticus, I'm imagining myself as a Necron Lord similar to Trays in the Infinite, collecting different characters. But effectively, you collect different characters, you send them into battle. You actually don't have to have the factions unified depending on game type, There's like campaigns where you do have to have a unified faction. There's sub games where the factions have to be unified, like Chaos can only play with Chaos, Imperium can only play with Imperium, Xenos can only play with Xenos. And then sometimes it's even more faction specific where you can only deploy Orcs, you can only deploy Tau, you can only deploy Black Legion, etc., etc. But you basically collect the characters, you upgrade them on a logarithmic basis. So if you have them upgraded to the upper tiers, they will absolutely annihilate anybody who just got the character in a multiplayer setting. And then, and then you basically do turn-based multiplayer skirmish level games with Warhammer characters, and they all have like unique abilities and shit. I've been playing this probably for about 2 years. It doesn't really do that much for me. It's just kind of like a silly little collector's game that I just like burn 20 minutes a day on when I'm going to bed or whatever. But it's not bad. It's not bad at all. And have I read The Infinite and Divine? I have. It is one of the funniest Warhammer books I have ever read in my entire life. And I'm not kidding. Like, Warhammer is typically not funny at all. But what happens in this book is there's 2 Necron lords, Orican the Diviner and Trazen the Infinite. And Trazen the Infinite is a collector, and Orican the Diviner is a, I don't know, an what is he? He's a mancer. What psychomancer, archamancer, necromancer, chronomancer? I forget what he is. But he's basically a Necron who controls powers so insanely overpowered that they might as well be magic. And it's basically these 2 old men in metal bodies throwing like horrific war machines at each other and plotting to screw each other over for millennia. I'm not kidding. For millennia, they hate each other's guts. And what is occupying, instead of conquering the galaxy, instead of eliminating humanity, instead of focusing on like strengthening the Necron dynasties, they exclusively worry about screwing each other over for millennia. And it is hysterical. So, have I read All Tomorrows? Put it at the end of your sci-fi series? Okay, cool. Anyways, back to it.
The trajectory of its offensive capabilities, it's been pretty much all one-way travel. Even more so than other types of warfare, this kind of long-range strike effort is in great part a numbers game. The more munitions you launch, the more targets you can go after, the more you stretch, deplete and strain the opponent's air defense system, the more interceptors they need, and all else being equal, the more damage you're likely to do. To a great extent then, the small drone attacks of 2022 or 2023 by both sides were mostly symbolic in effect. But since then, we've essentially seen a massive production race between the two sides to see who can scale up the number and capability of their long-range drones faster. And in that respect, the numbers for 2026 look interesting. As a bit of a caveat up front, we don't have a perfect data set for how many long-range drones both sides are launching. But using the data points we do have available, analysts have tried to piece together the picture. The Russians, for example, don't routinely reveal how many Shahed or Gerberow-style drones they launch against Ukraine. But if we take Ukrainian figures on how many drones they claim the Russians launch, and cross-reference those with production estimates, the figures generally play fairly nice with each other. On the flip side, the Russian MOD doesn't release data on how many drones the Ukrainians launch against Russian targets, only how many the MOD claims they down. But while I would never advocate taking figures released by a military during wartime with anything less than a grain of salt, in this case, once again, Ukrainian and Russian numbers are often not that far apart. In October 2025, for example, Zelensky said the Ukrainians were launching between 100 and 150 one-way attack UAVs into Russia every day. During that same month, the Russian MOD claimed to be downing an average of 122 per day. All that to say, while the following numbers might not be perfect, I think the evidence suggests there is something to them. What this chart compares is the number of Ukrainian drones the Russians claim to have downed over Russia, with the number of Russian drones the Ukrainians claim were launched against them. As you can see, both sides were launching at a relatively small scale in 2024. Then in 2025, Russia scaled up significantly and began launching considerably more than the Ukrainians were. But in the early months of 2026, Ukrainian launches jumped again. And in March, for the first time since 2024, by this data, there were more Ukrainian one-way attack UAS launched against Russia than there were Russian systems launched against Ukraine. It's also not just the numbers that have changed, it's what's being launched as well. If you go back to the earlier stage of the long-range strike effort, where it was still very much a Shedcraft-style campaign, just about any system you can point to that the Ukrainians were using had one or more issues. limited range, poor performance that made it vulnerable to air defense systems, more warheads, inaccurate guidance systems, limited availability, or in the case of more capable systems, often provided from other countries like Storm Shadow or Scalp, also the issue of political control, because often in order to get their hands on those systems, Ukraine needed to concede at least some control over what targets they were used against. For an extended period after American ATACMS TBMs arrived in Ukraine, for example, they couldn't be fired into Russia proper. What these recent Ukrainian strikes demonstrated pretty clearly is the extent to which the Ukrainian arsenal has evolved and diversified over time. You still saw some older, more established systems, like the Lulti drone you can see on the top right there, but that one on the bottom right that we showed in the video over Moscow at the start of the episode, that's the Ukrainian Bars missile drone, and they belong to a family of new systems that kind of defy easy classification. They use a jet engine and a configuration similar to a full-size cruise missile, but they're closer in terms of cost profile and size to a one-way attack drone. Some of the original reporting estimated the range of the system at between 700 and 800 kilometres. Very long by the standards of just about any system Ukraine had access to when the war began, but far short of some of the longest distances we're now seeing Ukraine's one-way attack drones achieve. If in 2022 Russia might have been primarily concerned about Ukraine's arsenal of old Soviet Tochka-Ul missiles, maximum reach around 120 kilometres, Ukraine now regularly strikes beyond the 1,200 kilometre mark. Some of the energy target strikes we saw in April occurred in the roughly 14 to 1,500 kilometre range, while an airbase near Chelyabinsk stretched that even further to about 1,700 kilometres or more than 1,000 miles. Compounding that general increase in reach is the weapons Ukraine is able to use to get there. Ukraine's actually had some ability to strike at these distances for quite a while now, but a lot of the systems used had to make significant concessions in order to strike at those distances. A lot of the one-way attack drones used, for example, were relatively slow and
Okay, what I'm going to do, just because I feel like this is research, so I'm not going to have a substantial amount of commentary on it, and I don't want to fake it. I just want to do what I want to do, right? So, rather than faking it, since Patriarch isn't here, you butt-fucking son of a bitch. Normally we could rely on Patriarch for geopolitical oil, but since Doobie has upset Patriarch by being so anti-Semitic, I lost my Jewish Ukrainian oiler. I'm pretending to be upset. I think Patriarch lives in a war zone. He should give his fucking balls a tug. But also, we only have so much time on this planet, you know? You got to choose what makes you happy. Right? Yeah, talk about drama, then he'll show up. True. He always bitches about drama, but if I cover a drama topic, he shows up to bitch about the drama topic. So true. So true. I should start talking about Destiny's sex life again, and then Patriarch will show up in order to complain about how he doesn't want to watch content about Destiny's sex life. That's pretty funny. But, yeah, Doobie, you fuck. But, my genuine opinion, truly, after this past weekend, is like, everybody give your balls a tug, okay? If you want to hang out and have a good time, hang out, have a good time. If you're not having a good time, we all have limited time on our planet in order to enjoy our lives. So as a result, if you like the channel, you like the content, stick around. If you don't like it, it is what it is, man. Life is way too short for us to be fucking fighting over what YouTube content we like, you know? So, anyways, I'm just going to set up the Pisco rant. I'm going to shoot that. This is kind of like I feel like I need to do more research before I do the Ukrainian content, but I feel like I can do an extemporaneous rant on Pisco using my Elgato web camera, and I can stare beautifully into your eyeballs while doing so. So, I'm going to try to stare into your eyeballs thoughtfully. I don't think I'm going to have any clips on this one. Truth be told, I don't think I'm going to have any clips or images or anything like that. Maybe I'll edit it in afterwards, depending on how much edit I really want to do. But for the most part, this is just going to be me ranting for 10 to 15 minutes about the civil war between the liberals and the leftists and Pisco getting called an anti-Semite. And while I think that we can make the differentiation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, if you think that Pisco is an interpersonal bigot against Jewish people, then I kind of think you're stupid. I think Pisco is autistic and dumb. Well, not dumb. He's intelligent. He's autistic and a pedant. But I don't think that he is... I don't think he's a bigot. So, Nameless Henchman says, card deflects genuine criticism. Ball tugs is a thought-terminating technique. No, it's not. No, it's not. The anti-snarkers are saying that we are being infiltrated by 2 or 3 people who make the chat and make the Discord unpleasant. And as a result, they don't want to hang out because they don't want to hear me yelling at snarkers for the 50th time that I don't support Hassan Piker and that I don't support Hamas and that I don't support terroristic violence and that I think that their politics are stupid and communism is stupid. And so they're not having as much fun as they used to when it used to just be a bunch of liberals and conservatarians jerking each other off in the chat. But my point to them is, I come from Twitch and YouTube, the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene. So if you're letting 2 or 3 people in chat ruin your chat experience, or you're letting 2 or 3 people in Discord ruin your Discord experience, you probably just need to fucking just go, all right, this isn't for me anymore. So, Grassroots says it's ironic because if your action is to tug your balls, you will make some incredibly unmanly noises. True. True. So I think I understand the criticism just fine. I think I just disagree with the criticism. So you just have to decide if you agree or disagree with my disagreement of the criticism, and then you have to act accordingly. I'm happy to see Grassroots. I personally love Grassroots. I want Grassroots to stay for fucking ever. But if he's like, you know what? Doobie and Officer Nasty are vile pieces of shit, and they ruin my online political experience. Therefore, I'm not going to hang out in the COG as much, and fuck Connor for tolerating these stupid fucks. Then I'm going to say, Grassroots, I still love you, buddy. But Godspeed. So anyways, and I'm not saying Godspeed now. I want Grassroots here. I just, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. All right, anyways. Let's see if we can do an extemporaneous rant while looking into the camera, while not fucking up the shit too much, but also articulating a relatively coherent narrative about the situation in reference to Pisco being accused of anti-Semitism and leftists being anti-Zionist and anti-Semites or some shit. I don't fucking know. Someone somewhere says, the issue with the whole anti-Semitism discussion is that everyone just wants Pisco to agree that Hassan is anti-Semitic and he hasn't been convinced, and come on, man, isn't a good argument. Sure. Bud123 says, I don't jerk anyone off. I question the idea of Goonopolis. It's not for me. Good. Good. You know, part of yourself on the back, give your balls a tug type shit. Okay. Cool. All right. Anyways. Well, Sen Patriarch just says, I took 40 points of psychic damage. Keep it up, Sen Patriarch. Keep it up, and I'll start talking about Destiny's sex life again. Doobie for 10 says you should lean into it and see how many bigots you can make by watching Rabbi Shmuley. No. I know for a fact Rabbi Shmuley as an anti-Semitic, or excuse me, as a, what is he, like a pro-Jewish advocate? I know he is single-handedly responsible for creating hundreds of thousands of anti-Semites with the cadence of his voice and his advocacy. All right. Anyways. Give your balls a tug, tit fucker. True. All right. Let's give it a shot. And let me make sure that I can scroll through this. All right. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today I'm here to talk to you about a little bit of a civil war going on between the liberals and progressives in the online... I'm going to clip that out. I fucked up the puh. In the online political sphere. The conflict is over whether or not the far left, including rabid anti-Semites, have taken a commanding stake in the left-wing alternative commentary scene. And the truth is, they have. Kyle Kulinski, Hassan Piker, and Talking Points, and a substantial amount of other creators, The Vanguard, half a dozen others could pop into my head. They have normalized socialism, social democracy, far leftist economics, but also criticism of the state of Israel, and also criticism of the do-nothing liberals as a substantial part of online political discourse. However, I want to narrow this conversation down to just a couple of players, the large liberal streamer Destiny, Stephen Bennell II, and former orbiter but independently successful streamer Pisco. Pisco's tribe has taken the position that they need as large of a political tent as possible, so this includes leftists such as Hassan Piker, Kyle Kulinski, and the 30% of the Democratic Party that identify as democratic socialists. So they are going to pull their punches when it comes to fighting perceived anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism in the far left because they need to broaden the electoral coalition as much as possible. Now, that being said, the liberals and Destiny's tribe are stating that the growth of leftists within the Democratic Party is alarming, that their electoral victories in recent times are alarming, and that 30% of the Democratic Party moving from some kind of like far progressive into openly identifying as democratic socialists is scary because these people are illiberal. They hate mixed economy capitalism, and some of their policies are truly so insane that they are going to turn off not only a substantive amount of liberals from voting Democratic, but the independents as well. And so it is better to fight them now rather than to use them as a part of the electoral coalition for the midterms and then maybe have some fight further down the line. Now, some of these people, like Hassan Piker and Kyle Kulinski, have said quite spicy things about the state of Israel. Hassan Piker, in particular, has said that Hezbollah has his favorite flag, that the Israeli Defense Forces are more immoral than the Hamas terrorist organization, that he stands 10 toes down with the Houthis and their Red Sea blockade, that also America deserved 9/11. And he couches this within some like highfalutin geopolitical 3000 IQ analysis. But realistically, at the end of the day, he is an ideological opponent to not only capitalism, but the United States of America. If he was born outside of this country, he would be an identifiable enemy of the United States rather than a citizen of the United States. Now, they have also, I think Kyle Kulinski has done this as well, they analogize support for a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean, which has been called Zionism, the support for the state of Zion. They've made it equivalent to Nazism in their mind. And based off of a more moderate, I would say I'm a conservatarian, based off of a more conservatarian worldview, I've heard these same people argue that Nazis should be punched in the face, shot, dispossessed from political life, eliminated from being able to work, eliminated from being able to bank. Effectively, like a Nazi is one of the worst things that you can possibly be. And so as a result, based off of polling, they're calling 85% of Jewish folk internationally akin to Nazis and deserving of the derision. So Destiny and his tribe have used this hostility to Zionists in order to leverage accusations of anti-Semitism against Hassan Piker and Kyle Kulinski, and Pisco specifically, for sweeping for said characters. Pisco has recently done a series of debates defending his own reputation and trying to delineate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Now, I think that he hasn't fully bought on to my interpretation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, but I think that my mind map is actually quite clear. Zionism is support for a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. This would include Christian Zionists. This would include the 85% of Jews who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. And it does include the level of hostility that these leftists have directed at these people, which can be quite extreme and violent and gross and weird. However, anti-Semitism. There are 15% of Jews who do not identify with a Eastern Mediterranean Jewish-dominated state. And so as a result, I'm not going to deny their Jewishness, and I do think there is a category of anti-Jewish bigot who would still hate a Jewish person even if they were not specifically supportive of the Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. And so I think that we should delineate these terms. Anti-Semitism should be used in order to talk about somebody who is bigoted towards Jews, whereas anti-Zionism should be used to describe people who are hostile to the state of Israel and its supporters. And as a result, I think that characters like Kyle Kulinski and Hassan Piker might flirt with anti-Semitism. They might play into anti-Semitic tropes, but I would still say they are infinitely more anti-Zionist than they are anti-Semitic. And that, I think, is the point that Pisco is trying to make, despite a healthy chunk of bullshit coming his way. Now, I've known Pisco for approximately 6 years. We've been debating probably since the summer, at minimum, the summer of 2020. I'm not kidding. We have debated for a very long time now. But with Pisco, he likes to quote unquote linearize his arguments. He likes to have definitional and rhetorical rigor in his argumentation. And many debates with him can feel insanely pedantic because if you guys don't agree on some definition, or if you can't come to some compromise about a definition, or if you can't line up your arguments logically, he is going to chomp down on that like a pit bull and not let the conversation move forward. So when I see these debates happening with Pisco and him being accused of anti-Semitism afterwards, I don't see Pisco as somebody who wakes up and he interpersonally hates Jews. I think anybody who knows Pisco at all would find that argumentation silly. What I do find is, and this is where I'm going to say, I line up with Destiny more politically. I hate leftists. I do want leftists to be pushed out of the Overton window, but I think we're failing in that fight. And I think what's happening is Destiny has become such a toxic shithead in reference to his personal relationships, both outside of the online political sphere, but also within the political sphere. He knows that he no longer has a relationship with Josiah from Pondering Politics or with Pisco Liddy. And so as a result, he's burning non-existent bridges in order to throw bullshit at his rivals and enemies within the online political space so he can get a few extra eyeballs. So ultimately, do I agree with Steven that leftists kind of suck and it sucks that they're becoming an increasing part of the Democratic Party? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I wish we could strangle the Democratic Socialists in the crib right now and then we could have like a more sane social democratic far left within the United States? Abso-fucking-lutely. But do I think that a substantive amount of this hostility towards Pisco specifically and accusations of him being a terrible anti-Semite and a Nazi are partially motivated because of the personal fallout between these two characters? Abso-fucking-lutely. So, I hope you enjoyed this little breakdown of this little drama. Like the stream. Well, not like the stream, right, guys? Like the video, share it with your friends, comment down below. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now. All right. How was that? I am going to stop the stream. Oh, I should have clicked start recording. I didn't record that. Fuck. Now I have to download the stream and then I have to chop it out of the stream. That's okay. That's okay. I'll still do that. So, what'd you think? I thought that was okay. And I think that if I do a morning review segment and then I research a few segments like that, and I speak extemporaneously for 5 to 15 minutes about individual topics and I post them, then that's the kind of post-recorded content that I want to post because, as you guys have pointed out repeatedly and bullied me about, brevity is the soul of wit, and I am not a particularly brief person. So, Sim Patriarch says, pretty good. All right, what do you think, kings and queens? It's 2:20. I think it's time to wrap. Not bad. You should use your 40K voice. Really? Really? I don't know how that was different than my 40. In order to use my 40K voice, I would have to script the entire thing. That was my extemporaneous outlined voice. Someone somewhere says, oh man, I wish that 30% had real political ideologies, but it's mostly just limitations with Dems. They aren't clever. True. I do think a majority of them are social democrats and not democratic socialists, and I don't think they could define socialism or communism to save their fucking lives. But the mere fact that they're able to identify with the furthest left economics within the Democratic Party is alarming to me because I think popular left-wing demagogues are going to pander to that part of the Democratic Party, and they are going to become an increasingly codified and loud caucus. All right. People just want him to accept their claims without evidence. Just show him some evidence. Well, I mean, someone somewhere, I think maybe I could include this in the video as well. Let me show you this real quick. Here are the accusations that I heard, and I didn't see anything else about Kyle Kalinske or Hassan in chat to accuse him of anti-Semitism. But Hassan Piker using pig dog and incest memes about Jewish people. Kyle believing that Kyle having, A monomaniacal focus on Israel as the root of international geopolitical evil. Kyle trafficking in Jews control the media world and conspire to control the United States narratives without establishing the evidence to support his sub-narratives, like his narratives about Jeffrey Epstein in particular. Both of these people would want to see the Israeli government dissolved and then a new state emerge, but they will not acknowledge or go over the fact that necessarily this will include the slaughter of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Jewish people. Hassan Piker implying that the Jewish double murder in Washington, D.C. was a false flag. I'm not saying it's a false flag, but if it was a false flag, this is how it would be done. It feels like he wants to have his cake and eat it too, where he's implying that it's a false flag, but then he doesn't want the public backlash from implying that it's a false flag. Then Hassan Piker, or excuse me, tepid support. I know you guys object to the word tepid, but tepid support for Hezbollah by claiming that they have the best flag on the planet, and Hamas, the organization that slaughtered 1,200 Jews on October 7th, terrorist organizations that explicitly call for the slaughter of Jewish people in the Eastern Mediterranean, but they also call for international terroristic violence against Jews as well. And then insisting that AIPAC has a monomaniacal control of the United States government. So if you want to say, oh, well, that's not anti-Semitic, that's anti-Zionist, then go for it. I truly do not care, and y'all can beef over anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism. I'm just trying to delineate these words, so hopefully we can have actual conversations about the topic at hand, rather than just using invective to malign each other. Grasser says, let's do 6 more hours of cute moderator lady and thumbnails. True. You just want to watch Paris, whatever her name was. You just want to watch her sternly look at a bunch of leftists bullying a right-winger. That's pretty funny. All right. Diminished Darknet says, oh my God, I love content like that. Good. Because the goal, man, Diminished Darknet, this is kind of like my first attempt, maybe my second attempt at it. But the truth is that I just feel like the posts, I wanted Counterpoints, I wanted to do this on a separate channel. And then I wanted Counterpoints Politics to still have a home for VODs, where the VODs are chopped up without all the filler bullshit in chat engagement. So if people wanted to enjoy the stream, then they could enjoy the stream without the filler bullshit. But the truth is, the VOD viewership just isn't there. Danabo was excellent at getting content out, but he didn't edit the content itself. He just clipped it here and clipped it there. Then Arthur was an excellent editor because he would actually go through and cut out all the bullshit. But then because he wants to be a part of a more serious YouTube channel, he would pick the driest topics possible. So that didn't work either. I literally need somebody who has an instinct for drama, but also is willing to go through the VODs and cut out the bullshit. And unfortunately, I can't combine Danabo and Arthur into a single editor, or else I would maintain them as an editor. So instead, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do 2 to 3 episodes like that per day, where I have a 10 to 15 minute drama, but also serious political summary. For instance, the other episode I want to do is a summary of Ukraine's long-range drone warfare program. That doesn't have any personalities in it. That is actually just going over drone warfare. Is Arthur fired? Yeah. It's not anything personal. I just, I wanted the VODs to do something and they didn't do it. And so as a result, I need to do this independently. Do Dems really need leftists right now? MAGA is polling so poorly that it'll be a layup for Dems no matter what. We'll see. And then also, I think that Destiny will have a stronger case after the midterms when he can say, the Democrats are in this position now. We don't need the leftists. You know what I'm saying? Nameless Entrant says, pick me. I can edit without bias. I'm sure. Someone somewhere says, I could argue most of those. Some of those have other motivations beyond anti-Semitism. I'm not invested enough to go back through each and run it down with those examples. Sure. But what I would say someone somewhere is that I don't have the energy to fight Destiny and his crew in saying that, well, I don't have endless energy. I have some energy. I don't have endless energy to fight whether or not Pisco is anti-Semitic. And I don't have endless energy to fight Pisco and his ilk that he's sweeping for bad characters. You know, all I can do is I can tell Pisco, hey, you're sweeping for bad characters, and I can tell Destiny that he's being a see you next Tuesday. So, yes. And someone somewhere follows up and says, that list is a good example of the disconnect, though. Some people will see that as self-evident when others may not. Exactly. Polls don't matter. Actions speak louder than words. True. I can cut out all the non-Star Wars related stuff. Okay. Well, speaking of which crap, go check out Counterpoint Star Wars and watch the most recent episode if you haven't. It's a breakdown of Andor getting caught on Niamos by a shore trooper and a KX droid and being charged for half a dozen bullshit crimes and being incarcerated. So what's so funny about that is, who is it? Cassian is a murderer. He murdered 2 security guards on, Morlana 1. Then he's also a murderer and a thief because he stole the Starpath unit and he killed more Pre-Mor security guards while he was escaping Ferrix. Then he's a murderer and a thief and a mercenary and a rebel because he participated in the Aldani garrison raid. But then he gets charged with half a dozen bullshit crimes and he ends up getting hit with 6 years in prison. And the way that I would feel about it, being real, because, Andor is always looking for a way out, right? If I had gotten away with half a dozen murders in the robbery of a fucking garrison, and I was going to spend 6 years in prison for minor crimes, I would have been like, all right, that's fair, because they might have hit me with 6 bullshit crimes and hit me with 6 years. But realistically, they didn't catch me on my most grievous shit. So I would just view that as karmic balance. But of course, that's not how Andor sees it. He's constantly looking for a way out. So, Saldus says, can I give it a shot? DM me. DM me if you're talking about the editor thing. If you're talking about something else, you can do whatever. Crap says +1 subscriber over there. Let's go. Someone somewhere says, yeah, I don't blame you. My only point is that it's a real argument, not just Pisco finding any reason to excuse anti-Semitism. Well, and that's what I want to say, someone somewhere, is that when Destiny accuses Pisco of being a bigot against Jewish people, he is clearly flying by the seat of his pants and just making shit up, in my opinion. When he says, bigotry isn't when you're interpersonally evil. It's when you create a permission structure that allows you to be hateful towards an entire group of... That's not bigotry. That's systemic racism. He actually just took the definition of systemic racism, shoehorned it into bigotry so he could attack his former friend. So, I think that's fucked up. Connor, you just need more yellow arrows on your thumbnails and pull 1 million views. True. Just need to go AI slop copy Midas touch thumbnails and we'll be Gucci. Crap says Grievous isn't on Andor. Please get your timeline in order. Did I say that Grievous was on Andor? I don't think I said that. I don't think I said that at all. You'd have to remind me. Unless I said the word Grievous unrelated to the general. Yes, he's just lashing out. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Anyways, I personally love you guys. Thank you so much to the 50 to 60 people who hung out with us today. Thank you so much. Let me thank everybody who donated again. I do appreciate it. Doobie, Grassroots, Diminished Dark Nut. Thank you for the 20, King. Appreciate you. John Kennedy, Old School, Shapingro, Eunora, Cadonic Samuel, Doobie, Diminished Dark Nut, Fashion 40, True Zealot. Thank you, Kings and Queens. I will be live tonight on Counterpoints Politics for the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable. I will be live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So, I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful